All right, is that any better? Okay, it looks like it's working on OBS. Is it working for you guys in chat? Uh, okay, I'm going to assume that it's good because I can see the audio doing its thing on. Okay, good. It's working out good. I don't know what that was. It just wasn't recognizing my mic for some reason, but looks like we are all good to go. So, today we're finally going to get into season 2. We're just going to get that all started. I am excited about that. I know we had plenty of Mushoku Tensei stuff last week, but there we go. Sorry. Yeah, I know we had plenty of stuff last week, but of course we didn't actually get the season itself started. So two slightly changed things gonna happen today for YouTube people specifically, but a little bit for everyone as well. For starters, for those on YouTube, you know I usually have that filter on. That's because YouTube has the most robust content copyright protections automated systems that are out there. So I'm going to try something since I am less concerned about issues with the VOD and more about issues with the stream itself. So what I'm going to try to do today is to see if I can do without the filter and then just add a blur in the editor to the VOD afterwards. So for those watching, just I would appreciate it if you could let me know if the stream at any point goes down. I'm going to be watching it on my own, on my phone, off to the side as well. So I should hopefully catch it if it does. And if it does, I'll have to just put the filter back on. But if this works, it's, a slight amount of extra work for me, but it'll result in a better product for you. I know, perfectly fine, Alan. Just as I was saying, I'm going to try to do things without the filter and then just add a blur in editing in the YouTube editor afterwards. So I'm going to see if it doesn't take the thing down. So yes, so far nothing has happened yet. I'm just kind of still doing my intro. So yeah, I'm going to try to do the stream without the filter for now and then add a blur in the YouTube editor afterwards for the VOD. I don't know if that'll work because I can't test it without actually streaming. So I'm asking the people in chat, just let me know if things go down. It is. Yeah, I'm gonna have to test things if it doesn't work. So, again, I'm gonna see if the thing actually gets taken down because that's my main concern. If it doesn't actually get taken down, because I know it will get content ID claimed afterwards, but if it doesn't get taken down, I don't care. But yeah. So I mean, some people do watch the VODs, so I do want to be considerate to them, but yeah. There are ways I can do it. Just gonna see if this works. And the second thing I'm gonna do today is last week I really enjoyed watching that video essay and talking about it on stream. So I'm gonna make that a regular thing. So at the end of every stream, I'm going to just pick a video essay or an article or something like that and go through it on stream because that was a lot of fun. And I think I could also cut those out, edit them up a bit, and put them actually as standalone uploads too. So that would be a win on all accounts. Yeah, and I understand. That's kind of how I am personally, how I would be as a viewer, but I also want to make the stream as enjoyable as possible, and I understand the filter is annoying. As a creator, I hate the filter, but it is unfortunately possibly necessary. We'll see. Yeah, so I enjoyed the video essay last week, so I'm gonna do that again. I have a couple options. What I've been doing is I've been just kind of saving things as I notice them in my recommended as potential things to go over on stream. We'll go over some of the options towards the end of the stream, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. So, again, I'm gonna get started real soon. Just again, let me know if the stream goes down. I should be able to see it myself, but having extra layers of people paying attention will help me out. So, season 2, I was excited to get started with this, and I know it's the often memed on impotence arc, but I think it's actually really important. But then again, I always talk about how important sex is to Rudy's character because nobody else seems to realize that. All right, let's get started. All right, so I'm going to start off right now. Okay, of course, for a second, I got to open up Epic Pen because I forgot to do that. I forget that every week. But so I will say I really like the... I really like the choice here to start with no music. So I know it was 2 weeks ago for us, so it's not as fresh in our mind as if we were just kind of going straight through. But you got to remember how much of a mostly negative note the previous season ended off on. Because, Rudy was obviously very sad because Aerys left him. He was depressed, and, the thought of rescuing his mother is the only thing that got him out of bed and moving. So, while there was like a tiny glimmer of hope at the very end, he was just not in a good spot. And I think starting off without music is a great way of just kind of highlighting how just not great things are for him right now. Yeah, and of course and as someone who's read the books, I was of course very happy to see immediately. It's like, oh cool, it's Sarah here. I like Sarah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I agree with both of you, Thomas and Alan, where this is I mean the fact that there is no music, especially in Mushoku Tensei, where music is such a key element of the storytelling, where a lot of times you can just kind of, it's either setting the general setting for the area. For example, we had like the desert music during the Demon Continent journey. We had the religious music at Millis, that kind of thing. But there's also just, it highlights certain emotions. And the fact that Rudy is just kind of an empty pit right now is, again, it's highlighted by this lack of music. And actually, there's not any music for quite a while, which is unusual for a series like Mushoku Tensei. And I also, agree that sex does matter. And Rudy's, well, the thing is, Rudy, everybody knows he's kind of a pervert who has a very unhealthy view of sex starting out. And it's not a case of he has to not be perverted. That's not the point of Rudy's character. I mean, obviously he has to reject the elements of his sexuality that lead him to take these inappropriate actions against people, but it's not about suppressing his sexual desire. It's about forming a healthy relationship with it, understanding, when it's appropriate to express it and not feeling ashamed for his desires, but also not using them as an excuse to victimize anybody else. That's like a key to Rudy's character. And of course, as I harp on almost every week, because of... What the fuck is my cat doing? Okay, she's... I apologize if you can hear that, because I can hear it through my headphones, which usually block out a lot of sound. So, but yeah, she's playing in my reusable shopping bag. So, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, but the thing is, because, again, in Rudy's old life, a big part of his experience was the fact that pretty much the only time he felt anything even close to happiness was sexual pleasure from masturbating. And that just caused him to view everything sexually for a very long time, and that became an important part of his psyche. So you can't just erase sex from the equation when it comes to Rudy. And and I think the impotence arc is a very good way of really just showing, because again, he opens himself up to someone for the first time, really. And again, while he does do all these perverted things, while he does cross a bunch of sexual lines with people, it's the first time it's started to become really real was with Aerys. And in that moment, he got really hurt. And of course, that ended up reflecting physically on him. He became he ended up getting a negative association with sex for a while. And yeah, I mean, again, I agree. This is very important arc. Yeah, yeah, Alan, I completely agree with that. Where everybody ends up loving Rudy for the person that he is, but also understanding, his strengths and his weaknesses. And one of the things I do like about the series is even at the very end, where it shows the very end of Rudy's life, he still has some of his core weaknesses. They've just, they're just a little bit different, and he has a support network to help him with it. So, Rudy is a flawed character, and he never becomes not flawed. And that's just an important way he is. And of course, he eventually has to learn that while he does end up developing a healthier control of his sexual urges, where after a while he stops acting inappropriately with people, he also comes to the realization that, his sexual desires aren't bad, where when you frame them in the right way, it's okay. Like, if you're married to someone, it's okay to find them attractive and want to have sex with them, So it just, he has to get a hold on what a healthy sexuality is. Yeah, and I do also like this opening scene. Again, starters having the opening title card right there with the lack of music is still a great choice. But again, the way this scene is framed, without even having, okay, technically there was dialogue, but it was like background dialogue. They show the one part of the group having their fun, doing their gambling, doing their bond. There's the other part of the group, which is Sarah and Suzanne, who are, not really engaging with them, but, they're still part of the group. And then Rudy, who's all the way off to the side, just showing how isolated he is at the moment. Yeah, and that's also true. And that's actually a big part of what I think Mushoku Tensei as a whole is going for. The way Rudy's strengths are countered by his flaws, and how people perceive him because of it. So, I mean, we were talking about this a couple weeks ago with when Rudy was, all depressed at the Fatoa refugee camp, and he was just at his worst, where he had nobody to rely on, and he couldn't bring himself to function in the world. And you saw people like Roxy saying, okay, he's having a rough time, but I'm sure he can handle it. I'm sure he's strong. He's a strong person. He can do this. And that's because they see all of his strengths. They see the fact that he has a strong sense of morals when it really counts. They see that he's a very powerful mage. They see that he can do all these things. And they kind of ascribe that and project that onto his entire personality, saying, oh, he must be emotionally strong too, when in fact he's actually very vulnerable in that regard. And then there's, of course, Rudy has his self-esteem issues, which makes him view himself as less than a lot of people around him do. So there's a whole complex web of strengths, weaknesses, and perceptions that go on with Mushoku Tensei, and it's just constantly reinforced. Yeah, I don't know that brittle would be necessarily the right word, but I mean, it does fit because, Rudy, I mean, it's less that Rudy is overall emotional capacity is weak, emotional fortitude is weak. It's more that there are certain parts of his personality that are weaker than others, where certain things get to him more. And in particular, rejection is something that really fucks with him. Even perceived rejection, of course, like we see with Aerys, where, she left him at an emotionally vulnerable moment, and he just, it really fucked him up. Even though he can also be in other high stress scenarios, like being locked up in the Beastfolk village, and get through that no problem. So, yeah.
あんた、さっきから随分とため息が多いじゃないか。
Oh shit, did I?
どうしたんだい?
I don't know why it's sped up like that. I do apologize, but Okay, so there was some editing issues with this first episode, just because the site I was using to watch it kind of fucked up and I had to go to another one after a while. So I don't know why it's all sped up like that, but I do end up splicing it with the other half at about 10 minutes in, so hopefully it fixes by then. If not, I can actually see about just pulling up the raw file because I have that.
北には何しに行くんだい?
何しにってどういうことですか?
ここから先は危険な場所だ.
Okay, yeah, so again, sorry about that, but we're just gonna have to figure that out. We're just gonna have to roll with it for now. But I will say Suzanne is a great character, not because she actually does a whole lot, and it's not something I really recognized until we got to the end of this little mini arc here, where at the end of episode 3, and I'll show it more when we get to it. But so Suzanne, she kind of has one purpose in this little mini arc here, the little mini arc with Sarah, where she starts out as being the kind of person who tries to pull Rudy in, who is the one who reaches out and gives Rudy kind of the caring hand he needs. And she does serve as a little bit of exposition and all that too, but I think the important thing for her is how all this consistent kindness she shows builds up until the very end of this mini arc, when Rudy acts like a dick and like seriously fucks up. And that's when she ends up saying one thing negative to Rudy. She ends up saying, "Oh, you really crossed the line." And I think just her entire job is to be really kind up to that point to make that moment hit harder, because even this person who's been nothing but kind to Rudy is really criticizing him, and that it just makes it hit harder. It'll make more sense what I'm saying when we get there, but I will say I didn't appreciate it when I was watching it initially, but I really just in hindsight think that her character is great. And I do agree, the fact that they don't quite go through what Sarah went through is really a shame, because it gives her a lot more depth than the anime really showcases. That being said, I do think she's actually done decently well, even without that backstory. Like, just the surface level stuff that they do show, I think works for what they're trying to do with Rudy. But I do agree, and I'll talk more about Sarah a little bit later on, and how the light novels make her a little bit better than not a little bit better, a lot better than the anime.
でも見たところ、私らみたいな護衛の冒険者じゃなさそうだし、魔術師だとしてもまだ成人前だろ?
それって答える必要ありますかね?
スザンナが親切で聞いてんのに、何その態度? サラ、彼に別に喧嘩売ってるわけじゃないさ。
Okay, so I'll also say I'm kind of mixed on how I thought about the connection between Sarah and Aerys, because thinking about them, they're not that alike, even though they kind of both, on the very, very surface level, showcase the tsundere archetype. They, aside from that, the initial hostility, I don't really see that much connecting them, except for one scene later on that I'll talk about later, but yeah, so yeah, I also agree with that, the fact that Elise wasn't with Rudy at that moment. Again, I'll talk about it more when that scene actually comes up, but I mean, but like I was saying, on the one hand, I'm a little I don't quite see the Aerys connection as much as there is, like, a little bit. But at the same time, I can also see how Rudy's thoughts are probably entirely consumed by Aerys, and we'll see that he still keeps a lock of her hair that he kind of cries into. But so he's probably hyper focused on the superficial similarities between them, even though they're ultimately very different characters. So I can kind of see both sides of the argument there.
でもスザンヌ昨日から心配してたじゃない。あの子なんか落ち込んでるみたいだって。
北にはフィットア寮の転移事件に巻き込まれた母を探しに。
だからってあんな言い方。
でもどうやって探すつもりだい？北って言ってもかなり広いよ。
そうですね。まあ適当に。
Yeah, Thomas, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that a lot of it is just because Rudy is still so hyper-focused on Aerys. Although, I would be interested in seeing just... Like Sarah, in the long run, becomes mostly a background or side character, where they have this little arc here, and then well later on into the series, past where the anime is, she does end up coming back for a while, but she doesn't have a serious focus then. But I'd be interested in seeing what her personality really, how it really ticks. And I'm wondering how many similarities or differences there would be at that point. Although I will also say that I do mention pretty often that a big thematic thing that Mushoku Tensei does is that Rudy's 3 wives each have a fundamentally different aspect about them that really highlights and reflects something that Rudy needs to learn. They respect 3 different forms of love. Like, they all balance each other extraordinarily well, and it's really hard to talk about one in isolation when thinking about Mushoku Tensei as a whole, because they all kind of serve as 3 corners to a triangle. Sarah doesn't really fit in that mold there. She doesn't really balance with anyone else the way the other 2 do. And granted, at this point in the story, you don't really see that yet because Rudy's only really had one romance so far, and that's just with Aerys. So we don't see that balance between Sylphie and Roxy just yet. Well, and of course, I will be talking about that at length when we eventually get to there. But so while part of me is very curious to see what a Rudy-Sarah romance could have looked like, I also realize that having them not end up getting together, it was the correct choice from a broader thematic level. But yeah, whenever I see a character that has interesting things going on, doesn't quite get fully explored, that always kind of disappoints me a little bit.
当てはあるのかい？なんだったら道すがら北方大地について教えてやろうかい？
はあ、じゃあ。
And this line right here, I think, is very, very effective at what it does. Because it does 2 things. For starters, it's the thing that Rudy needs to not completely isolate, where Rudy's kind of content to go solo, but then he realizes, hey, these people can practically help me with my goal. Like, it would be foolish of me to not engage with them because she's offering to give me information that'll be useful in finding my mother. And so that's the one half that gets Rudy kind of in the mindset of being willing to engage with them to an extent. And then it also serves as a way to introduce a little bit of exposition about the region, which will not be super relevant now, but it's good that it gets out to the audience now. And I will say, Amir, that when you're talking about, I don't think they were ever really in love, I will say, yeah. I don't think Rudy really loved Sarah, and I don't think Sarah at this point really loved Rudy. I think they were at a point where, had situations been different, it could have been the start of something, where I think, Sarah was infatuated with him, but yeah, I don't think a true love had really been given the chance to blossom at that point. And Rudy was, of course, just not in the emotional state where he really could have fallen for somebody that he had met so recently. So, Rudy just wasn't in a place where that could have been possible. And again, I don't think Sarah had really developed a true love for Rudy at that point yet. It's just a case of maybe it could have happened down the line, but it was kind of just, essentially Rudy became somebody she respected and admired. It just needed time to develop that circumstances did not allow. Yeah, exactly.
よし、それじゃ耳の穴かっぽじってよく聞きな。 北方大地にある国はほとんどが貧しいけど、魔法三大国と呼ばれる3つの国はそれなりに栄えてる。魔術の教育に長けたラノア王国、魔道具の製作に長けたネリス公国、魔術の研究に長けたバシェラント公国。私らが今向かっているところだね。
Yeah, and then again, that line also, it's doing double duty where, first of all, it pulls Rudy into the group where he's engaging with them now. And also this is world building exposition that makes sense because Rudy's learning about it, so the audience is learning about it, and it's not done in a way that feels forced. I appreciate that.
彼らは同盟を組み、力を合わせて魔術を発展させてきたってわけさ。わかったかい
Yeah, Alan, I don't know how to help you with that one because I can see both of you, both on my actual chat page on YouTube and on my combined chat program. So that might be a you problem.
おう、集まったね。
Yeah, I will also say, since we're talking about Sarah, I am a little bit disappointed that they don't go into why it's so neat that she's an archer. Because in Mushoku Tensei world, archery is just not a common thing because it's just less practical than pretty much everything else. Where, obviously swordplay is swordplay, it's overpowered, it's all that. Magic is kind of what you do if you're going for long range because, it just is better in almost every way. Except for like maybe a surprise attack where you can quickly launch out a few arrows to deal with a threat quickly. Although Rudy can do that, but he's a silent caster. But yeah. So, magic tends to be the superior option for the most part. So it's kind of cool that Sarah is good enough at archery that it becomes a viable strategy for her. And let's also not forget that when you're doing archery, you're limited to whatever's in your quiver, which is not going to be a lot most of the time. So they do briefly mention it, but they don't really explain why that's so unusual.
寒いな。部屋を一月ほどお願いします。
いいよ。毎度。ここにサインを。3階の一番奥の部屋を使いな。金は。
So I do like this, and this moment here I think is a little bit more interesting with the context from the light novels. And granted, I might be reading into this a little bit too much, but one of the things that Sarah in the light novels doesn't like Rudy for, the main reason she doesn't like him is because he has, I'll talk about the filter in 1 second. Let me finish my thought here. But in the light novels, the thing with Sarah is that she doesn't like Rudy because he is a noble, or at least has noble heritage. And she kind of has this preconceived notion of him as being this, spoiled rich brat who is just, playing at adventurer, who just where she's an adventurer because that's kind of what she has to do to survive. Whereas the rich kids will play adventurer, then they find one piece of hardship and they'll run back to their mansion. That's the impression she has of Rudy. And I feel like this, even though she's not here to witness this, the idea of Rudy just paying for a month's rent up front with, because he's financially has a good amount of money, kind of would almost feed into that perception. Except we actually know that it's not Rudy's family money that got him this. It's, the fact that he is a competent adventurer, that he made a lot of money. So I do think that's interesting type of connection. Yeah. And so to talk about the filter, I mentioned this early on at the beginning of the stream. It's okay if you weren't here. The idea is that I'm going to try to see if I can do it without the filter on stream. So far, it's looking like it's not taking down the stream, which was my biggest concern. And after the stream is done, I'm going to use the YouTube editor feature. There are a few like basic editing tools available to creators for stuff that's already uploaded. Not very robust, but it's just meant to fix quick issues. I'm going to add a blur to the screen section of this VOD, the part where I'm actually showing the show, to see if I can add that blur to prevent the copyright claim that way, so that I can have the stream be at a high quality and then still have the VOD be viewable. It's possible that might not work. If it doesn't work, I'll have to try something else next week. But yeah, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. But so far, the stream's not being taken down, which is a good thing, and it shouldn't be an issue once I add the blur to the VOD. So let's keep going. Yeah. And I will say another thing. I mentioned a lot how Mushoku Tensei likes to play around with color, and I think this is another great example of this, where this area in general, there's not a whole lot of color going on here. It's mostly just kind of dark, very, not monochromatic, but just a lot of browns, grays, and the only brightness is usually the white. So the fact that Rudy has Aerys' bright red hair is a nice contrast to all of that. And even in his mind where he kind of makes that connection with Aerys and Sarah, we'll see that also. It's nice. It's striking. It really makes you take notice of it. And I will say that's also another thing that I think is important about Rudy's three wives, where they each have a unique hair color. And that, not necessarily 100% unique. They all, obviously, Roxy's parents have her blue hair. Aerys' mother had her red hair. That whole thing. But they do have striking hair colors. Although part of me does still kind of wish that Sylphie kept her green hair. I think that balances things a little bit more nicely, just on an aesthetic level, between the red, blue, and green, as opposed to the red, blue, and white. But yeah, but yeah, I mean, it's fine. I just even the way it is currently, Sylphie's white hair does kind of make her stand out as well. But I still think the green would have been a little better. But at the same time, it does show that she changed substantially on her own outside of Rudy's influence. So it does serve thematic purpose as well. So I do get that. But I don't know if there's a way to have both of those thematic things working at the same time.
いやいや
これは昇進旅行じゃない。ジェニスを探さなくては。
And that line, I think, is also really great. It shows that Rudy is really clinging on to the idea of finding Zenith. That's like his one thing that keeps him going. Where, I mean, obviously we saw at the end of the last season where he was just depressed, lying in his bed, doing absolutely nothing, not even eating for long periods of time. So the fact that he's able to function at all is just due to him clinging on to that desire to find Zenith. And I think little bits like that little line right there, really does a good job of showcasing that.
かなり稼げるってよ。
おい、ガキだぜ。
新人か？
遊びに来たんだろ。
なんだあいつ。一人でなんだよ。弱そうなやつだね。
Yeah, and I also do like this little. The tavern has a little bit of a thematic thing going on as well, although it's more about how Rudy's mental state is generally. So, obviously, one thing we've been talking about for a while is that a big part of Rudy's trauma is around isolation, where he feels like everybody hates him, that the world is against him, that the people around him don't accept him. And the fact that he walks in, and because of his physical youth, they're kind of looking down on him a little bit. I mean, not actively. It's more about a curiosity that they are. They're not being aggressive towards him or anything, but they're like, why the fuck is this kid here? Is he like a new adventurer trying to figure things out? And Rudy probably hears at least some of that, and it reinforces his own ideal of isolation. And then, of course, we'll see that contrast later on when he joins up with Counter Arrow to do their thing. And then, of course, and I should stop saying of course. I don't know why I have that. Like, it's like a verbal tick today. But, so, when Rudy comes back with Counter Arrow buys them buys a round for the entire bar, and they start accepting them. They start chanting Rudy's name, and then Rudy starts to feel a lot more happy and accepted. So it's a nice little bit of contrast there. And welcome, Miki Koenig. I know you told me how to pronounce your name. I forget. I'm gonna keep forgetting, but glad to see you here, and it's perfectly fine to lurk.
パーティーの解散の手続きしてもらってもいいでしょうか。
あ、はい。
Yeah, that's also true. Is the idea that Rudy could potentially be a demon in the eyes of other people, just because it's known that some demons do age differently, or their physical, the way they physically look as far as their age goes, isn't in line with regular humans. With Roxy being an example, how she's in her 40s, but she looks, about 12 years old. But it's shown to not be a super common thing, where even the demons that do live long amounts of time usually will age up to physical adulthood relatively in line with humanity.
お願いします。
お疲れ様でした。
おい、あいつ全滅したんじゃねえのか。かわいそうだな。一人だけ生き残った。
Yeah, and that's another nice little way of just showing how the general attitude of the people around him, shifting a little bit, where they don't really look down on him at all, but now they're kind of viewing him with pity, which to Rudy is probably almost even worse. But it just shows that the way Rudy presents himself is kind of how people view him and how people accept him, where when he's willing to engage with the people around him, when he's willing to open up, he does get accepted more often than not. But now he's really locked himself away, so he's deliberately othered himself, and people will respond to that at first with that little bit of derision, and then to pity. They think he lost his group, but yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, I get that. It's just kind of my head just kind of doing its thing. I think it's just because I haven't gotten a whole lot of sleep last night, so my filter is a little bit less on point today. So I tend to kind of slip into certain verbal ways of speaking when I am not as awake as I usually am. So that's probably a result of that. That used to actually come across in my writing, my script writing too, but I've been able to notice that and catch it more often than not.
これお願いします。
パーティーは？
いえ、一人で。
でもこの依頼を一人で受けることは。
いちいちうるせえな。
Yeah, I will say I'm curious as to what this job was. It might have been mentioned in the light novel, but I don't remember. I think it would add a lot of context to the scene if we know what job he's trying to take. Because if I'm remembering correctly, he's like B or A rank individually at this point in the story. So he can take, if he's B rank, he can take C, B, and A rank jobs. And if he's A rank, he can take B, A, and S rank jobs. And, okay, it was the same job? Okay, but so while they're kind of surprised at his willingness to take it, we do actually see that this is something that Rudy could probably handle on his own. Because, again, it's an A-rank job. It's not without its dangers. But, okay, and thank you for clarifying that. I didn't recall. As is usual, I often don't... Yeah. Okay, yeah, I do know that Suzanne offers to take Rudy along. I didn't realize it was the same exact job they did. I didn't... Because it could have been they had a job and they wanted Rudy to tag along, but... Yeah. So as we'll see later on, that Rudy could have handled that on his own. He fucks him up with very little issue. So yeah, that is true. I'm just talking about pure skill as far as getting the job done, not the other things that are like emotional or the stuff that Rudy really needs at the moment. But it's just interesting how they're like, oh shit, you shouldn't take this job, even though realistically he would have been fine. And actually, when we see the snow buffalo in episode 3, or it might have been episode 2, I don't remember. That'll be a really nice showcase of where Rudy is strength-wise at the moment.
さっさと受けさせろよ
Yeah, and I also do like they don't really show it too much here. I think they could have leaned into this a little bit more. But I do like how Rudy is in such a bad emotional state right now that he's having like legitimate panic attacks. Like and he's reaching for his comfort items, which would be at this point are Roxy's panties and Aerys's hair. So yeah.
なんだい揉めてるのかい
別に揉めてるわけじゃ。
いや話は聞かせてもらったよ行方不明の母親を探したいのに金が必要だからこんな無茶な依頼を受けようってんだろ
いや。
でもあんたの顔が良くないねもうどうにでもなれ死んでもいいやって顔だそこでどうだいその依頼私たちと一緒に受けないかい
一緒に
Okay, yeah, so yeah, you guys were completely right. They did actually say it was the same job in the anime, and I just completely forgot about it. Yeah. So, but yeah, again, I think Suzanne just is great. Honestly, I don't know exactly why they did that. The way that they've been doing things in the anime so far is they've been softening a lot of the edges, where certain things are just a little bit different, where especially like with Rudy's early horniness, where they they toned down how much of a lolicon he was early on in the series, especially by removing the greatest line in the books, which was, what the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on my parents' funeral to spank it to uncensored lolly porn. I will always be angry that they didn't adapt that line, but yeah, Rudy was just like way worse early on in the light novels, and it's happened throughout the series where some of the harshest stuff is kind of toned down a little bit. And I do also agree with what Thomas is saying, that I think just in this visual medium, it makes I think it works better to not have it be panties, just because Rudy already has a pair of panties that he keeps with him, which is Roxy's. And that has its own thematic thing that's going to happen later. Yeah, the red is a big point because it's visually striking, and also it's visually distinct from Roxy's panties, where we know what he's grabbing onto in any given moment. Whereas in the books, it just will say that, oh, it's Aerys's panties or it's Roxy's panties that he's holding on to. Whereas visually, it wouldn't be quite as obvious. So it's a good way to kind of let the audience know what Rudy is kind of physically and emotionally latching onto in the moment. That's not just without them actually like saying it.
私たちもこっちに来たばかりでいろいろと不慣れでねそこでお互い勝手がわからない同士協力しようってわけさ
いや僕は一人で
一人で動いたって限界があるだろ
Yeah, and I will say I also do really like again, I have to mention that I like the way Suzanne is acting in this scene. And in her entire presentation in general, where we've talked in the past about how a big thing about Rudy is when he's in his depressive spirals, he tends to push people away, but he really does need somebody to extend their hand to him and help pull him out of his mental spiral. And Suzanne is being that person. And not only is she, extending her hand, she's being persistent about it. She's not accepting that he doesn't want help, and she keeps offering it regardless, which is something that a lot of the other people in his life have not done, especially in his past life, where, his parents and his friends made their efforts to try to help him. They pushed him away, he pushed them away, and then they kind of gave up on him. And a lot of people in his new life, like the butler, I think it was Alphonse was his name. He tried to reach out to Rudy. Rudy pushed him away, and he just said, okay, fuck it, just get your shit together. And but Suzanne, again, she sees that he's going through it. She definitely knows that he needs somebody, and she's not willing to let him push her away. Where she definitely, like, I will say she does know what she's doing as far as being that emotional support. She knows that, he might be pushing her away, but that's, just because he's going through it, not necessarily that he's not a good person. So she's persistent about helping him, and that as much as Rudy does not get healed by her help, like he gets partially healed. She pulls him out of the worst of his spiral. But, he still has a lot to work through after this whole thing. But, I mean, she is somebody who does just an immeasurable amount of good for Rudy in this moment, where he really needed somebody to not give up on him. And she was that person.
もっといろんな人を頼るべきだ。そのためにはパーティーを組んで長生きしながらやっていった方がいい。みんなもそう思うだろ？サラもそれでいいね。
はいはい。
わかるよ。
And I do think it's kind of cool that that one guy does have green hair. Like, it's just on a world building level, it's nice because we know that, it was unusual for Sylphie to have green hair, and that's, what isolated her, and that it's rare. But it is kind of neat to see that, other people can have green hair too, where it may not have, I don't know that it was necessarily mentioned in the books very much, but, and I like that they don't draw attention to it.
いろいろと理由はつけているが、結局ただの同情だ。
あんたも見たところ若いけど、それなりに腕は立つんだろ？何ができるんだい？
僕は見ての通り魔術師ですので、前衛を援護するのが得意です。
ならちょうどいい。私らのパーティーももう一人後衛が欲しいと思ってたところなんだ。
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. They never mentioned his hair. I think part of it actually makes sense if you think about it with the world building, where, I mean, I know it's just a bit of little exposition and character work for Sarah later on, but one thing that Suzanne mentions to Sarah is, like, when we're in this environment, you don't really have a whole lot of choice as far as who you team up with. You kind of got to take whoever is around regardless of things. Because, it's a harsh environment. There are not going to be as many competent adventurers, that whole thing. And that might actually be a byproduct of that, where, they can't afford to have the luxury of bigotry, essentially. He can do his job, and that's all that really matters in this environment. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, in the northern area, the three magical kingdoms, again, are generally more dangerous than Asura. When things are dangerous, when survival is not guaranteed, things outside of survival tend to kind of not be important to people. And even in the real world, you see that while a lot of areas where survival is difficult do tend to be kind of isolated, so they do tend to be more or less homogenous. You see, when people are struggling, things like just the petty things tend to matter a lot less. It's when people are kind of comfortable and know that they're going to be fine, they're going to have a meal that day, they're going to live to see tomorrow. That's when any other higher intellectual concepts can actually flourish, both positive and negative. So in this environment, I can understand why green hair just would be, not something people would be concerned about.
じゃあお願いします。
決まりだね。それじゃあ今日は準備に当てて。
That's also strange. Again, Alan, I don't know what's going on with yours. His last message was he deleted it. Well, I mean, I can see it on screen, but because my combined chat program doesn't actually delete them when they're deleted, which is a little dumb. But yeah, so again, I don't know what's up with yours, but that seems like a technical issue on your side.
朝北門に集合ってことでいいかい？私らの編成についても道すがら詰めていくか。
Either that or they both secretly hate you. that's probably not it. I'm just fucking around.
了解。
いつまでむくれてんのさ。まったく子供だね。
うるさいな。
やっぱり似てる。
Yeah, again, that's the thing where Rudy kind of is almost forcing the connection with Sarah to Aerys. Even though, again, I will say that learning about them, they're very different characters. And although I will say I do like how they almost kind of do things faking out with actually now that I think about it, I know what might be the issue with you guys. If you go to the top of the chat, it'll probably have defaulted to live chat. I mean to top chat. Change that to live chat, because I don't know why YouTube does that. Top like, you know, have showing the top works for like videos and VODs. Doesn't necessarily work on an actual stream, so I don't know why it defaults to that on stream. Try changing that. That may actually fix the issue. So I would say give that a shot. Well, yeah. Yeah, and I saw that you removed your own chat. But yeah. That may actually fix the issue for you guys. That's a dumb YouTube thing. Can't really be helped. But yeah, I also say, I do, as I was saying, I do like how they're kind of almost faking out Sarah as being a love interest for Rudy. Where, aside from just the actual plot elements that happen in this mini arc, the fact that she does have a striking hair color, which, granted, blonde is not the most uncommon hair color we've seen so far. It's not obviously not as striking as Aerys's red, Sophie's green and white, or Roxy's blue, but you know, it still stands out from the people around her. And just generally her character design is good. And of course, the striking blue eyes also really highlight that. Nice little bit of color contrast there. So they're kind of faking out that she's going to be a love interest to Rudy in her visual design as well as the actual plot elements. And I do like that. Because it's a bit, they twist that whole idea where, you know, she could have been a love interest, but, you know, Rudy's emotional state would not allow it in this moment. And he, of course, royally fucks it up. So that's just, it's an important step for Rudy. He needs to deal with failure, essentially, so that he can figure it out.
今回の依頼儲けいいな。とっとと終わらせて一歩やろうぜ。まだ足んねえのか。朝からいい酒が入ったんだよ。
Alan, I want to say I think it was Millis, just because Zenith is blonde, and she, you know, she's from Millis originally. So I want to say it's Millis. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
どうでもいいけどヘマすんなよ。任せとけ。今なら七大列強にも並ぶ強さで。
Okay, and I do like that little line. I know it's funny, just random adventurers bantering with each other. Obviously, he knows he's being hyperbolic there, but I do like. It's probably funny from Rudy's perspective because, you know, he can't, at the moment, he's not in a place where he can really see the humor in things. But also, you know, he had a run-in with one of the 7 great powers, and it, you know, didn't exactly end well. So he's probably like, yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
おや早いね。昨日の感じだと遅れてくるかと思ったよ。
ちょっと早めに起きたもんで。
へえ。
ルデウス・グレイラット、魔術師。無影響で魔術が使えます。
じゃあよろしくね。
Yeah, and again, that's just another. This is a nice little moment that will be paid off on a little bit later, where again Rudy's showing his isolation, where again somebody is literally extending a hand to him and he doesn't grab it. Where, and granted, it makes a little bit less sense here, I think. Although I will also say I don't really know if it's my American perspective that's actually kind of skewing things here, because I know handshakes are a little bit less common in Japan than in America, where the handshakes are the general greeting in America, whereas in Japan there's some handshakes, but there's also bowing. So yeah, I don't know so I might be actually ascribing a little bit more importance to this moment than the creators intended. But it is still kind of rude that he's not, doing the general pleasantry. Well, yeah, and I get it. Thematically, you're completely right. It's the idea he's trying to pull himself away, trying to not get involved with other people, because he still has that mental state of, when I get close to somebody, I get hurt by them. Just like in his past life, that's Rudy's whole thing. Although at the same time, I've shaken hands with a bunch of people, including people I didn't particularly like, that I had no intention of having any type of personal or professional relationship with. People, yeah, and I agree. It's really is just a visual thing, but it also just feels weird. Like, I feel like even in this scenario, if I were in Rudy's shoes feeling the same things he felt, I still feel like shaking hands is one of those things where you're going through the motions. You shake hands because that's how people greet one another when they're introducing one another. Because he still did the general pleasantry of introducing himself, what his role is, and what he's good at. Yeah. And I also do agree with what you're saying, Alan, how the mages were the ones who were really taken aback by his silent casting, because they're the ones who kind of understand how magic works, at least magic casting works. Obviously, the other three are going to have battle auras that they can draw on, but that's more of an unconscious thing. But, yeah. And I will also say, there's going to be a point later on where this is a little bit more obvious, but I do actually like the visual representations of Counter Arrow here. Because the one thing about them, as I've noticed, is individually, none of them are that impressive. Like, they're all good, but they're not that good. They're not on Rudy's level. They're not on Aerys's or Ruijerd's level. But as a unit, they're very effective. They're able to get things done. And I really like that, how that kind of is showcased. And Dux, yes, I have read the books. I've read the main series, and I've read Old Dragon's Tale. I've not touched Redundancy yet. It's on my to-do list. So, yes, I am watching this and analyzing it from the perspective of having read the books. But yeah, like I was saying, with the fact that they're working well as a unit, that makes it, and that is very consistent with the world building. Something I feel like the books didn't necessarily show often. And granted, a big reason for that is because Rudy and his party are absurdly powerful relative to the average person, and they interact with primarily absurdly powerful people, both as allies and as enemies. So you don't usually see the more common perspective on adventuring. But if you remember that Paul is, while he is a gifted swordsman, he's advanced rank in all three swordplay styles. But as part of a unit, he was able to get to S rank as an adventurer. So you can get to the highest level of adventuring without even cracking into the Saint tier. So it just goes to show that being on a good team that can work together and understands one another, that can be a way to kind of enhance your abilities, essentially. And, the same kind of thing is true in the real world, but I do like how Counter Arrow actually demonstrates that. And, yeah, and it's, Linnea and Persena are a little bit different, because Beast Folk tend to be kind of strong in general. Because like Beast Folk in general are kind of more animalistic than fantasy usually is. So and also in at the school, most of them are mages. So on the physical side of thing, they're not really going to be able to stand up to these Beast Folk who tend to be physically strong. And yeah, I know that the Renoa University of Magic isn't strictly a magic school, but it is like primarily a magic school. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's also, we gotta remember that there is a difference between the power levels of like a monster and of an individual. Because a lot of the power levels of an individual, at least in practical terms, comes to what they do in combat, where it's the moves they make and the decisions they take and the strategy and the reaction time, that's what makes an individual good in combat. Whereas a monster, a lot of times they have physical things where, again, a spell might just glance off of a monster's hide, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, I will also say with Linnea and Persena, part of their journey is that they also kind of develop a degree of maturity after their involvement with Rudy and his family and friends. And again, while they do remain comic relief characters for the entire rest of the time we know them, like they do have a substantial amount of growing up that they do at their university. And so I imagine that has kind of led them to be more strong than they were before, because they're not treating everything like a game anymore, where they actually start taking some things a little bit seriously. So I do imagine that their emotional and maturity growth does kind of at least somewhat transfer over to their actual combat prowess.
カウンターアローの副リーダーで前衛を務めさせてもらっている。
副リーダーあなたがリーダーじゃない
Although I will say those two are people I can't wait to get to. I'm really excited to see how they are in the anime, because in the books I fucking loved them. Linnea and Persena, they were so stupid. They shared the same brain cell. Every moment of theirs was kind of, every serious moment of theirs ends up getting undercut by how stupid they are, or how something just kind of happens. Even if it's not necessarily their fault, something funny happens to mess with them. Like, when they kind of have their climactic sparring bout with one another, where their friendship is kind of come to a head, and they're gonna fight to see who's gonna lead the tribe, and then they're gonna part ways, having had that closure. No matter who wins, they'll still wish the other the best and hope that the thing. And then of course they fight. One of them wins, and then they have to take the same carriage to their next stop together. It's so stupid. Yeah, and exactly like you're mentioning, Amir. Group monsters are a little bit different than solo monsters, which even at the higher levels you see that, where the red dragons, could be taken out by a lower one of the lower 7 powers, whereas a swarm of them has to be one of the upper 7 powers.
まとめ役という意味ではそうだけど、リーダーは別だ。
Yeah.
どうもティモシーです。光栄で攻撃魔術を得意としてます。一応このパーティーのリーダーということになっています。
俺はミミル、回復魔術担当。
パトリスだ。スザンヌと共に前衛をやってる。
ほら、お前も。
And I will also say I do like the little subtle notes that these people are probably individuals who, from very varied upbringings, or at least very varied origins, and they all kind of eventually found each other and came together throughout the course of their various journeys. And you can just see, because they all have different types of names, where, there's Timothy, then there's Mimir, which is a more Nordic name, and then Patrice, which is possibly kind of has a French influence. I don't know if they were thinking, if Rifugine was really thinking about that. And again, this might be the fact that it's my more American perspective. I'm more accustomed to these European names, so I can see the differences a little bit more easily than a Japanese person might. So I don't know if that was something that Rifugine was actually intending, but it's kind of cool. I think it's cool whether or not that was something he was intending. And I will say, I know that the naming thing is something that kind of comes back and is something that I noticed when I was reading the books. Like, okay, I'll go on very slight tangent where Patrice is this guy. So, but later on in the series, there's one point where Rudy and his allies end up linking back up with a lot of the Asura nobility, where and at one point Rudy meets James, where and one of the things is, as an American, James is like a really common name. I see I've known a bunch of Jameses in my life. And Rudy remembers him. He remembers his name. He's like, oh yeah, that's the guy whose name kind of sounds like a train. Because that was a Thomas the Tank Engine reference. And while that was, of course, very funny, it's also kind of was a little striking to me. I'm like, oh yeah, Rifujin and by extension Rudy are Japanese. So James probably isn't a name they've encountered all that much. So I know that these kind of disconnects do actually happen for me specifically. So I don't know. Yeah. I will say I've read the light novels. Yes, I have not read the web novels. While I am interested in the web novels, I've read a tiny bit of them and I didn't like the translations. So I've just decided to kind of skip them. If they ever get like a full like a good translation, I'll check them out, but yeah, the amount that's different, while intriguing, it's not enough to make me want to read the web novels fully. And yeah, and James and Thomas, that's also possible. I don't know for sure, but it's possible that the biblical thing is important. And I mean, and actually, now that I think about it, it might be a bit of a connection since Mimir does have some mythological connotations in Norse mythology. So maybe, I don't know.
言っておくけど、私はこんなの認めてないから。スザンヌの判断に従ってるだけだし、足引っ張って誰か死ぬようなことになったら許さないんだから。
はい。サラやめな。
でも、
これから先、あんたも私らと別れて別の冒険者と組むかもしれないんだ。
何それ？解散するってこと？
その可能性もある。アスラ王国ではわがままも通用したけど。
Yeah, and again, like you guys in chat were saying earlier, yeah, Suzanne definitely does have that mother energy where she's taken these moments to try to give lessons to these people, and it seems like she's taking extra attention to Sarah and Rudy because they're both kids, where she probably has a bit of a protective instinct towards them.
こっから先そうは言ってられなくなる。だから他のやつとの連携も学んでおくべきさ。
And also, as much as this is a way of reinforcing Rudy's idea that he's kind of an outcast, where they're not really accepting him, but they think he's just useful for both his magical skill and for the fact that he can teach Sarah a lesson, which it is important, like on a thematic level, but also that is kind of an important lesson that Sarah needs to learn, that she would probably have to learn at this point in time, because again, in this harsh environment, you take what you can get as far as allies goes. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, I do think that this little arc here is very important as far as Rudy's personal development. And it's true that I don't think there's any like real filler, at least not in the traditional sense in Mushoku Tensei. There are stretches of the story that not a lot is happening plot-wise, but they never just let things happen for the sake of having things happen. They're always moving towards something else, trying to develop a certain character in a certain way. Like, they all have a purpose. Like when there's various almost slice of life sections with Rudy and his family later on, and they all are serving different purposes. Like there's one where there's like an entire like a big section of one of the books goes into Roxy and her journey in trying to understand that she is accepted by the family, that she's not just the second wife of Rudy. She's actually like somebody who is a part of the unit. And that's the whole hat story, which I do hope the anime does adapt. I don't know, but I do hope that's something that gets adapted or is adapted. I'm not sure if that was before or after where the anime is now, or the fact that Rudy has an extended slice of life section leading up to Turning Point 4, which I'm not going to spoil what that is, but the fact that Rudy is really happy in that moment and living a mostly peaceful life is very important to establish before Turning Point 4 happens, and shit kind of goes wild. But yeah.
この子の教育に利用されたってことか。まあいい。
Yeah. And again, and that's just another example of what I was talking about earlier with the color contrast being a nice way of highlighting Rudy's thoughts. Yeah. Yeah, and I will agree with the idea shonen kind of has a kind of an established way of doing things that Mushoku Tensei does not do. So I can understand why people might have a little bit of aversion to it initially. And also just there is kind of an issue in general where a lot of people seem to assume that character focus and plot focus have to be separate, essentially. They're that you kind of have to either like one or the other, when that's really just not the case. Well, you can choose one or the other. Like slice of life stories in general are character focused with very little actual plot stuff happening. It's, you know, you can have stories like Mushoku Tensei that have a heavy plot focus, but also a heavy character focus. So yeah, exactly. There are a lot of slice of life sections in Mushoku Tensei where they basically put the plot on hold to hyper focus on character development. While in a traditional shonen story, it might seem like that would be what a filler episode does, where it's just something for the sake of something. Mushoku Tensei doesn't have filler in the sense that of having content that doesn't actually do anything in a wider sense. Okay. Oh, okay. That's actually, yeah, that makes sense. Because I do think actually, yeah, thinking about what you're saying, Thomas, that makes a lot of sense to me, because I do think this segment with Sarah and all that does actually really do a lot to show where Rudy's head is at, how his emotional state is what's causing his erectile dysfunction, and just why he is so fucked in the head at the moment, and why he needs to fix it, and why it takes someone like Sylphie to fix it.
今回討伐しに来たラスターグリズリーには弱点がありまして。
夜に目が利かないことですよね。
その通り。
じゃあ戦闘の段取り確認しておこうか。
Yeah, and that's also a nice little nod that Rudy is a lot more competent than he really lets on. Like in this, like, you know, they mention he knows all these things about the various monsters, including the bears they're gonna fight, where he's like, oh yeah, they don't really have good night vision, so that might be a good time to attack them. And he's learning this stuff basically by doing it, because I mean, I know he did read that one book in his childhood about monsters, but that was mostly about stuff in Fitoa, so which doesn't have very dangerous monsters in general. So all this stuff is stuff he's learning through experience and just immersion, basically. But it also feeds into Sarah's perception of him, where, again, the anime does not really go into it, how she resents Rudy because of his noble heritage. The fact that she views him as this spoiled rich kid, and that's why she kind of doesn't respect him, but also she has a legitimate gripe against nobles in general, with the Notos Grey Rats especially being somebody she doesn't like, because her home village was destroyed, and the Notos Grey Rats basically did fuck all to help them when they maybe could have. It's not super clear whether they could have fixed things or not, but they didn't even lift a finger. So she has all these things going against Rudy, and this notion of him just kind of immediately knowing things about the monsters they're fighting. Part of it might be cognitive dissonance, where she's like, how does he know that? Like, he shouldn't know, this spoiled rich kid shouldn't know that. But she also might be rationalizing it as, oh, he has this fancy education where he's able to have these books that he's read up on, and that's why he knows things. So, you know, there's a lot of interesting character stuff going on that an anime only is kind of completely missing at this point.
まず遠距離に敵が見えた時点で。
Yeah, and I will say, as I mentioned earlier, after we're done with these 3 episodes, I'm going to pick a video essay to watch. One of the options is I did actually find a nice character analysis of Sarah, going over the stuff in the light novels and the anime, so that might be something we end up watching today. we'll see. I'll the people who are in chat at that point, I'll take opinions and we'll decide on something there.
ルーデウスが足止め。それからティモシーが
魔術で攻撃し数を減らします。
しばらくすると奴らは接近してくるけど、私とパトリスが抑える。そこをサラが。
援護。
もし前衛がダメージを受けた場合は、
俺が回復させる。
これが大体の段取り。分かったルーデウス。
No, there was. I don't think so. I don't remember what it was called. I know I added it to a playlist on my personal YouTube channel, which yeah, give me 1 second. I will actually tell you what it was. There we go.
Rudeus Grey Rat is one of the more unique.
Not that one. That's a different one that we might work. It's let me see. Yeah, actually, yeah, it was the Mushoku Tensei effect. I've forgotten what it's called. That's the one. But yeah, I have 8 possible videos we could watch. Although I'm kind of leaning towards 2 of them for what we can, what I think would be good for today. But yeah, so yeah, the Mushoku Tensei effect was the one I saw, and it was. I mean, I did listen to it while I was at work, and I thought it was pretty good. So that's a possibility. We'll discuss options when it actually becomes time for it.
何？
僕の仕事なんですが、暇を持て余すと思うんで援護に回った方が。
まだ前衛がどう動くか分かってないでしょ。
じゃあ足止めの後の数減らしを手伝
戦いが長期にわたる場合は魔力を温存。
Okay, so I also do like this where it's actually interesting how Sarah actually does have a point where, you know, generally a mage wouldn't want to be doing everything, even though Rudy doesn't really have to worry about conserving mana, since only when he really goes all out does he have any mana issues. But it's also important for Rudy to learn how to fight as a unit, to have your role and stick to it. Where, you know, with Ruijerd and Aerys, it's kind of almost like a 3 protagonists fighting side by side as opposed to a core unit. And that's, again, one thing I like about Counter Arrow is that, again, individually, most of them are not particularly special. I would say they're probably, you know, around advanced rank at most for any of their individual capacities. But, again, as a unit, they're able to take on A-rank jobs, which are, you know, a pretty big deal. So that is something Rudy has to learn that he wouldn't have learned with his normal group of allies, because he tends to just interact with really strong people.
するのは常識でしょ。あんたは足止め。
それじゃあ僕も前に出るのは。
私に後ろからやられたいの。あんたはこのパーティーじゃ異物なんだから、言われたことだけやって。
はい。
こういうところも似てる。
サラ、これから依頼だってのに空気を悪くするんじゃないよ。
ごめん。
Although that's another thing I actually do like about Sarah. That is actually a way that she's different from Aerys, which is that when her temper kind of gets the better of her, she is actually able to reflect on herself and acknowledge the moments where she kind of fucks up. Even in the moment, she's not really able to do that with Rudy. But, you know, Suzanne scolds her, says, hey, you're souring the mood. We need to be in a good mindset for this. And she's like, okay, yeah, sorry. And is able to kind of accept that de-escalation, which is something that, at this point, Aerys probably is more capable of that than she was, but that's just not a part of Aerys' personality at all. Yeah, and that's true. That she also does, as much as she does have a point with the fact that everybody kind of has their role and needs to expect the others to perform their role so that they can focus on themselves as opposed to worrying about what the others are doing. Part of her personality is the fact that she, you know, still views Rudy as this spoiled rich kid who has no real experience. So if he does kind of go ham on his own, if he was a spoiled rich kid, he would be putting the group in jeopardy, either by doing something stupid that directly put somebody in danger, or by the fact that they have to extend themselves to protect him. Of course, that's not how Rudy is, but Sarah has no way of knowing that at this point, so her concerns are actually completely valid.
すみませんね。
何が？
サラのことです。悪い子じゃないんですが、少々天狗になってまして。君も相当なんでしょ？無影小魔術が使えるなんて、私の学校の先生以来だ。
こんなものが使えたところで大切な人が戻ってくるわけじゃありませんよ。
Yeah. And that's another nice interaction too. I like Timothy a lot as a character. He, again, like Suzanne, he doesn't do a whole lot, but he's the kind of person who really just sees the best in people. And, you know, it's hard to not like him after a while, and that's something that Rudy's going to have trouble with. Not, like, he can't help but like the guy a little bit, especially since he's, like, the conflict resolution person as well. Where and also it just shows that Rudy is still kind of pushing people away. Granted, Timothy doesn't reach out to Rudy quite as much as Suzanne does, but it's just another person extending a hand that he's slapping away. Yeah, and I will say that was funny in the light novel. I think it works in both ways, where it's something where they're kind of more profound, thinking about things, looking out into the distance, as opposed to both having to take a leak at the same time. I think both work. It's really up to personal preference, whether you like the more symbolic element or the comedic element.
Sarah, どうだい
20匹くらい眠ってる。
いけると思うかい
大丈夫でしょ。
じゃあ始めましょうか。汝の求めるところに大いなる炎の傍ら、暴れ来る炎よ、巨大な恵みを焼き尽くせ。エクサフレーム。
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, Exaflame is an advanced rank fire spell. So yeah, that's about in line with what I'm thinking these party members are each at.
汝の求めるところに大いなる炎の傍ら、暴れ来る炎よ、巨大な恵みを焼き尽くせ。エクサフレーム。
And I will say, I also really like this scene for showing what a normal mage does in combat, where we see Rudy all the time just doing his silent casting thing, because that's just how he does his magic. But Timothy here is consistently casting his flame spells and just over and over doing the incantation. It's a neat little... It's just neat to see things outside of Rudy's typical point of view. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense too, because I mean that is pretty powerful for an advanced level spell, even though, advanced level is still pretty powerful, but yeah, that does seem to be a bit more than usual. But and also we get to see Rudy really start to use his quagmire in this episode, where he turns the ground to mud to slow the creatures down. And I will say, I'm very annoyed that they don't explain why he has his fucking nickname. Like, it would be so easy. They could have one line doing that in episode 2, where he just says, I usually open every fight with Quagmire, so the locals have taken to calling me Quagmire. Or just have him say the spell name when he's casting it. Mm-hmm.
余裕だね。これじゃ接近戦の必要はなさそうだ。
And I also do like seeing this moment here where Rudy is able to kind of hear the threat that they don't see yet, where it's one of the things that shows how Rudy is starting to improve in ways beyond just his spellcasting. That he's actually starting to learn general survival and warrior things with the attention to detail and sensory awareness being a part of that, where before it was shown to mostly be a warrior thing, with Aerys and Rudy both noticing danger before they see it, and showing that Rudy, even though he doesn't have a battle aura, so he doesn't have those heightened senses, he's becoming attentive enough to notice these things as well. Although, I will say Rudy kind of does fuck up a little bit by not warning them that danger is coming. Like, granted, of course, Rudy is in his emotional state where he's isolating himself in more ways than one. So it's being completely team focused is probably not on his mind at the moment. And he's also used to being with people like Aerys and Rudy, who likely would have noticed the danger before he would have anyway. So warning people of danger is not really something he's accustomed to. Sorry about that. Yeah, so yeah, that, as I mentioned earlier, there were some issues with getting the recording, so I had to kind of splice two clips together. That was where the splice was, so I tried to balance the audio. It didn't end up coming out perfectly balanced, but it was fine. Yeah, it's still, let me see. I'm wondering if I accidentally... Okay, I see what happened. It wasn't an issue with the editing. I must have at some point accidentally sped the playback up, so that's why it's been so fast until then. I must have just hit a button. I don't even know what the hotkey is, so that'll be fun. And yeah, I do agree. People do meme on this arc with Rudy a lot, but I think it's very, very important. It really sets up Rudy's character in ways that not much of the series does. Like, it really showcases Rudy when he's at his worst and has very few people to rely on. And that's just something that's, I think, is important for knowing who Rudy is as a person and how he engages with the world around him. And it gives us extra context for other times when he is going through it and he does end up having somebody to rely on, somebody who can pull him out of things, somebody who does love him. And also when we see certain things in Turning Point 4, which I'm not going to spoil, but it explains why Rudy is capable of acting in certain ways when things get really bad. Yeah, and that right there is also really nice. That subtle little smile of Rudy thinking he's about to die and being like, "Oh, good, I'll finally be free of this pain." Like, it really, that little quarter-second smile says so much about Rudy's current state of mind. It's really nice storytelling. The fact that, again, it's Suzanne. I think it's not a mistake that it's Suzanne who saves him here, who protects him, who snaps him out of it, because she is the one who is consistently reaching out to Rudy at this point. The one who is trying to help him in more ways than one. And also it does provide a lot of context for how he will look back on these events later in the series. Especially with, so one moment I really do like from the books that I'm excited to see, I really hope it comes across in the anime, because it was not a major detail in the books, but there's one point where Aerys is with Rudy and he meets up again with Soldat, where they're kind of bantering and reminiscing, and Soldat's all... Actually, I don't remember if it was Soldat specifically or one of his other party members. They were, catching up with Rudy. They could see Rudy was in a much better place than he was when they had last met. So, they were having a good time catching up, having fun together. Aerys was happy to be introduced to some of Rudy's former companions, all that stuff. And then I'm going to say Soldat because I think it was Soldat, but I don't remember. He mentions is like, "Oh yeah, it's good to see that you're like doing so well." And he turns to Aerys and goes, "He was in a real bad place last time I saw him. Like, he was borderline about to kill himself. But he got through it. He's all better. He's, I'm proud of him, all that." And then Aerys, at that moment, that was the first time she realized just how much she hurt him. And it, like, really fucks her up in the moment where, like she has to be comforted in that moment where, yeah, she was, he was like I think that was a great moment for Aerys to show that how much she really cares by the fact that she is just absolutely torn up by the fact that she hurt him so badly, even though by that point they're in a very good place and Rudy had long since forgiven her and that they understood where she was coming from and they had completely gotten past all that. But, learning how much she hurt him really messed her up. And that I feel like that was in like stark contrast to a different scene at a similar point where Aerys just inadvertently learns that Rudy's been isekai'd and she gives negative fucks about it. She like doesn't care. She doesn't even have a reaction to it. Because to her, it doesn't matter to her. He's still Rudy. Nothing about that changes from the fact that he had a past life. So it just goes to show that there's certain things that Aerys really like has a reaction to. And anything outside of that framework, she just doesn't care about. It's a nice little bit of contrast. Again, I do hope the anime does showcase that. I hope. We'll see. It's one of those things that's small enough that they might skip over it. So I really hope they don't. And where I was going with that is that I think moments like this really set the stage for moments like that later on. And yeah, that's the thing about Aerys. I've used that exact terminology that she's ride or die. And yeah, it's a very endearing element of her character. It's a nice way to transition her initial stubbornness, persistence, and just arrogance, and kind of mold that into something positive. Yeah, exactly. That's that's true, Alan, is the fact that that's her way of expressing just her current feelings were kind of bubbling over for Rudy at that point in the story, and she does just ends up expressing it physically to Rudy, because that's just she a big part of her character in general is how she's not always that good with words when it comes to emotional things. She doesn't always really know how to properly express what she's feeling, and that is something that frustrates her. So a lot of times in moments like that, she decides to show him what she's feeling, essentially. So yeah, and again, because like you were saying, Aerys normally doesn't like the PDA, but in that moment, that doesn't matter to her.
逃げ道はないんだ。みんなで残るぞ。
ああ、全員でだ。
And I will say another thing I've been mentioning multiple times how I like how they're showing counter arrow functioning. And another part of that I like is seeing how when they're faced with danger that they are thinking they might not make it out of, they're at this point seasoned adventurers who don't freak out, even though they know there's a good chance they're going to die right now. They're just like, all right, let's fucking do it. And they're getting kind of excited to get to the fight. Where a lot of people who Rudy met outside of that, when they were faced with extreme danger, they end up shying away from it. And that's because up to this point, outside of Rudy's party, he's mostly been meeting people who were not seasoned adventurers, like the demon kids that they met in one of the cities. I don't remember which one it was, but the one that Rudy ends up getting one of them killed, that kind of thing, where they freak out at danger at that point in the story. And now, in contrast to these people who, again, are not super adept individually, but work really well as a unit. Yeah, yep, that's it. Thank you for bringing that up. One thing about me is that names are not exactly a strength of mine. I remember major character names, usually. But there have been times where even I'll watch a TV show, especially an anime, because a lot of times anime has names I'm not familiar with, since even though I am a weeb, I don't really meet a lot of people with Japanese names, so they're less common to me. There'll be times where I really enjoy a series. I'll have watched 12 episodes of it and then realize in my thoughts, oh, I liked when this character did that, and realize I just didn't know what any of them were called. So, yeah, details like that kind of escape me often, probably because of my ADHD, but so I do appreciate people who can kind of be my encyclopedia in that sense.
カムの力は法人なる糧力を失いしかの者に再び立ち上がる力を与えんヒーリング
And this shot is really fucking cool. I love this little rotation going on, showing them all fighting while Rudy is just kind of... He's still kind of going through it and having his own moment, but it just... That's one of the things, even when the animation isn't super flashy, which, granted, it often is very flashy, but I don't know. I think we've seen in the anime it hasn't necessarily required a direct touch, but they usually do touch from what we've seen. Although I think I've seen moments where they just kind of hover their hands over people. It may have been something that was established in the light novels. I don't 100% remember, but I think the anime has not made that a clear rule. So even if it is different from the light novels, I can accept it being internally consistent.
胸がざわめくんだ。なんでこんなに息が荒くなるんだ。なんでこんなに気分が高揚するんだ。そうか、思い出した。俺は知っているじゃないか。彼らがなぜ踏みとどまって戦うかを。
Yeah, and I do like also the fact that Rudy is, he's having his little epiphany here. He's working through his own emotions, but he's also starting to remember that, oh yeah, I like doing magic. I like adventuring fundamentally. These are like happy experiences for me. I enjoy the rush of combat. So it's something where not only is he getting his sense of purpose with Zenith and starting to accept companions with counter arrow, though that hasn't started yet. That'll happen in a little bit. But he's also like, oh yeah, I can just kind of do things. That's exciting. And that's also true. He's, even if you're going through it, sometimes just getting in the thick of something can kind of get your blood boiling, get you moving, get you kind of in a state where what's happening physically is more important than what's happening mentally, so you can kind of step away from any negative thoughts for a time. And that is also that's one of the reasons that exercise tends to be very good for your mental health, is that it can provide an escape from anything you're going through, where you're just kind of saying, yeah, that's true, is when you can work, when you work a lot, that kind of occupies your mind as you do other things. And it's like anything where doing it to excess, having to the point where it disrupts everything else in your life, that's not good. But as a transitory thing, if you're going through it, working a little bit more just so you can take a break from your thoughts, that's not the worst thing in the world. It's just when it becomes your entire life. And, same thing with exercise. Exercise is a good thing, physically and mentally, but, if that's all you're doing, and that actually is a problem that people aren't really aware of, where a lot of people will spend the obscene amounts of time in the gym due to a various number of mental health issues that becomes excessive, and it is a problem, but that's kind of getting beyond the scope of what we're trying to do here.
ずっと前から
Yeah. And I will say, for as critical as I am of how they're handling Sarah in the anime, because I do still think that skipping her entire backstory really harms everything they're going for here. There are little moments like that. The fact that she, when shit gets real, her immediate reaction is to help her companions, is to reach out to help Suzanne up. Like, it really does showcase her strength of character. So even though there are issues with how she is portrayed, there are little moments like that that still make her not a complete lost cause. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. But okay, I also really do like this moment here, because it's almost kind of faking the viewer out a little bit, where we saw Rudy was accepting death a moment ago, and he looked almost happy to die, but he also had these, thoughts going on in his head where he came to a revelation. So when the way he's walking out there might seem like he's just kind of still lost it, he's just walking into death. But then we actually see that he's gotten a hold of himself and decided he's actually gonna get shit done and protect not only himself but the people around him. Because again, I do think that's an important part of what keeps Rudy going, is that he doesn't always necessarily care about himself. Again, he's willing to die here, but he can't really handle the fact that he could save people that are in the same situation. And if he doesn't, that's just not in his character. Even when he was at his lowest at the beginning, before he was isekai'd, the reason he got isekai'd is because he pushed people out of the way of a truck. Even at that point, he couldn't just let somebody die in front of him. And finally, we're getting like some triumphant music again. Like, the music is starting to really become like a... I mean, there has been little bits of music beforehand, but this is where the music really comes back. And it's almost at the end of the episode. Like, it's been mostly without music up to this point. And now Rudy, even though he's not better yet, well, he's better, but not like better. Once he got over that first hurdle and he's out of the worst of his spiral, now the music comes back and he's like a new man. And also, that was the first time he smiled since Aerys left him. At least that we've seen. Yeah, this one was probably going to get me an audio claim on YouTube. These big moments usually do, but it's worth it. Especially since I can just erase them in the editing tool anyway. And of course, the Mushoku Tensei spellcasting animations, when they're going through these big spells, it's always impressive. Not just in terms of the raw animation ability, but in terms of how it's all choreographed. I really liked it. I mean, I could go on all day about how much I like the animation in this series. Unfortunately, I'm not as knowledgeable about animation as I am about writing, so I usually can't find the right words to really express what impresses me so much. Yeah, and that shot right there is also neat. Just, you see the mushroom cloud as, you just see the effect of Rudy's spell, just how powerful it is from a distance. And also it serves as a way to showcase a transition in time. It's just nice little subtle bits of not even necessarily storytelling, but just showing what's happening in the moment. And it's one of those things where if I ever wanted to do a real like creative endeavor, not that YouTube isn't a creative endeavor for me, but if I ever wanted to like really make a story, I would have to stick to something text-based, because there's so much that goes into visual storytelling that I can somewhat recognize when it happens, but I just could not create for myself. And this is another moment I really like. One thing I've been noticing is that Counter Arrow really is showcasing more of the realities of adventuring as opposed to the ideals that we've kind of been seeing with Rudy and his party up to this point, where we see the action, we see the planning, we see the rewards, we see all this character stuff that goes into it. We don't see a lot of the banalities that come along with it. Like, you know, they just took out a horde of monsters. Now they've got to actually do the work to harvest them. They've got to take their pelts, or depending on what they need to take for various monsters, you need to provide proof that you killed them. So, and you know, there's only really one way to do that, and it takes time. And then they don't really explain it a whole lot in the anime, but in the books they mention you also have to burn the bodies of the monsters so that they don't become undead. Like that, there's like a whole process that the anime has mostly skipped over, but they're using Counter Arrow to showcase these things, just like how they're showcasing the fact that, hey, these adventurers are not crazy good on their own, but put them together, give them a role, have them work together, and they can do great things. Yeah, that's true. The fact that it's not just that they turn undead, but they can also, the fact that they're monsters are essentially regular animals that have been absorbing mana. They don't really, at this point in the anime, they haven't really explained how mana works on the world. Granted, the light novels don't really get into the weeds of how mana works specifically, but the light novel does a lot more to showcase the effect that mana has on the world, where, again, monsters become monsters because they're infused with mana. Labyrinths are essentially just caves that have become infused with mana, where monsters will go down there, and when they die, the labyrinth absorbs their mana and gets stronger, and the mana then leaches into the equipment of people who die in there, which is why you can get magical items from labyrinths, which I thought that was actually a really clever way of introducing an RNG loot system into Mushoku Tensei. And yeah, once, like you were saying, Thomas, it completely just, again, showing the more normal side of adventuring is something I think Mushoku Tensei could have done a lot more of, but it really does add a lot of perspective to, you know, the fact that this isn't like a video game as much as it is playing on those tropes. In reality, it's Rudy living a new life, going on these things, and it's a job like other jobs, and it really just does put things into perspective. And that's something that a lot of other fantasy media kind of glosses over, including like some of the best works out there, like, you know, even something like Lord of the Rings, which every modern fantasy story, at least high fantasy, you can see the elements of Lord of the Rings that it took. It's one of those things that you can't have high fantasy without a little bit of Lord of the Rings influence, because it defined the genre, at least in the modern day. But, you know, even Lord of the Rings kind of glossed over a lot of the normal elements of their journey, despite the fact that it still, you know, it still showed them going on this long journey, and it wasn't afraid of taking things slow at times. It still didn't show things like this. Yeah, and then, again, that moment there where Rudy, you know, he burned himself during that fight. But he's like, you know what? I may be hurt. I may have, you know, I did something. I got a purpose. I can do this. It's great. Yeah, that's also true. Where yeah, living armor was another concern. Um, yeah, I am remembering that a little bit from the books. Again, details are kind of messing with me, but yeah, it's also true that they had to burn Paul for that stuff. Yeah.
助けられたね。あんたがいなけりゃ全滅してた。
連れてきてもらってよかった。ありがとうございます。
So again, yeah, Rudy's also, this is just a big moment for Rudy where he has found like a more immediate purpose as opposed to the thing that at least kept him out of bed, which was finding Zenith. And now he's like, I can actually do things. I can do things that matter in the moment, and that he feels a lot better because of that. And also we get nice closure with the earlier moment of him actually giving her the handshake that he denied her before, and especially the fact that now his hand is injured, so it probably hurts to do that. He again, it's a nice, brought it all full circle in the course of one episode, and it's a great moment to mark Rudy
じゃあ帰ろうかい。
overcoming a big milestone. And again, as I mentioned earlier, Sarah is, for all of her issues, and all both as a character and in terms of how the anime portrays her, and one thing they do show is that she has a bit of an arrogance to her, but when it comes down to it, she's willing to suck up her pride and acknowledge her missteps, or give credit where it's due without even being prompted.
ありがとう。助かったわ。
Even though, and again, even though that's something that's not easy for her. And as we'll see later, the fact that she says, I owe you, is like another big deal for her character, because she hates being in people's debt. Like, that's her thing, is that she doesn't even like a little bit enter into somebody's debt. Like, even if, I think it's mentioned later that, someone is like, I'll pay for dinner. It's like, no, I'm not going to be in anyone's debt. You're not covering for me, that kind of thing. So it's like a big deal that she's in Rudy's debt, because at this point she also still doesn't like him. And again, this scene is also mirroring that earlier tavern scene. Again, Rudy walks in, everybody kind of has their muttering thoughts about him. Even though they're not necessarily as harsh as this, they're still not welcome. And then, as we'll see, they turn it around. And then, of course, Timothy here is like the king of de-escalation. He's like the wholesome one. I mean, not that Suzanne is also very wholesome, but he's like the guy who wants to give everyone a hug.
今日は私たちがこの町で活動を始めた祝いです。この場にいる全員におごりましょう。いい
かいお前たち。
And also, I will say Timothy does actually like embody something that's very real about people in the real world. Is it's really hard for somebody to continue being a dick when the person is just not taking the bait. Like, if somebody's being really rude to you and you're just nothing but nice, that'll really fuck with their heads. And, if somebody is just going through something themselves or is just in a bad mood, that'll kind of cause them to reconsider. And if they're a dick, it'll just piss them off. And both of those options are very entertaining.
よく覚えときな。今日からこのギルドで世話になるカウンターアローとルーデウスだ。
And okay, and like I was saying earlier, this moment is meant to highlight the contrast between this and the previous tavern scene, where Rudy wasn't like considered negatively by them by the end of it, because they just, no, they essentially viewed him as a kid who probably experienced some loss, and they felt sorry for him. And while that's not like a negative emotional reaction to him, he's still an outsider. And now, once he kind of had his emotional moment, his revelation, he gets into the tavern again, and he's accepted in the most extreme way you can be accepted, where they're cheering him, they're chanting his name. He's with companions that he's found friendship with. So, again, it's showing that he did overcome a major hurdle, and everything is starting to be a little bit better because of it. And another thing we're noticing is, while, again, none of Counter Era were outright mean to him or pushed him away at all, it was really only Suzanne that was consistently trying to actively engage with him and reach out to him with, you know, a token effort put forth by Timothy. But now that he has his attitude changed, the fact that he's, you know, behaving in a different way, he's more receptive to people around him. They're showing themselves to be very willing to accept him into their circle. Even if not officially as part of the group, he's, you know, he's got a unit now. He's got friends. Once his attitude changed, they became more receptive to him. And they do show later on that while he is much happier now, he's in a better spot, he's still not better. He still has a lot of pain. He's still going through it. And I do like how they can show that you can have these wins without being fixed. And it's not until Renoa that Rudy really does significantly overcome his current issues. But, again, this is a good character, not a character moment, but a series of character moments to show where Rudy's at and where he's going. Yeah, exactly. There things like that with the shutters, the fact that he's now got a fire, so there's light in the room, the contrast between the tavern scenes, the handshake. They're really laying it on thick, I should say. That's how words work. But they're really hammering that point home. And a lot of the visual storytelling in Mushoku Tensei is very overt. Like, that's just the stylistic decision they've made. They're really leaning into it here. And I think there's no way that's a coincidence. They're definitely really trying to highlight that moment, that theme. Yeah. And of course, the panties keep
俺は
returning.
忘れてた。本気で生きるということ。
何やってんだ俺は。何が何も残らないだ。
Yeah, and this scene is rough in a couple ways, where, because on the one hand, it's, you know, it's shows that he's still hurting, and that he's still hurting a lot, and you know, he has made a big leap in this episode, but he's not completely fixed himself. So it's a great way of showcasing that, and it's also a great way to kind of reinforce something they've been doing for a while now, where up until I think it's episode 3, is the first time this changes. Is up until now, the only time Rudy has cried is when he's been completely alone, where he's had his moments of emotional weakness where he's been sad, he's been upset. And, you know, you'd have those moments like with after the fight with Paul, where he kind of is being all depressed in his room and Aerys comforts him and helps him get through that. And he has moments like that. But then it's when she leaves him and Ruijerd is already moved on at that point, where that's when he first actually starts crying. And in that moment when he's at his lowest, he just doesn't have anybody to help him. He has nobody he can rely on. And they're still including that idea here in this episode where he is finding companionship again. He is starting to get better. He is finding purpose again. He has people he can not necessarily rely on in the same way as he could with Aerys and Ruijerd, but people he's got by his side. And he's still when he's at his lowest, he's still alone. Oh, one sec, I gotta mute the audio here. This is, let me just make sure. Yeah, that's YouTube. I gotta make sure I got the right OBS instance muted. I did not. I completely forgot to check that. I'll be honest. I know I said I was going to after the stream, but as soon as I shut the stream off, I completely forgot. Welcome back, Alan. And I do like this moment here as well. How he's thinking back to Roxy's lessons, the fact that she pulled him out of his home and got him to explore the world itself and got him over his big hurdle of his agoraphobia. How he's connecting that to the big lesson he's learning here about how he can connect with people. You missed a decent amount. We're about at the end of episode 1 now, so a lot of thematic stuff we were talking about. Yeah. And this is another big lesson Rudy is learning, where his idea is that throughout a lot of the series, and even in the future in the series, which I'm not going to spoil details, but the one thing about Rudy is he suffers a big emotional trauma at one point or another. Sometimes it's losing something, sometimes it's just a bad thing happening to him, and that consumes his entire existence, where a bad thing happens and that's everything. Like he can't get over it. And that's what happened in his past life. He had one really bad experience and it led him to isolate himself. It consumed him, and that just kind of made things worse and worse as they built upon themselves. And that's just how he tends to engage with the world. And he does that even later in the series as well, but he's starting to learn that, hey, just because I was hurt doesn't mean that has to be my entire perspective on the world. There's still more to do, more to experience, more to appreciate. And that's something Counter Arrow is teaching him. He had a moment where he was needed, where he was able to make the lives of the people around him noticeably better by the fact that they still have their lives, and he was accepted. So like these are things where he's like, I can still have this even though I lost something that was very important to me. And I would argue that losing Aerys hurt him more than anything else in the series so far, including the stuff from his past life. So it's a big moment for him. Yeah, sorry about the Discord notification. That was my Discord, not yours. Oh. Oh, okay, okay, I got, okay, sorry, I had to check that Discord notification, because, yeah, it was, MR from the Venture podcast. He put me in a thumbnail, and I'm about to get murdered by, Tauros in the thumbnail, so, okay. Sorry, that was a, not relevant to what we're talking about, but, actually, here, let me actually, show you the, just so you can see what distracted me. Okay, so here, this is Venture. This is a visual novel podcast. I've been on it a couple of times, like 5 or 6 times. Always a good time. They're very underrated. I would recommend checking them out. So, you know, you see their stuff on screen now. But this is their the thing that he pinged me for. They put me in the thumbnail, made me the target of the Yandere, and I'm gonna be killed by Tauros. So that was what ended up distracting me. And wow, he actually used my old avatar, the public access, the public domain image that used to be how I represented myself, and that's what my current avatar is actually based on. So okay, so complete distraction from what we're doing, but that's just what happens when you know YouTubers. They sometimes fuck with you. And like we were saying earlier, with the idea of him moving on from his pain, his symbolic burning of Aerys' hair, saying, "I don't need to cling to this anymore," is, you know, an important thing. Where yeah, okay, sure, yeah, I will do that. That's actually a good idea, because I will say one thing about the Venture guys is that they have, like, negative search engine optimization. It is really hard to find them. I mean, they used to actually just be Venture podcast. The fact that they are now Venture, a visual novel podcast, makes it a lot easier for them to be found. So yeah, all 3 platforms should see the have a channel. That's Venture podcast. Again, I know both of them. I've been on their podcast numerous times. It's a good time. They're very underrated. I would recommend checking them out. They're not playing the YouTube game as well as they really should, but they have entertaining podcasts, a lot of good guests, including me, and I do enjoy their work. So definitely go say hi to them at some point. Yeah, and I do like how they're having Rudy bring the Roxy connection back. And I will say, the fact that they're starting to incorporate the panties again, it's one of the reasons I'm kind of annoyed that they called it the Holy Relic so early on. Where, I mean, obviously it's a comedic thing, where the fact that Rudy treats the Roxy's panties as something divine, and the fact that he ends up not really worshiping Roxy, but more worshiping the panties. It is funny, but it's also just a demonstration of his admiration and devotion for Roxy and everything she's done for him. Like, it has a very strong thematic element beyond just the comedy of it. So that's why I think that calling it the Holy Relic kind of makes it... I mean, he's more worshiping the idea of Roxy, I would say, where they have, like, a more normal, like, healthy relationship from that. And his worship, I always viewed his worship as not necessarily, like, actual religious devotion, but more of just a way of symbolizing how he feels about her and how much he appreciates and admires her. Like, he is, again, as I've mentioned in the past, he is Roxy's... for the rest of his life, he is Roxy's biggest cheerleader and her biggest simp, where she never really knows just how much she means to him. And this is just kind of his way of emotionally processing that. Yeah. I mean, I will say, because the thing is, the worship almost kind of implies a power dynamic that I don't feel is really there. And it's just a visual way of showcasing just how important she is to him, as opposed to real, true divine worship as an actual like deity. So I think it's meant to be like more of a symbolic thing than anything else. So that's why I am kind of annoyed that they brought the religiosity element early on in the anime, because while the panties do show up in the anime, I mean in the light novels numerous times, and it's a recurring gag, it's not until like around this time that he starts actually like having his little worship going on, which is funny, but also is showcasing deeper character stuff. That's funny. Okay, yeah. There's just music playing now, so I'm gonna keep it muted for now until this music is done, since might as well, since there's nothing blocking the music at the moment. And this is also another funny moment, but like where he starts naming all of his muscles, and they did do this in the light novel too, but it's actually showing that he's like, oh shit, he's kind of at the point where he's willing to actually start improving himself, and he goes on his training arc. I do like this. Okay, and I will also say that, actually, so here, I'm going to unmute that real quick, but, okay. But I will say, as one of the consistent issues I've had with the anime is that because we don't see as much into Rudy's head, it loses a lot of the weird, memey thought processes that Rudy tends to have, where he just kind of has this way of constantly inserting little jokes into everything, where even when he is not feeling good, he kind of, he memes around a little bit in his head. And things like naming his muscles, after like his legs after dogs and his arms after gods. Like, it's just a thing that you come to expect from him at this point in the light novels, whereas it just comes across as a little bit weird in the anime, just because we haven't seen him do this kind of thing constantly like you do in the light novels. Yeah, and it's not just weeb references in the light novels. It's all sorts of media. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know if this might have been when you had stepped away, but there's a point later on in the series where he literally remembers James's name because it's the name of a character in Thomas the Tank Engine. I know at one point he references the Big Daddies from BioShock. Like, anything in like nerd culture is something he is willing to reference at some point. And even when I was reading the books, there were times when I would see something, I'm like, that is definitely a reference to something, and I don't know what it is. Like there was when in the bath scene with Sylphie in Volume 1, which was I think episode 3 of the anime, Season 1, Episode 3, when he goes to snatch her underwear off. In the light novel, he goes, "Come to me, Zenra Pendulum," which I actually ended up looking that up because when I was working from on my big, long Volume 1 video, I wanted to understand it, and it was a reference to a light novel series that doesn't actually have a full English release, so that was interesting. And another thing is, the anime hasn't done this at all, but in the light novels, they do reference the Rants series of games a lot. And one of the big reasons for that is that Rudy Fujin himself has said that the Rants games were a big inspiration for him. And if you've ever played them, which I do recommend, they're very good. Well, I will say the writing is pretty much consistently good across the board. The gameplay of the early games is not always so good, but they do get really good. Still recommend them either way. You can see a lot of Rance's fingerprints in Mushoku Tensei. So much of, like, even to the point where certain characters feel like they were, like, you can't explain it any other way than a direct, like, inspiration. Like, for Elinalise, for example, you know, she has her curse where if she doesn't sleep around, she dies. Like, if she goes too long without sex, the magic that builds up inside her will kill her. That is almost a direct rip from Melface Promenade from the Rance series, where she had voluntarily taken on a curse where it gave her more magical power, let her actually be like a strong combatant. And but the negatives of that is that she has to regularly sleep with somebody more powerful than her, or the curse will kill her. So that is probably like the most obvious direct link. But there's also, even just in Shirataka's artwork, there's a lot of visual similarities between Rance characters and Mushoku Tensei characters. And Rudy does reference Rance like multiple times. Like, he calls his penis his hyper weapon, which is how Rance describes his penis. Or he, early on in the here, let me actually show you an example. So this character here, let me bring this up. This right here is a character called Felis from the Rance series. Early on, and she is a Kalar who's been turned into a devil. That's her basic information. Early on in the light novels, when Roxy is explaining to Rudy what the Supered are, he hears green hair and a jewel in their forehead. Now, granted, most of the Kalar have blue hair, but Felis is the one that has green hair because of her transformation into a devil. And he, in the light novel, will literally say, are the Supered all women? Which the Kalar are all women. And she's like, no, there are men too. And then he says, does the jewel in their head change if they do something? Does it change color at all? And Roxy gets really confused and is like, no. That's because in the Rance series, they're born with this jewel in their head and it's blue. When they lose their virginity, it turns red. So Rudy was like explicitly trying to figure out if the Supered were actually Kalar, because he thought if they are, he could fuck them. Because, you know, they rely on outside species to reproduce because they're all women. So, just saying, like, I would strongly recommend to anybody in the chat, check out the Rance games, although just make sure you're not in public when you do so, because they are definitely not safe for work. But once you kind of get into the Rance series and understand its world and its story, you'll see so much of how it's influenced Mushoku Tensei. It's actually kind of ridiculous.
俺の名前を覚えてもらい、未だ行方の知れないゼニスに届くように各地に広めてもらおうって相撲だ。
いいぞ、ハルク、ヘラクレス、もっとだ、もっと。
Yeah. So yeah, and then they're hinting at the actual worship that he's doing of the panties. They're not quite showing it yet, you know, but they're showing he built a little shrine for it, and you know, I imagine it'll come back because it was such a big part of the books, and it was also just such a funny part of the books. There's no way they would hold back on it. And I will say, I know Soldat is one of those characters. He's another one I really like because, like, he's a dick but not a bad guy. Well, honestly, what you're saying with rants, it depends on which game you're talking about. Different ones, because obviously the old art is like the very early art of most of the retro titles of rants. Yeah, those ones didn't always age super well. Although I will say, I think the art from Kichikuo rants is some of the best in the series. But then once Orion took over the artistic side of rants, I think his artwork has ended up being very, very good. Yeah, I will say Kichikuo Rants is one of those games where it has some kind of, it has some jank to it a little bit, where some elements of it are a little clunky, definitely doesn't explain itself as well as it should. But once you kind of get the hang of it, it is, I would argue, one of the best grand strategy games of that era, where like it took me a bit to get into it, but once I did, I really found myself enjoying it. Although I will say, actually, of the retro games, Kichikuo Rants actually had some of the weakest writing, and that's just because they thought that was going to be the end of the series, because they were going bankrupt at the time, so they just kind of crunched everything they wanted to do into one game, and none of it was really paid off super well because of it.
バレたスノードレイクの群れなんざ俺たちにかかればなんてことはねえ。帰ってきたら俺たちの偉業を称えるがいいさ。
Yeah, and again, Soldad he's a fun character where he is a dick. He acts like a dick, but again, when it really comes down to it, he ends up showing his humanity. And I also do like how he stands out because his cloak is like a slightly brighter shade of green than the rest of them, or maybe not brighter, but a more vibrant shade of green. So just shows that he's an important character. And also, they're definitely. They make the connection between him and Paul a little bit in the anime, but there's a lot of similarities between him and Paul, and the green is just a visual version of that, which I'll also mention is another thing they probably took from Rance, because Rance famously wears green armor. And I do believe that Paul takes a lot of his character, or at least his old character, his history. I do think it takes a lot of inspiration from Rance as a character. Just that's mostly speculation, but I strongly suspect it.
泥沼、この間も助かったぜ。
いえ、こちらこそ助かりました。
おお、泥沼、お前の母親のことどっかで聞いたらお前に届くようにしといてやるから。
あ、よろしくお願いします。
活動の甲斐もあってか、この町におけるルーデウス・グレイラットの名前は。
Yeah, and that's also right, where Soldat does actually get a pretty accurate read on Rudy, and it's just the way he engages with people. He doesn't really. He's well-meaning, but he's also kind of selfish and arrogant. But when he realizes that like Rudy's actually like really hurting, that's when he kind of says, "Oh shit, I need to let up and actually like start being nice to this person," because he's willing to fuck with people, but he doesn't actually like seriously mess them up. He's a fun character, ultimately. And yeah, Kichikuo Rants was released in 1996. The first Rants game was released in 1989. It's like people don't realize it was around for like the entire history of JRPGs. It was one of the longest running game series out there. Like, I mean, Rants 1 was released only like a year or two after Final Fantasy 1. And there were previous games that didn't become canon until later, but like Little Princess and Little Vampire came before Rants, and those characters ended up becoming part of the Rants series. So, yeah.
なかなかに広まってきた。もっとも泥沼という二つ名の方が広まってしまっているのだが、名前を売るのに一つの町で数ヶ月から1年。
Yeah, and I will say also with Rudy being named Quagmire, I still don't know why the fuck they don't explain that he's called Quagmire, because he opens up every fight with a powerful Quagmire spell. That would have taken one line in this narration to explain. Or, as I've said before, just literally in a fight, have them say, have him like just say quagmire when he does a quagmire, or say, Rudy, open up with a quagmire. It would have been such an easy thing to explain. Like, a lot of the stuff that I complain about with the anime that they skip over or they downplay a lot of times the way to do that properly would be to dedicate more time, to not move on as fast as they do, to really give it an extra degree of focus. And I understand why they can't always do that, because runtime limits are a thing in anime that just aren't a concern in books. So those I can understand. This is one I cannot, because, again, they just need to take a second or change one line, and they could have not had this really dumb thing. So yeah, and that's also true, where because I mean, quagmire is not the most common word out there, and yeah, we have Family Guy being pretty popular, so that's what we know quagmire from. But and again, and not that the Japanese creators would have been thinking about this, because one thing that's both good and bad about a lot of Japanese creative industries is that they do not give a shit about what people outside Japan think. So they make the story exactly the way they want to. So, which in many cases is very good, because they don't have to actually like deal with a lot of the bullshit discourse that you see a lot in Western media. But they also, it just things like this, where I think if they were thinking with a Western perspective in mind, they probably would have thought, oh yeah, we probably do want to like explain what this nickname means, especially because of that potential Family Guy connection. But I mean, honestly, I think that they should have done that regardless. But so while this is not like the biggest issue I have with Mushoku Tensei's anime adaptation, it is one of the ones that annoys me the most, just because of how easy it would be to not make this mistake. So while the series is mostly very good, it does have a few fumbles like this. Yeah, I do agree. I mean, fundamentally, I do agree that part of the charm of anime and other Japanese stuff like visual novels, light novels, and Japanese video games, the fact that they do focus on Japanese interests first lets them preserve their own sense of identity. But I also don't think it's necessarily a problem to realize that something could be misconstrued in another major market, and to account for that. Not necessarily change anything, but to just account for it. And this is just a very overt example, just because I think even with the Japanese perspective, they should have explained why he's called Quagmire now, because there's just no reason for it to not. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Is I mean, yeah, quagmire is just, it's just not a word you hear a lot. There's a lot of words like that. That's just kind of how English tends to be. You can, and even me, as someone who uses a lot of big words, who likes when there's a word that can explain a complex idea very quickly. Even me, there's a lot of words that just are so niche that I don't even know them. But yeah, and also I will also, just to expand upon what we were talking about with the Japanese to English stuff, we also can't forget that those two languages are so fundamentally different that it's really hard to one-to-one things to be one-to-one. Usually you can't. Just because they're so different from the ground up, there's almost always going to be something lost in any translation. Like, it's in particular, like with all right, so the way I like to explain this to people is, because it's hard to explain in abstract just how different Japanese and English is unless you know one of the languages and start learning the other. It's hard to really explain just how fundamentally different they work. Like, as a good example, Japanese does not have age-neutral words for brother or sister. So, like, if I talk about my sister, you don't know what kind of sister she is to me. Now, I can also clarify, oh, she's my little sister, because she's younger than me. But that's a clarification I have to choose to make. Japanese doesn't have that. They have ane for older sister and imoto for younger sister. So they'll a lot of times include that extra context in their descriptions of one another in ways that, you know, they're not drawing attention to it. It's just they don't have any way to not include that context. And actually, a lot of Japanese, just the language they use tells you the relationship between two characters without them actually saying it. But also, if you're looking at somebody, like, let's say you're translating something from English to Japanese, and let's say there's well, no, there's the honorifics even are something completely different, because Chan and San are kind of just... It's hard to really explain it, but they kind of operate on vibes, where Chan is usually a more cutesy, familiar, close term, and San is more of a respectful term. That's not a perfect example, but if you're calling somebody ni, that's going to be your older brother, or ani, because that's usually shortened of ni is usually shortened of ani, or there's other ways of doing it. There's usually a lot of different ways to say the same thing in Japanese, but yeah, there's actually just completely different words, and then the honorifics add another layer of context on top of that. So Chan and San do different things. But yeah, with brother, it would be ani for older brother or ototo for younger brother. But so let's say you're taking an English TV show or movie, and you know the joke is that, you know, there's like a 15-year-old character who is talking to his friends, and he's like, oh yeah, my brother didn't want to eat his broccoli, so he threw a tantrum and shit himself, and I didn't get any sleep because of it. And then there's, you know, several other stories like that throughout the show, and then later you meet the brother and realize he's like 25. So the joke is that, oh, you'd think it was like a toddler, but it's actually an older brother. You couldn't really do that in Japanese because they can't just say brother without saying older or younger brother. So that's just an example, like an easy example off the top of my head. There's so much like that in Japanese and English that it's really hard to bring one to the other and actually get all that subtext there. So it's another thing that even if they did take outside audiences into consideration, it would be really hard to do that on a consistent level. So, but
気の遠くなるような時間がかかるかもしれないが、でもやるしかないのだ。
Yeah, and I will say, and my knowledge is coming from someone who's not very good at Japanese. As I've mentioned in the past, I'm probably at about N5 level, which is the lowest testable level. And I don't even know if I'm there because I've never actually taken the test, but that's about where my skill level is. So it's still very much like I know the basics, but I'm like very beginner. I still can't like read things even with a translator. There's still stuff I got to there's grammatical concepts I don't understand. There's a lot of kanji I don't know, that kind of thing. But yeah, even with that basic understanding of the language, you see so many things that are just so different about Japanese compared to English that it's like it changes my entire perspective on things. And also it makes me realize that a lot of the resources for learning Japanese kind of suck, just because a lot of people try to teach Japanese the same way you would teach like Spanish or French, which doesn't really work because Spanish and French are actually pretty close to English grammatically. There aren't a whole lot of concepts you have to introduce. Japanese is just different from the ground up, so you have to have a different approach to it.
ですよね、ロキシー師匠。
Oh God.
ルーディウス・グレイラットです。よろしくお願い。
Yeah, and I will say it is interesting, this scene here, because as we'll see, I did remember this scene explicitly from the books. It was, you know, a minor scene of him not going out on an adventure, but using his strong magic to help with snow removal. And he saves them a lot of work. But also, so one thing is I end up taking notes while I am watching these, not because I need to necessarily have notes to remind myself of what's going on, but just to ensure that I'm keeping my brain active while I'm watching it, so I'm not passively consuming, so I'm actually gathering my thoughts for the stream. And I'll explain what I'm getting at in a second. Because and I mention it just because it does, the thing I'm talking about does happen in this opening, so that's why I kind of started on it. And I will say they also don't really mention how significant that was, why everybody's so happy, because in the light novel they mentioned that there's a lot of snow in this region, and that when it piles up, it just completely disrupts everything, and it's usually just an all-day undertaking to get the snow cleared, just so that the entire city can function. And the adventurers are just doing their adventuring thing, except for when they take this job that pays not very much but something. And again, it's just a big deal that Rudy was able to have the mana capacity to clear the snow very quickly, because that helped the town quite a lot. And then this is the moment that I was talking about my notes, where Rudy ends up healing this girl here after she hurts herself. And in my notes I actually said, is that the girl he heals in the books? Because she doesn't actually hurt herself very badly here. In the books, she actually does significantly injure herself to the point where it would have caused real problems. And it was a big deal that Rudy ends up healing her just out of the kindness of his heart, because she ends up saying, I don't have anything to pay you with. And he's like, nope, I'm not asking for payment. I just healed you to heal you. That's it. Go about your day. And, that was just a big thing where, transactional relationships are very common in this world, where, you do something for somebody and you expect payment. That's just how it is. There's positives and negatives to that. And the fact that he heals this girl and probably saves her life, in the books he probably saves her life, or at least significantly improves her chances in life, and didn't take any payment from it. The fact that this ends up being the other girl's sister, and that's why the girls in the red light district all really admire and respect Rudy. That was a big deal in the books that they kind of didn't gloss over, but definitely minimized here. Yeah, exactly. He ends up healing. He ends up doing a substantial level of healing, where here in the anime it just looks like she scuffed her knee a bit, and we've seen other characters who, a kid gets a minor injury and an adult with magic heals it. So, but it's not as important. It's more important than the anime is letting on here. And I think the fact that it is so important in the light novels, that he does have such a significant impact, it explains why he becomes so respected by the girls in the red light district, and why that girl in particular, this girl's sister, was so eager to try to help him. Yeah. And I mean, and also in the light novels, a big thing was, again, I still kind of wish they showed how important this moment was. The fact that Rudy was just being altruistic, and that really had an impact on people. And, they mention in the light novels that the girls in the red light district are a lot of times there because, yeah, exactly. That's a thing where the fact that somebody did just be kind to her, and a lot of the girls in the red light district are there because they just don't really have any other options. That's just kind of what their lot in life is. And they even mentioned that, there's a good chance that this girl, when she grows up, she's gonna kind of have to be in the same kind of situation. And that's why, they said that, you helped one of us. You did it with no expectation of compensation. Did it just to be kind. Everyone here respects you, and basically said, yeah, you'd never have to pay for any of our services, which I thought was kind of amusing in the light novels. But it just goes to show just how significant that was, and why the girl was so eager to help him with his issues, to the point of like just really going above and beyond. Even in the light novels, they even mentioned that she does certain things that would normally require extra payment for Rudy, in an attempt to help him get over his stuff. And yeah, she's not doing that just to be nice. She's doing it because, he helped her out. He did a kindness to her sister, and he was basically a hero to the escorts in the red light district. Yeah. That being said, I do think it does a good job of, as much as they're not showing how important that moment was, it is a nice little moment to see Sarah noticing him just doing something nice for a child. So it's another thing that's challenging her expectations of him, or her preconceived notion, where she's like just dealing with a ton of cognitive dissonance until later on when Rudy saves her. And hey, shut up, Adobe. It's not until he saves her that she's completely throws off her old perceptions of him, but she's consistently having these little moments of like, was I wrong? What? This isn't what I've expected from a noble kid like this guy. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely have to I definitely have to do some muting for those, just because this not only has lyrics, they're more prominent than in the previous season, so that's like a guaranteed copyright issue if I let that play. And I've noticed in the past that music seems to have more issues on live stream than videos, so there's actually a chance that the stream itself could have some issues if I didn't mute.
今帰り？
ええ、今しがた依頼が終わって報告したら宿に戻るところです。
私たちこれから依頼を受けるところだけど、一緒に行く？
最初の縁もあってか、カウンターアローとは何度も組ませてもらっている。
And again, I do really, as much as I do wish they showed more of how Sarah's personality got to where she is now. I wish they showed what she went through. There are a lot of little moments like this where they do, as much as they don't show her history, they do show a lot of her character. Whereas she's at this point where she still feels resentment towards Rudy. She still doesn't really like him, but she's starting to soften to him, to the point where even though she doesn't really like him, she is kind of starting to reach out to him. She is, like, you can see she is a caring person deep down, and she's trying to be her best self, even though it's very difficult for her. And so, as much as I do complain about how they showcase Sarah in the anime, they do a lot of good with her.
俺の目的からすると、一つのパーティーと何度も行動を共にするのは効果が薄いのだが。
出発はいつですか？
別に行きたくないんだったら断れば。
Yeah, and she also does kind of exemplify a lot of the surface level tsundere personality traits, and she also, I think she shares a lot of commonalities with Rudy in the fact that they both are very averse to rejection, where, Rudy, he kind of gets depressed by the idea. He walls himself off a lot. It takes a lot for him to really, truly open up to somebody. And with Sarah, her reaction is kind of, she'll crack the door open a little bit if she sees something she doesn't like or even misinterprets something. she immediately shuts it behind her. That's kind of how she interacts with things. And that's kind of how she is with Rudy, where she's kind of testing the waters of, hey, do you want to come with us on a job? And he goes, oh, when are you leaving? And she's like, oh, he doesn't really want to go. Fuck it. You don't want to come, just tell me to fuck off. That kind of.
どうしてもってわけじゃないしさ。
すみませんね。優柔不断なもので。
その敬語もやめたら？気持ち悪いよ。
Yeah. And that's another little element that they do explain it, but they don't explain it as well as the light novels do, where at this point, while Rudy is definitely in a better place than he was before, he's still dealing with a lot of internal pain, but he's just decided, you know what? I can't let that control me. I've got to just put on a happy face. He puts on he basically puts on a mask to engage with the world around him. He has a fake smile, acts overly polite, kind of like how he was when he was a little kid, where he would come across as really creepy just because, you know, he was acting like a polite adult in a kid's body. But this is just kind of how he's trying to present himself to the world, using a smile to hide the pain. And that's just a big part of this arc in the light novels, that they do address it, but they don't make it super clear until Soldat just kind of lore dumps onto Rudy like that. Yeah. Or Soldat provokes Rudy into lore dumping on him.
ダメな。で、ルーデス、行くのかい？
はい、参加させていただきます。
じゃあ、依頼だけ先に決めようかい。
And that's also a nice little note where Rudy kind of assumes they already have a job ready to go, and that they just kind of say, hey, you want to tag along? When in actuality, they're inviting him on a job and they haven't even decided what they're going to do. Like, they don't even know that they necessarily need his skills. They just want him because they like having him in their party. They like having him around. That's another important thing for Rudy. That, you know, these little misconceptions that he has.
ガルガウ遺跡、第一次ジンマ大戦の時に作られた要塞です。
魔族の建築物は魔大陸でいくつも見てきたが、ここはまた違った感じがするな。
いつまで見てんの？
あ、いや、今行きます。
建物とか好きなの？
特別に好きというわけじゃないですが、こういう場所あんまり見たことないもので。
Yeah, and this is another thing that feeds into Sarah's preconceived notions of Rudy. Sorry, my cat is doing things again. Okay, so, but again, as much as they don't really explain this in the anime, again, she has this view of Rudy as this sheltered rich kid. So the fact that he's kind of fascinated by these grand ruins, which, you know, just about anyone would be, but she kind of views that another thing of, like, oh, he's this sheltered kid who hasn't had any of these experiences.
どこ触ってんのさ。
別にどこも。
And then, yeah, another little bit that's meant to be kind of, oh shit, funny, but also, yeah, it's just a nice little character moment where, you know, Rudy does help her out in a minor way. He catches her from falling. She gets a little flustered by it because she's starting to like him. She's starting to develop a bit of a crush on him. Oh, hi, Miki. My cat has joined me. And, you know, she's a little flustered by it, but he also just inadvertently grabs her tit, which, come to think of it, this might be the first time Rudy accidentally grabs a tit in the series. So that's notable. But you know, it's a funny moment, but it's some nice little character work for Sarah, where it is showing that she's starting to like him, but she hasn't like quite accepted it yet.
ごめんなさい。
と、ここだね。
今回の依頼はここに落ちている大量のスノードレイクの鱗を集めること。永久の依頼にしては随分楽な仕事だ。
奥はスノードレイクの縄張りだ。あの像よりも先には進まないようにするんだよ。
And I will say that foreshadowing was not particularly subtle, where it's like, oh, this seems pretty easy for an A rank job. And, you know, I know Mushoku Tensei was a lot of, that's true. With Rudy, most of the time when he gropes somebody, he is fully intending to do so. Although at this point, he's kind of gotten over that part of himself. But yeah, that's why I just thought it was funny that, you know, this is the first time he had an accident that was actually an accident. But yeah, again, as I was saying, that foreshadowing of, oh, this seems a little too easy for an A rank job. Yeah, I know Mushoku Tensei has set a lot of the tropes that exist in the isekai genre, or the fantasy isekai genre, I should say. But even though, you know, it wasn't like the first, but it did kind of set the tone that a lot of other writers built off of. But I mean, even so, I've seen that type of foreshadowing done a lot. Even like you've seen like Konosuba, where they took that one job to kill the little fluffy things, and then Darkness gets all excited because, you know, she knows that they're protected by a much scarier monster. So, yeah.
スノードレイクとの戦闘になったら大変だが、ここはあくまで奴らの通り道。隠れ
Well, I will also say, aside from the fact that his emotional stuff is making it so he just doesn't really have much of a sexual urge at the moment, there's also the fact that I think by this point, he's kind of he's in a stage of his emotional growth where he knows that just groping people is not the way to behave. And I think the only reason he was even still doing that with Aerys, on the rare occasions that he would, because he did do that a lot less as time went on. I think the only time he even was willing to do that with Aerys in certain moments is because they were so close and they were so comfortable with one another that you let your guard down when you're with people you really care about. It's kind of like how I will temper how edgy my jokes can be to the people around me. Yeah, and exactly that's another. It is a subtle little bit of storytelling there, the fact that it doesn't really excite him at all. And I'm trying to remember from the light novels, because it's been a while since I've read them, but I do remember that there is some point where he does just happen to mention that his dick doesn't work anymore. The realization doesn't happen at the same time as it does in the anime, because in the anime it actually happens when he's trying to sleep with Sarah. That's when he realizes that things aren't quite working. But yeah, it's again, he knows he shouldn't do that, but also I do think the Beast Folk kind of changed the dynamic of a lot of the scenes they're involved in, just because they are so animalistic in this setting. Like more so than they are in most fantasy settings, where they do actually like behave like animals in many ways, which granted it's usually done for humor, like how in the Beastfolk village they threw water on Rudy because they thought that was like the biggest punishment and humiliation, because animals don't like it when you dump water at them. And then when they were apologizing to him, they laid on their backs and showed him their bellies, because that's again how animals do things. And So I think part of that is also that the Beast Folk don't have quite the same view on sex as the rest of people. So the sexual harassment isn't actually that big of a deal to them. So I think he does kind of pick up on that, the idea that, he has a bit more leeway with beast girls before it becomes really unacceptable than he would with, humans or demons. And that's just kind of, and I will say the fact that they are comic relief characters and they do kind of play into that dynamic is funny. Like I know one of them kind of tries to save herself by offering the other to Rudy. It's, it's silly, but to me, it hits a little bit differently than his groping from early on in the series, where at that point he arguably didn't even know it was wrong.
こっちも魔物がいない。
それにしてもあの像、 どこかで見たことある気が。さすがに捏造しすぎじゃないか。
And you gotta love the casual Kishirika reference. It's funny because I think he still doesn't realize that he still hasn't quite internally accepted that that's actually like the real Kishirika. No, I'm completely wrong there. It's the idea is that he thinks the statue is an exaggeration of Kishirika. So, but he also is not thinking about the fact that, you know, in a few centuries she will look like that. But yeah, I don't know. It's funny because, again, I do love the Kishirika we have. The fact that she's still very early in her development in her current incarnation, and that she's very silly and stupid. Definitely one of my favorite side characters, even though I would like to see how she is as an adult. That would be another interesting thing.
なんだ嫌な予感がするっす。
All right, let's be real though. Badagati and Kishirika, their energy does kind of match each other. I mean, there's some possibility to that, where I also think that when they actually, like, there's also probably a difference between where the line is for beast folk and regular people, where I think anything leading up to sex is probably a little bit less important to them, but then the actual sex is the way kind of things is when things really change for them. So like they don't really care too much about Rudy groping. Lydia and Persina don't really care about Rudy groping them. You know, he doesn't actually cross that line, so there's no additional considerations there. Although I will also say that with Ghislaine, I don't know that she is necessarily super loyal to Paul as much as I think just sex is just not something, like relationships are just not something she's really concerned about. She has other things going on. She doesn't really care to have a family in that way. And yeah, that's also true that beast folk do only have their one mating period every year, and they don't really want to have any sex at all outside of that. Because, like, I know in so there's a moment in the series, I'm not going to explain too many details about why this is explained to the reader, but the reader learns about a bunch of hypothetical scenarios of, like, what if Rudy had ended up with this person or that person? How would his life have been different? And one of them is, I think it was Linnea, but it might have been Persena. I don't remember. It was one of the two beast girls that he ends up with in this one hypothetical. And it does mention they have like a bunch of kids because, and one of the ideas is she just does not let him have sex with her when she's outside of her mating period. So when those few months do hit, he absolutely goes to town. So that's why they just keep making babies, because he is doing that. And that's also true, is that, yeah, it was Linnea. Okay, good. I remembered correctly. But, and yeah, you're correct, as they probably also view physical affection in that kind of animalistic way, where it's, again, you pet your pets, as opposed to just being groping. So, again, the beast folk are very interesting. They don't really go into it a whole lot, but there's like a lot there to dig into. And I love how the music just picks up whenever she goes down. And another nice little thing, a nice little touch, is that this stone wall is just something that Rudy keeps doing consistently throughout the series, and they never really bring any attention to it, but it's nice to see that he's starting to develop these habits and go-to strategies when he's in combat. It just makes everything feel a little bit more real, because it's not something they have to really explain. Like this, there's no big storytelling reason he does this, but it's how he tends to fight. It makes him feel like he's developed his own style of combat, of magic. And also it is a nice little nod for the fact that he kind of adjusts his specialty from water mage to earth mage over the course of the series, where he starts out, he's a water saint because of Roxy's training, but he eventually kind of leans into things like the quagmire, the stone cannon, and the figurine sculpting. Yeah, that's true. Linnea and Persena are like, they're every scene they're in is so funny, but also they like, a lot of them are just they're very wholesome too in a lot of ways, where they just kind of, once they accept somebody, once they respect Rudy, once they realize that they consider him a friend, anything else just kind of, their brains are so smooth that all the negative emotions just slide right off. So they end up just being good to him just generally. And so yeah, even things like that where they just don't judge him for things. And I do like them a lot. I can't wait to get to them. And again, this is another showcase of how a lot of Rudy's power is not just his magical ability, but the fact that he uses his environment and thinks of alternate strategies in combat. Yeah, that was also very funny. I agree. Linnea's doing her thing. And her interactions with Aerys were just... Again, I know the Beast Folk thing is like a running joke in... with the Grey Rats, and I love how Linnea enters the household and Aerys is just immediately like, fuck yes, we have a beast girl living with us, and she just kicks the crap out of her with affection, where she like goes to bed and is just hugging Linnea just like aggressively to the point where she's like hurt the next day. It's also funny. That's as much as that whole section of the story is more slice of life. There's not as much action. There's not as much going to be excitement going on. There's so many great moments during that stretch of story that I can't wait to see. And also there was that nice little moment there of Rudy gripping the panties, where it's just showing that having that memento of somebody he admires, somebody of Roxy, that's just something that's becoming more and more important to him. And it will set the stage for the later worship. As much as it's memey, it's also set up quite well. And it's a good way of highlighting the way... Sorry, my words are not correct right now. It was also nicely set up by the fact that he gave the pendant that he had to Ruijerd as a memento for him. He said, this means a lot to me, and that's why I want you to have it. And so he doesn't have that pendant to hold on to anymore. So that's why he has the excuse that it's the panties that he focuses on, where realistically, I think if he didn't give the pendant to Ruijerd, he would probably have focused more on the pendant, since that was something that Roxy actually gave him. What do you want, Miki? Alright. And this is the moment in... My cat is going fucking insane. Holy shit. Okay, sorry about that. She's usually actually pretty well behaved while I'm streaming, but today she's just a ball of energy. But yeah, this is actually, it's this scene in my first watch through where I really this is where I first took notice of just how much I liked the fact that Counter Arrow were showcasing a team, a group of people who are not exceptional but work really well as a group. This is the scene that made me notice that.
確かには向かってきてない。目の前のやつをそらすように攻撃を当てろ。
よっしゃ。
左から来るぞ。
何ぼーっとしてんの。あんたも戦いなよ。
あ、今度はなんだ。
Yeah, and this is also another moment where I was like, oh, I see the Paul connection there. Like, this really reminds me of Paul. This moment right here, where even for like half a second I was thinking, what the fuck? I don't think Paul's supposed to be here. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's Soldat. We saw him literally not that long ago.
よし、私たちも攻めましょう。
おう、任せな。
And you can also see just the way he fights is different from everybody else. Where these people, they're all, you know, probably around advanced level, so they're or maybe high intermediate level. It's hard to say for sure, but they're all pretty good. But they still need to lock in when they're fighting, as opposed to Soldat, who he's just good enough that he can fight with a bit of a swagger. Like he can kind of channel his inner Jack Sparrow.
終わりか。
どうも、カウンターアローのティモシーです。先ほど。
And of course, as much as I do talk about how much Soldat is actually like a decent guy, he is still a dick.
人の獲物を横取りしておいてヘラヘラしてんじゃねえよ。
横取り？あんたらが仕事中だなんて話は知らないよ。
大々的に言っておいただろうが。
知らないって言ってんだよ。あ、ルーです。何か知ってるのかい？
確かこの間彼らが依頼を受けるという話をギルドでしていました。内容はイルブロン洞窟に大量発生したスノードレイクの群れの討伐。
イルブロン洞窟だ。一日は離れたところじゃないかい。ここはガルガウ遺跡だよ。
It also just goes to show that they've been chasing those snowdrakes for a long time. if they chased them all the way a day's journey away, like, you know, that's not an insignificant undertaking.
スザンヌ、落ち着きなさい。
ティモシー、あんた大丈夫なのかい？
ええ、手加減はしてもらったようなので。サラも弓を下ろして。
And Timothy again is doing what I mentioned earlier, where if you are aggressive towards somebody and they don't rise along with you, it's really hard to keep that energy going. In many ways, yes.
その話は。
But I also mentioned that I think early Paul is very much based on Rance as a character, and they are drawing a deliberate connection between Paul and Soldat. Like they really hone in on it to an extent where they even like explicitly mention it in the anime.
私も知っています。なるほど。イルブロン洞窟とこのガルガウ遺跡の採用が何らかの要因でつながってしまい、こちらの魔物がなだれ込んでしまったのでしょう。
じゃあてめえらは別の依頼でここに？
そうです。なんならギルドに戻って確認してもらっても構いませんよ。
いきなり殴ったのは。
And that's like I think an important moment right there where again Soldat is a dick. Like I'm not trying to take away from the fact that he is an asshole. But that's like his first glimmer of humanity where he kind of sees that you know, he does have a bit of like, oh, I fucked up, I should apologize for it. And while I will say, like, while I do agree that we don't see early Paul, I'm kind of putting things together based on what we learn about early Paul, where just the way he acts, he used to act, the way people describe him, you know, the fact that he ended up, you know, he burned a lot of bridges in his day, despite the fact that he's a decent guy when we meet him in the light novel. But you mentioned his when you meet his old companions, a lot of them have like just negative things to say about him. Like they still step up and get and help him when it's needed, but they're like, oh, he's scum, he's a piece of shit. And of course, we learn that he raped Lilia earlier in their life. and he just had this rebellious, arrogant behavior to him. So I kind of the image of early Paul that I built based on the light novels is kind of in line with how Soldat is, where people look back on him and it's like, yeah, he was an asshole. He did a lot of bad things. He did have a good heart deep down. So that's kind of how I picture Soldat. And excuse me for 1 second because I need to use the restroom. So one of these days I'll make sure to have like a real BRB screen. All right, I'll be back shortly. All right, I am back. All right, let's continue.
いえ、誤解していたなら仕方ないでしょう。こちらこそ申し訳ありません。
でもな、こいつらは俺たちの獲物だった。だからお前たちの取り分は一匹だけだ。いいな。
And that's also another example of what I've been saying, how he, he's a dick, but he does have a little bit of kindness underneath that, where realistically, he could have just taken them all. He didn't have to give them one. And besides, they're here to collect scales anyway. They're not even here for the drakes themselves. And he did most of the work. So, he's given them a bit of a concession by letting them claim the bounty from one of them.
はい、もちろんです。さて、私たちの取り分をいただいて帰りましょうか。町に戻ったら皆で打ち上げでもしましょう。
そうだな。飲まないとやってらんないぜ。
あんたもさ、たまには打ち上げに参加しない？
Oh yeah, that's true as well. But even so, just because it is common practice, it's not necessarily like a rule you have to follow. And if somebody was like a true asshole, they could have just said, fuck off.
それじゃ、乾杯！
乾杯！何にせよ、あれだけ大量の魔物と相対して死ななかったのは幸運だったな。
ルーデウスは運が良かったね。
運ですかね。皆さんに助けられた感じですが。
それも含めてさ、普通のパーティーだったら見殺しにするところだから。
感謝しています。
And this is also funny, like I mentioned earlier with Timothy, how he just doesn't escalate when people provoke him, so that it makes it really hard for them to keep that energy up. The same kind of thing has happened between Sarah and Rudy, where Rudy is, he generally has low self-esteem, but he also, in the moment, because he's feeling so bad, it's probably amplified that feeling in him. So when she's talking down to him, he's actually like taking it at face value, and he's showing some deference and gratitude towards her, and she just doesn't know how to respond to him basically him not taking her bait.
別に私じゃなくてティモシーとかスザンヌにお礼言いなよ。
そんなこと言って真っ先に飛び出したのはサラ、あんたじゃないか。いや、暑かったね、あれは。
ちょっとスザンヌやめてよ。
And of course, the party can all see that she's developing an interest, except for Rudy, of course. But yeah, and as much as Suzanne is a very wholesome character, she likes to help people. You can see that she has a bit of a playful side too.
あんたには前の時にも世話になったし、その借りを返したかっただけ。私はね、人に借りを作るのが嫌なの。
まあ何にせよ皆生きて帰ってくれた。 金もがっぽり稼いだいい依頼だったじゃないか。
これであいつらがいなければ本当にいい依頼だったのに。
なんなんだよな、ちょっとギルドで一番強いからって調子に乗って。
ずっと迷宮にこもってろってんだ。
あれでもパーティーリーダーなのかね。
もしかするとパウロの若い頃もあんな感じだったのだろうか。
Yeah, and I will say in my notes at this point when I was watching this, I wrote Paul 100% was like that when he was younger. Because yeah, I mean they're definitely they as I mentioned, they're trying to kind of push the Paul connection a lot, and like this, the way Soldat's acting now is exactly how I imagined Paul acted when he was younger, or at least when he was actively adventuring.
よ
なんだい。
洞窟の中じゃ俺も気を取ってたからよ。改めて言っておこうと思ってよ。
And as we all know, you know, your words tend to kind of come out a little bit more genuinely when you're hammered. So that's gonna actually start like still being a dick, but like actually expressing his true thoughts here. So I do like that.
あの場においてはまあ俺が悪かった。だがな、てめえの面は嫌いだ。いつも
He's a little tsundere now that I think about it.
ヘラヘラしやがって。戦う時に黙って殴られて文句も言わずにはいそうで。
And I also really like this line in hindsight because later on when, you know, he pushes Rudy a little bit too far and Rudy lashes out at him and starts beating him up, which again is going to be another parallel to Paul because it's going to mirror the fight he and Paul had earlier. He is the one who takes a punch and backs down without even arguing. So, you know, there's a little bit of irony here.
スカート引き下がるやつは俺は嫌いだ。男には戦わなきゃいけない時がある。
ああ、まあそうですね。スザンヌにもよく言われます。気をつけます。
And again, like I mentioned, he's trying to push this guy's buttons. He is just not rising to the bait, and he has no idea how to really react to it.
わかりゃいいんだ、わかりゃ。
Like it completely stops him in his tracks. It's funny.
泥沼。
はい。
こいつはいいが、てめえは最悪だ。なんなんだてめえはいつも人の目を気にしやがって気持ち悪いんだよその笑み。てめえは笑えてると思ってるかもしれねえけど笑えてねえんだよ。
Yeah, and I will say, that's another thing I like about Soldat is that he really gets an accurate read on Rudy. Like as much as these other people are being very nice to him, Soldat's like the only one who like really gets him, which is, you know, that's a little bit of a tragic element to that, but you know, it leads to some interesting interpersonal conflicts as we continue.
目が他人を見下してんだよ。何様のつもりだ。
おいゾル、もうやめておけよ。
話せ。こいつはな、この世で一番自分が不幸って面してやがる。何があったか知らねえが後ろ向きだ。何かから逃げてやがんだよ。俺はそういうクソガキを見るのが大嫌いなんだ。
Yeah, and just visually, I love that the everything except for Rudy starts to defocus. Yeah, I agree. Great animation. Everything's starting to lose its focus. I mean, that's just showing Rudy is really internalizing his words because, I mean, he is right on the money, even if he's being an asshole about it.
すみません、目障りでしたね。以後はなるべく視界に入らないように気をつけます。
叫んな！なんだよその態度は。なめやがって。自分。
And you can also see that Rudy's like he's getting his buttons pushed at this moment. You can see he's clenching his fists when he was sitting down. Like he is really holding back at the moment. And he'll get through this fight, but then the next time when he's even in an even worse mindset, and he comes back and pushes his buttons, he doesn't have anyone to hold him back. And, you know, Rudy doesn't have anyone bolstering him up at that moment. That's when he snaps and actually lashes out at him. But I like how they're setting that up here because, like, you can tell he's fighting the urge to lash out.
名前ばっかり売って金はいりませんって面して何が楽しいんだ。俺たちは生きていくために金が必要だろうが。
いい加減にしろ。飲みすぎだ。
話せこんなとちくしょう。おい泥沼、てめえ生きてて楽しいのかよ。楽しくねえんならさっさと死ねえ。目障りなんだよクソが。
あいつ最悪だね。
And then of course we get more character moments with Sarah where like she likes to mess with Rudy a little bit. She's a little hostile towards him, but like she knew he went too far and immediately goes into kind of like her version of comfort mode. And then, of course, once Soldat's back and he's not drunk, he's a little bit in more control of himself. He's not as much of an asshole.
またおこぼれ狙いか。
I mean, he's still an asshole, but not that much of an asshole.
目的あってのことですから。
何が目的だよ。お前やることが中途半端なんだよ。
どうも。
どうですか。
One very minor criticism I'm going to levy here is that this is like, and I wouldn't even mention it if it wasn't so well done throughout the rest of the series so far. The fact that there was a time skip there was not super clear, I would say, until, you know, this moment here where they're mentioning that they're coming back from their own expedition. Because, I don't know, usually there's some sort of visual indicator that time has passed. In this case, there wasn't. So it caught me off guard a little bit when I was watching.
何かありましたか?
Not a major issue, but something worth mentioning.
見るとサラがな。
聞いても。
死んだよ。
あ、そうですか。
Oh,
Yeah.
and I can only imagine like just Rudy's mindset at this point where like he was starting to get close to another person. Not like close like he was with Aerys or even like Roxy or Sylphie, but you know, someone he was growing to like, somebody who was starting to become a friend to him, who was, you know, who saved his ass a couple times. And he hears that she's dead. And Mimir too, but like, you know, Mimir was just kind of there. But you know, at this point where he's like kind of every time he gets close to some, he's kind of in that mindset of getting close to people leads to me getting hurt. That's just almost kind of reinforcing that mindset right there. So when he learns that she's still alive, that's kind of why he really latches onto it and is like, I gotta do something about it.
ミミルはともかく、サラははぐれただけです。今からでも探しに行けばまだ。
こんな吹雪の中行ったって全滅するだけさ。せめて雪が止まないと。
やはりあの時、私が見捨てなければ。
And that's also just seems very in line with the little we've seen of Timothy right now, that he would blame himself. Like he's the guy who wants to be nice and friendly to everybody, likes to open himself up. It does make sense that he would internalize the group's failure.
私らだって最終的にうなずいてここまで来たんだ。同罪だよ。
Yeah, and it's very much like Rudy in the sense of it's not we fucked up, it's I fucked up.
ちなみにどこではぐれたんですか？
西のトリーアの森だよ。吹雪で視界が効かなくなってスノーバッファローの群れに襲われたってわけさ。
そうですか。大変でしたね。じゃあ僕は失礼します。
And another thing I really like about this scene here is that it's been explained that Rudy has been making an active effort to bolster his reputation. Well, both his reputation and his name recognition. He wants people to know his name and think good of him so that word could eventually reach Zenith. We know if you know what's going to happen, we know that that's not really a viable strategy because she's trapped in a labyrinth. But he doesn't have any way of knowing that at this point. But it sets the stage for what he's doing at the moment, which is, trying to make an active reputation for himself. And then here, Rudy's biggest act of heroism so far, he does it without saying a word to anybody, which I really like. Yeah, and that's true. That's a good point as well. The fact that this is sometime later. I will say this whole mini arc, the way the anime has done this little mini arc here, like, you don't really. There's a couple offhand lines that show that it's not correct, but it really does feel like it takes place over the course of like a couple weeks at most. When it's, as it's explained in the light novels, it was done a lot longer than that. He was pretty methodically going about his time, moving from town to town, roughly in line with Counter Arrow, and trying to build a reputation that way. So yeah, and yeah, cuts like that are just a big example of how it took even. It looks like it happens like right away, even though it is like a solid amount later. And also with the stuff with Soldat, I think it makes more sense to have it be, Soldat's been pushing his buttons over a long period of time, as opposed to, he was being a dick to me last week, and now he's being a dick to me again, and that's when he blows up. The fact that it's a slow build of pressure on Rudy. And again, I'm sorry if you guys can hear that in the background. It's pretty loud. My cat is completely enamored by that bag. Yeah, but just to reinforce what I was saying earlier, Rudy has been actively trying to build up his reputation to the point of refusing payment at times. Except he, now, again, this is his biggest moment of heroism, where he's going out into his most dangerous setting yet, because he just doesn't have anyone to back him up. Even though we know that it's not an issue for him, this is still the biggest act of heroism he's done since he's set off on this journey, and he doesn't tell anyone about it. And this whole moment here, where he's going around just kind of absorbed in his own thoughts, and the fact that he's just killing all the snow buffalo that go at him without even thinking, just is a great showcase of just how strong he is. How when he's really like just focused on just getting shit done, how his demeanor completely changes. And I think it also just highlights the previous thing we've been seeing of how he's been deliberately adjusting his behavior to try to get that name recognition, to the point where, he could do all these jobs on his own, but he's joining up with people so that he can spread the word about what he's trying to do.
お前やることが中途半端なんだよ。
本当に俺は何をやっているのだろうか。自己満足でもしたいのか。
And although I do, like we've been talking about, I do agree that this showcase of things, the timing of this, the chronology of this arc is not the best in the anime. I do like how they're showing that he's really starting to internalize all the stuff Soldat's saying, and really, it's really starting to pick away at him.
どうすれば俺は満足できる？そりゃ自分のやり方でサラを見つけた時だ。そのサラが生きていようが死んでいようが関係ない。今俺は成果が欲しいのだ。
And another little minor note is I do like how this whole arc is meant to showcase Rudy being alone and getting over being alone. That whole mental thing. And I do like how during this period of his life he doesn't have any contact with Hitogami, which that's like probably the only other person, even though he's still doesn't get along with him, that might be the only other person he feels any kind of affinity or connection towards. So even he's kind of keeping his distance.
あるいは他人を見捨てないという選択を取りたいだけなのかもしれない。エリスに捨てられた俺だから、それだけなのかもしれない。だが見つけてどうする？
And again, just the contrast of them saying, "Oh, we had to leave our people behind because we were attacked by a herd of snow buffalo," and he's just, again, he's barely even thinking about them. He's doing on his own internal issues while just kind of killing them almost by muscle memory.
わからない。こんなことをしたところで何になる？
Great showcase of just
俺は何がしたい？
how strong he's become.
全く意味がわからない。
I will also say that we just haven't seen very much of Mimir in the anime. Not like they saw a whole lot of him from the light novel either, but at least in there was a little bit more. So as much as we get that Rudy is going to be upset by seeing somebody he's been adventuring with die, or at least have, or see that he has died, we don't really get the emotional impact given the fact that we've seen him say like 3 words total so far. Like we see that Rudy feels the loss, but we don't feel the loss. And I think that's especially a shame, just because death is surprisingly uncommon in Mushoku Tensei. At least not in the Mushoku Tensei world, but as part of the plot of Mushoku Tensei. If you think about how large the cast is and how many dangerous scenarios there are, it's kind of shocking that so few people that Rudy cares about end up dying throughout the course of the series. There's only there's the one in the teleportation labyrinth, and then there's the antagonist towards the end of the series. Again, I'm not saying any specifics just because of I don't want to spoil anyone, but those two stand out because they're like 2 of the only deaths that actually occur. And even though Mimir wasn't particularly close to Rudy, he's not super important to the main cast, he's a background character pretty much. But he's still one of the few people that Rudy actually like knows that dies actively as part of the story. Again, there's also the teleportation incident stuff. Those people die. But they're just meant to be like a consequence of the natural disaster, not dying as part of any kind of conflict. That happening is very rare. So I do think it's a shame that they don't give the viewer really anything to latch onto with Mimir, because I think it would be so much better if we felt bad that he was dead. And again, he's once again feeling that pang of thinking that she's dead, and it's just reinforcing all the negative things he's been thinking about how life is for him. How he starts to open up to somebody and they hurt him in some way. With Aerys, it was leaving him. With Sarah, it's her dying. Even though, as I've mentioned in the past, they don't have that same kind of connection, but they were at a point where it could have developed into something more if things had been a little bit different.
サラとはそんなに仲良かったわけでもない。けど、この間の彼女はそれほどトゲトゲしくはなかったな。
Yeah, and that's an element of how Rudy is thinking, where he realizes that they're starting to build something, that they're starting to develop a bond. So that's, it hurts. I think he's hurt less by Sarah being gone itself, and more that he's kind of mourning the connection they could have had. That being that he still thinks she's dead, of course. Yeah, that was a cool detail from the books. I don't think it's like critical, so I'm not like super upset that they didn't adapt that portion of itself, but it is still kind of neat. I am kind of happy that they finally get to show us a treant, because those were like a big part of the story a lot earlier on in the light novels. They just kind of didn't really show up too much in the anime so far, but I don't know. I liked the light novels, the way they did it, so that they had the treants from the demon continent, the ones that were near the town that they killed for firewood and stuff like that, that were pretty easy to deal with, where Rudy actually had to kind of pull his punches to kill them without destroying their wood. And how when they go to different environments, there's different types of treants. And like here, they're particularly strong. I like that little element of world building from the books. I kind of wish the anime held on to that. And another thing that's really nice, with hindsight, knowing more about the story, is seeing Rudy, you know, he's having his kind of anime motions while he's fighting. And having read the books, and I'm pretty sure the anime has gotten to this point as well, where Rudy learns that he can't have a battle aura. He doesn't do that. So he doesn't have magically enhanced abilities. This is just the result of his training, the running and push-ups and just the workouts he's been given himself. While he's, of course, never going to get to the level of even an advanced swordsman as terms of physicality, you know, he's actually making progress that's visible to the audience. And you don't even realize how important that is until later, when you realize that this is all physical, no magic whatsoever. Aside from the spells he's casting, but... It's a good thing that she instinctively held her breath there, because you know, she's unconscious. She could have very easily just breathed in a lungful of water. Yeah, and that's the moment. That's where her walls break. She's just like, yeah, I like this guy now. I'm done pretending I don't. And then the result of this is where I can see the Sarah connection with Aerys a lot more. Especially when they reunite, she kind of embodies some of that ride or die energy from Aerys. Not quite the same, but the connection becomes a little bit more clear after this point. That's true, but I will also say one thing, little minor bit of criticism for this part of the scene. I know that he probably did do the incantation ahead of time. I do kind of wish they showed him doing the incantation, just to highlight the fact that while he is a silent caster, he can't silent cast healing magic, and that's kind of an important thing. The fact that he is weak at healing magic comparatively. I think he does eventually reach saint level, which is absurdly good compared to regular people, but compared to his abilities, it's on the lower end, and he can never end up silent casting it, which is one of the areas that Sylphie excels over Rudy. I don't think they've made it super clear that he can't do silent healing, so I do wish they showed that a little bit more, and I think this scene strongly implies that he can, which I think is a mistake.
ねえ、そろそろいい？
あ、はい。ありがとうございます。
何お礼なんて言ってんのさ。
足何かおかしくはありませんか？
うん、 大丈夫。もう痛くないし。ほら。
ちょっと違和感があるんですが、何かおかしいことありませんかね。
どこもおかしくないけど。
And I do like how Rudy is completely oblivious to the fact that she's, no injuries are making her act this way. It's a different kind of stimulus entirely.
あんたがここに一人でいるのはおかしいね。
いや、それはなんとなくティモシーたちに行方不明になったって聞いて。
みんなは無事なの？
ミミルは死にました。
そっか。
Yeah. And I think that those little lines there do a lot to show that as much as I've mentioned that death is not super common in the story, that death is very common in the world, especially for adventurers who constantly put themselves in danger, where, Rudy just mentioned that somebody she's been traveling with for a long time, he's dead. And she's just like, oh, because, it's a thing that happens. There is some truth to that. It's a balance between skills and power when it comes to power levels as far as as things go, where Rudy kind of embodies both skill and power, where he has an absurd amount of mana to work with and the intuitive understanding of mana to utilize it effectively. But there are some areas where people are limited by physical limitations, or maybe they have some degree of natural ability. Like, for example, Zenoba, a very powerful character who is not super skilled in combat. Like, he's a blessed child who has just, he's basically permanently on PCP. But he doesn't really have any combat training. So as much as he can make himself useful in combat due to his sheer power, he doesn't have a whole lot of skill to back that up. So he can't really utilize his full potential there. So I mean, I think there's a bit of a divide between weak and powerful versus skilled or unskilled. Like there's a bit of both.
じゃあ帰りましょうか。
うん。
And I do like that moment right there where she reaches out to him. She, doesn't manage to grab him at first. In previous parts of this story, we've seen her, she would use that initial, I guess failure is probably the closest word that fits. She would kind of see the initial setback, that's probably a better word, setback, and then give up and close off again. This time she says, no, I'm going to continue opening that door. I'm going to continue reaching out. A big showcase of how her opinion of Rudy has completely changed at this point.
嬉しかったよ。助けに来てくれて。
Yeah. And again, this is like the first time she's really been just open about her feelings with Rudy, just genuinely showing gratitude and admiration. And it comes across as really weird because she has no idea how the fuck to express herself properly. It's again, you do see the Aerys connection a lot more at this point in the story. Like, I still don't think they're really parallels of one another, except in Rudy's head, but there's a little bit of connection there.
まるで今までの行動すべてが許されたかのような気持ちになった。救われた。おかしなことに、彼女を救ったはずの俺の方がそのように思ってしまったのだ。
And that's Rudy's kind of entire deal he's going through right now, is the fact that he feels grateful to the people around him for giving him a purpose and a place and making him feel needed. Like, he's helping people, but it helps him that he is able to help people.
Suzanne! サラ、どうなってんだい？今から探しに行こうってところだったのに。
ルーデウスが助けてくれたんだ。
まさか、私らの話を聞いてすぐに出発したってことかい？
And I do like how Suzanne immediately realizes the extent of what Rudy did, and the fact that he just did it of his own volition without making a big deal of it. Like, again, Rudy's biggest act of heroism was one he did silently.
いや、もう。
そんな無茶してあんたまで死んだらどうするつもりだったんだ。
ちょっとスザンヌそんな言い方はないでしょ。
Yeah, and this is where I really saw the Aerys connection. I was like, oh yeah, once she's kind of on somebody's side, she's there for the long haul. She will stick up for them. And we did see this a little bit when she was overly defensive of Suzanne, but now Aerys is just like, yeah, I'm gonna, you know, Rudy did right by me. I've got his back permanently now, where she immediately just goes into attack mode, basically.
あ、確かにそうだね。ちょっと気が
Oops,
動
sorry.
転しちまって。まずはサラを助けてくれてありがとうって言わなきゃいけなかったね。
ルーデウス、ありがとう。
Yeah, and Timothy's great. He's just such a big softie.
本当にありがとう。この恩をどう返せばいいやら、何でも言ってほしい。
いえ、礼には及びません。僕もあなた方には何かと
I hope
助けて
this
もらって
doesn't
ます
cause
の
too
で。
many issues in the
それが
VOD.
本心だ。俺はなんだかんだ言って
Actually, come to think of it,
カ
I
ウン
probably
ターア
should
ローの
mute
面々に
this.
いろんなところで助けられてきた。
There we go. As much as it's looking like the filter is not needed for the live thing, again, hopefully the blurring that I'll add afterwards will actually make the VOD at least viewable. But, yeah, I mean, hey, audio is still something I'm going to be a little bit careful towards. Actually, I'm looking. There's actually a lot of non-Japanese names in the credits. Like, I obviously know that since, you know, China and Korea are so close to Japan, there's gonna be a lot of crossover there. But I just noticed one of those credits thing it was almost entirely Korean and Chinese names. Yep. And just that casual farewell is just another great way of showing that Rudy broke down her walls and that she's actually like she's accepted him too. This is first moment where he's finally been completely accepted by this group, like unequivocally, unreservedly. Which is, of course, is just going to make it a little bit more painful when he fucks it all up in the next episode. Yeah, and then yeah, the panties there. I'm very curious to see how they will handle this long term, because it is a funny thing. The panties are funny. The fact that he worships them is funny. But a lot of what Mushoku Tensei does, especially in the light novels, is the funniest moments are hiding serious, usually character moments, just something that is important to the characters involved. Like even Rudy's like really out of pocket lines are hiding deeper issues. I hope the anime doesn't just lean into the comedy element of it and does do the serious stuff that comes along with it. Which the way I've seen the anime go so far, it's like there have been instances where they take funny lines and just have them be funny. Like the idea of Rudy being able to get off 3 times in a row to the tags that represent his childhood friend, the hentai tags. That's a funny line, but it was so much more serious in the light novel. So I am a little concerned, but there's a lot of potential there. Yeah. And once again, they're laying it in really thick how his emotional side of things is starting to get a little bit better. He's starting to feel accepted. He's getting over a lot of the pain. And he's physically improving over that, where now that he's fully accepted, he feels like he can actually sleep well.
Rudeus にはまた助けられたね。さすがは泥沼だ。いえ、皆さんの動きがいいから僕もあれだけ動けるのです。また謙遜しちゃって。
Yeah, and that's another nice little nod to they mention, oh, Rudy's always so modest, where there's some modesty there, but a lot of it is actually just his low self-esteem, where he genuinely doesn't view himself as particularly impressive.
あの一件以来、俺はカウンターアローとほとんど一緒に行動するようになった。名前も十分に知れ渡り。
Yeah, and little things like that are mentioned. He's really become more part of the group than he was before, where he's just regularly teaming up with them because, you know, they're people he views as friends now. They're people he cares about. So before, he was kind of hesitant about joining up with them so often because he wanted to keep spreading his reputation. But now he's just like, yeah, these are my friends. They're going to be my go-to now. And his reputation, you know, still continues to grow regardless.
泥沼のルーデウスという名前が周辺の村々まで聞けるようになってきた。
I am still kind of annoyed about how they don't explain the Quagmire nickname, despite the fact that it would have been so easy just to say that he opens up every fight with a Quagmire.
変わったことがもう一つ。サラとの距離が近くなったことだ。
それでお父さんが狩人でね、小さい頃から弓の練習をしてたんだよね。だから今でも弓でさ、冒険者をやるにはちょっと不便だけど。
Yeah, and that's the one reference they make to bows not being very good for adventuring, but they really undersell it. In the novels, in the light novels, they do explain that it's really uncommon to see adventurers using bows because of how much of a disadvantage that puts you at. Because if you want to do long range, magic's the way to go because you can just keep firing it until you run out of mana, whereas you might have a dozen or so arrows in your quiver. And it doesn't offer you any kind of up-close protection either, and less utility than magic. So it's kind of weak in every regard, and she's just good enough with the bow, that it makes up for all those downsides.
僕の父さんは騎士でした。僕は剣術より魔術の方に才能があったみたいで、ロキシーという魔術師を家庭教師として呼んだんですよ。
その人、女の人？はい、
僕の師匠なんですが、これがまたすごい人でしてね。
あ、そう。
And I do also like how you see kind of not Aerys, Sarah's adorable side once she kind of lets her defenses down. And the fact that she's kind of getting annoyed when Rudy expresses any kind of admiration for another woman, even though realistically, he hasn't seen Roxy since he was 5 years old, so and he's what, like 13, I think, at this point, maybe 14. So it's been a hot minute. So she logically shouldn't be too upset by the fact that he respects the person who taught him magic.
話題によっては少々サラの機嫌が悪くなるが。
But it's because she's still young herself and, you know, has kind of those childlike emotional moments where he gets a little jealous at the idea of Rudy's attention being somewhere else.
話は変わるんだけど。
はい。
実は私、剣も少し使えるんだよね。普段は装備の手入れにも使ってるんだけど、刃こぼれもひどくなってきちゃって。それでさ、新しい短剣を買おうかなって思ってんだけど。
ほ
う。ルーデウスさ、明日って暇？一緒に買いに行かない？
いいですよ。行きましょうか。
And I also like that they didn't do the typical. Well, they're playing off of some of the tsundere character tropes, but not going full on like. So I will say I'm not a huge fan of tsunderes in general, because a lot of times their behavior kind of works out so that they become a different character once the tsun becomes dere. And I don't know, I just feel like a lot of writers can't really handle a tsundere. But I do like that. So basically they become from like hostile and prickly to like caring, clingy, and like almost subservient. Again, there's differences there, but that's how tsunderes tend to kind of go. I like how Sarah kind of keeps her emotional fortitude from before, the kind of the strength and assertion that she had with dealing with Rudy, and now that there's no hostility anymore, it's gone from that to I'm going to pursue what I want. And that's, she wants to get closer to Rudy, she wants to make something happen between them. So she's willing to kind of jump on that. And so her attitude and personality definitely had a change, especially in regards to Rudy. But that core of her is still there, and it still feels like the same character, and I do like that a lot.
決まりだね。
と、そこで俺は何に誘われたのか気づいた。デートだ。
Yeah, and that's another thing that Rudy is kind of internally going to be freaking out about, because he is somewhat getting over Aerys at this point, where he's not completely hung up on her anymore. He's still hurt, but like it's not all consuming anymore. But he, as much as he has moved on, he hasn't quite emotionally wrapped his head around the idea that, oh, I may have moved on from Aerys, but that means that I might be able to be with somebody else now. Like that is, something that's going to be very confusing to, and really that's something that tends to happen to just about everyone after their first relationship ends, where you realize all of a sudden, hey, these restrictions I had on my behavior are no longer applicable, and not knowing how to fully process that, especially when you're young and immature, where despite Rudy's mental age, his emotional age tends to kind of be roughly in line with his physical age. So I do like that you can kind of tell exactly what's going through his head at this moment. Although, this is where I have some mixed feelings about how they handle the impotence angle, because by this point in the light novels, the reader already knows that his dick doesn't work. And that, he is feeling a little bit insecure about that. He's kind of accepted it as the status quo for the time being, but he's not happy about it, where it's just something that's kind of consistently wearing at him. And so the idea of that leading up to the encounter with Sarah, there's always going to be a little bit of tension there, where it's like, is something going to happen and his dick doesn't work? That's kind of, we don't, I could have sworn we did. Again, it was a long time ago that I remembered it, that I read it. Okay, because I could have sworn what I remembered was that, I don't know why I'm thinking about that, because in my head, that's kind of the emotional, that's the kind of the emotional memory I have, is of it happening at least before the sexual encounter with Sarah. So I knew that a lot of the stuff leading up to that, I'm just remembering a lot of tension there. So I might not just, okay. Yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking of, where it really just, the wrong feeling. Okay, so I do think they probably harped on about it more in the light novel, because they do mention the wrong feeling here in the anime, but they just don't. They mention it like once, and that is the kind of thing where in the light novel that would have been like a constant presence. So, okay, that makes a lot of sense, because. Okay, I'm trying to think of why my memory of things, and I have like I can remember like almost emotions of how the story affected me, where I could have sworn like I didn't know about the impotence arc before I read it, but I can kind of remember the tension building up to the sexual encounter. Like, how is this going to reconcile? So I at some point I need to. I'm going to have to reread the book myself to see what my mind is kind of latching onto, because I'm sure I'm latching onto something, and I'm just kind of using my knowledge of what happens to kind of superimpose that onto my memory. So I don't know exactly what's going through my head at the moment, but yeah, because so like the way I was thinking is there's kind of two ways to approach this bit where, you know, in the moment is when it hits him, and that's kind of fucks with his head. But also there could be a lot of tension building up to that moment, which could do another bunch of interesting things. Okay, yeah, that makes sense as well. Especially since that almost kind of acts as a bit of a fake out, because there have been moments even before his impotence that his arousal doesn't behave in the way he thinks. Like, the example I give a lot is with the Beast Folk. When he gets arrested, the reason does it in the anime, it's because he gets horny, or they smell the dog's horniness, and that's why they think he's being creepy to the dog. But in the light novels, it's the fact that, you know, he's rescuing the children and they're really vulnerable and clinging to him, and he has kind of a visceral arousal at that. But then in his mind, he's very uncomfortable by the fact he's like, you know, this would normally be like a really great feeling for me, but now it's just making me uncomfortable. And, you know, that was just to showcase that he was starting to emotionally grow at that point. So it's, and yeah, so that was another one of those things where, like, my reaction should have been different than it is. So it's something that has been established up until that point. And yeah, that also seems like exactly the kind of thing Rudy would have thought. Like that's exactly, like, it makes sense. That's how his thought process is. Because I mean, let's be real. If you're a horny motherfucker and you have sex once, that doesn't make you any less of a horny motherfucker. Oh, and I'm gonna need to, that's gonna cause problems, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying about the lyrics here. Because I'll be honest, I didn't really pay attention to them when I was doing my first watch, but yeah, I'm starting to see how it connects to what's going on. And it's just kind of crazy about how, you know, these sad lyrics are happening over this very cute date scene. It's like I don't know if any of you have seen Oshinoko. The lyrics to the OP there are very depressing and relate to things that happen in the show, despite the fact that it's a very, like, happy sounding song for the most part. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not really talking about the opening. I'm focusing a lot more on the lyrics here now, where man, that's just this opening is like a lament as opposed to, you know, it feels like a happy song just from sound. But looking at lyrics, it's like, holy shit. That being said, I do actually like this opening, how, you know, they're not really showing us what exactly is going on, what they're saying, because you really don't need that. It's just the fact that they're spending time together and enjoying each other's company is what's important. And of course, Sarah is, for the first time, like, in not adventuring gear. And yeah, she is like, she's very adorable in this scene. I already liked Sarah just from my experience with light novels, but like she's very endearing in this opening. Oop.
あるね。
今のやつじゃダメなんですか？
結構前に買ったのだから最近ちょっとだけきつくってさ。
きつく。
何赤くなってんの？まったくもう男はこれだから。
And even these little lines here just showcase how their dynamic has changed. And of course, since the audience doesn't know that Rudy, has some issues with his dick at the moment, they think he's just kind of getting a little horny when he's actually just, his mind is kind of not comprehending everything. And then with Sarah, instead of lashing out at him, she just teases him about it, which, again, before, especially when they were trying to make the connections between her and Aerys, you think Aerys would have kicked the crap out of him, whereas, and Sarah would have not hit him, but been like a little mean to him. Now she's just poking fun at him.
なんか酔っ払ってきちゃった。ルーデウスと一緒だとついいっぱい飲んじゃうね。
そうなんですか？
なんでかな。ルーデウスのそばだと安心するからかな。
Yeah, that's also true. She's like really laying it on thick here.
これはあれだろうか。いわゆる脈ありというやつなのだろうか。
And I also really like, in hindsight, knowing that Rudy has his issues right now. What's going through his mind, how complex it is, because we know now that he's not feeling any kind of arousal at the moment because he's dealing with sexual trauma. He can't really, that part of his psyche is just not functioning at the moment. But he's still flustered as if he is being aroused because, he actually does like this girl. He cares about her, and he's at least like mentally open to the idea of something happening between them because he realizes that they have, even though, and they're not like, it's not like him and Aerys where they have become really like family, but he does like her, and he can see the possibility of something developing from that, and that's something he is not averse to. So that side of him is kind of pushing him towards Sarah, even though his, the physiological side of things really isn't.
ルーデウス。
サラ。
よし、行こう。俺もそろそろ前のことを忘れて次に進まなければならないと思っていたところだ。
And I will say the fake out here is kind of funny. Because, again, they're not really drawing any attention to the fact that Rudy doesn't feel any arousal at this point, but they're kind of bringing the old horny Rudy, at least in spirit. And it's funny, and it's going to lead to it's a nice lead up to the tonal shift that'll be when things aren't working for him. And, just that doesn't end well for him.
そろそろ遅いし帰りましょうか。宿まで送りますよ。
ここは慎重に行こう。確実に行けるタイミングを狙うべきだ。そうだろう、パウロ。
私もうちょっとあんたと話してたいかも。
And also, this is another instance of showing Rudy how he's changed since reincarnating, where if you remember back in, I want to say it was episode 7 of season 1. It was towards the end of volume 2 of the light novels, where he's with Aerys after the party, and he tries to kind of scare her away from his room, and she gives him sort of a green light to be, a little handsy with her, and that's when he ends up pushing it too far, and sets a whole emotional catalyst for him. And then the next time is when he gets a green light is with he gets a soft green light at the idea of Aerys being seasick, but he's able to kind of file that away into banter and not actually act on it. And then the next time he's given a green light is again with Aerys when they actually sleep together, and we know how that ended up. It just was not a good. It was a good time for him, but not a good result. And now he's getting one more green light, and he's trying to emotionally deal with that.
じゃあどっか別の店に入りますか。
And again, she's really just laying it on so thick that like even Rudy's kind of picking up on it, which is it's funny. And especially since, Sarah's probably 14 or she's between 13 and 15 at this point, like Rudy. I know they're about the same age. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what her age was, but at that age, you're still young at that age. You don't really know how things and people work. So she's just doing it in a very immature way. That's kind of adorable, but it's just funny to see her really like leaning into it, going over the top. Rudy having his just Rudyisms in response. It's a very entertaining scene, and it I think does a very good job of setting up the tonal shift.
あんたの部屋行ってもいいかな。
意味分かってて言っているのだろうか。いやいや、ここは俺が我慢してでも。そもそもサラとはそういう感じではないというか。待て待て、流れだ。ここは我慢せずに流れるままに行ってしまうのもありではない。
Yeah, and of course he's really freaking out about it as well, because if you remember again, the first time he got what he viewed as a go-ahead, he hurt somebody he cared about. The next real time he got a go-ahead, he ended up hurt because of it. So he's like, emotionally, part of him is wanting to push away from that. So he doesn't really even understand how he's feeling at the moment. So, but also there's the side of him that really does like Sarah. So he's just like, he's in conflict with himself.
じゃあ行きましょうか。ここです。
お邪魔します。
And they do actually encapsulate the kind of teenage awkwardness of this moment like really well, I think. Like I'm having like uncomfortable memories from my high school days, seeing how they're kind of interacting with one another.
なんか飲みます。
そんなことよりさ、こっちへ来ない？
はい。
行きます。
あのさ。
はい。
私結構ね、感謝してるんだ。あの時あんたが来てくれなかったら死んでたし。だから、
And I do have to, before we get really into the scene, although I really do like the visuals of, Rudy's face reflected in her eyes, where we've seen stuff like that in other parts of the series, but it's just a little stylistic thing I do really like. But I do have to point out that this little mini arc does parallel Rudy and Aerys's endpoint a lot, where there's definitely meant to be some dramatic irony through this whole scene, where Sarah is in many ways kind of dealing with some of what Rudy was dealing with, where she does kind of close herself off to people. And she opened up to an extent, but like doesn't really open herself up. And this is the moment where she's actually like fully letting down her walls and truly being vulnerable with another person. And due to a misunderstanding, she ends up feeling completely rejected. Because Rudy can't get it up, she figures that it's her fault. And she, reacts poorly to that. She feels like as soon as she fully opens up to someone, she gets hurt by it. And that, that's very similar to the way Rudy felt hurt by Aerys when he finally opened up to somebody for real, and then he got hurt. So there's that connection there. And then, Rudy drives her away even more, and they part on bad terms. She feels like she was misled emotionally, that he was never really cared for her, all this stuff. And I've always felt that was like a really nice bit of dramatic irony, because Rudy is hurting the way that he is hurting, and he's hurting so profoundly to the point where it seeps into every element of his psyche. Even as he's healing, he's still dealing with all those scars. He still ends up hurting another person in a similar way that he himself was hurt. And that's something that I think is really just a very poignant and very powerful thematic through line there, where Rudy's bad experiences can kind of become a part of him, and he ends up internalizing them and inflicting them on the people around him. That's just kind of how he can be sometimes, and this is an example of that, and things do end up ultimately working out fine. She understands his perspective and forgives him. They become friendly when they meet up again. But again, the fact that he ends up hurting somebody that he cares about in a similar way that he had just recently been hurt, that's something that really weighs on him and really fucks him up, especially since he immediately realizes how badly he fucked up. So yeah, this is where that starts. It's not a direct parallel, not exactly, but I do think that the emotional beats they're trying to hit here are deliberately meant to not reflect on Rudy's whole history with Aerys, but the moments that he was really hurt by Aerys, where it shows that he's not only not over it, but that it's caused him to hurt somebody else in the same way. And as we know about Rudy by now, him hurting somebody he cares about is like the catalyst to him learning. And also, the fact that this scene has no music, once again, is a pretty big tell that something is wrong. Because, as we've been talking about for pretty much the entire series so far, music is a big element of the storytelling here. There's always going to be music telling and reinforcing whatever's happening in the scene. And when we saw the sex scene with Aerys, which I will say the anime showed more of that than the light novel did. The light novel mostly skipped over it with a few references to the things that he was feeling during that time. He wasn't really given any specifics, just, how he felt her warmth or moisture, and just how he was completely overcome with his emotions during that scene. But then the anime does that same kind of thing where it's very artistic, a lot of musical storytelling going on there. Contrast this here where there is nothing. And especially since we started off the season with no music whatsoever, and that's true, Alan. That's I think a very important thing with Rudy, is that every sexual encounter he has is ultimately initiated by the woman, including the failed ones, where if you remember, Aerys came on to Rudy at the refugee camp, and she wanted to sleep with him. That was why they slept together, even though he was still wanting to wait until he was 15 like he had promised. Then with Sylphie, it wasn't all Sylphie's idea, but she was kind of the one who pushed for things to get physical with them, and granted there was other stuff going on there too, but Sylphie was the one who wanted to do things with Rudy, and that ultimately led to a lot of healing for him and how he got over his sexual trauma. And then later, when Rudy's in another set of depression after the teleportation labyrinth, that's when Roxy sleeps with him to try to pull him out of that and give him that kind of connection that he needs at that moment. And then here we got Sarah as the one who comes on to Rudy here, even though that doesn't end up working out. And later it's the escort in the red light district that comes on to Rudy. Not comes on to Rudy. He of course does go into the brothel, but she's the one who actively tries to get things rolling. And if I'm remembering correctly, I do remember the light novels, him being a little bit more hesitant than he was in the anime. So, yeah, I don't think it's a mistake that, or an accident, or anything like that, or a coincidence that Rudy is never the one to initiate the first sexual encounter. But yeah, it's just so eerie without music. Yeah, and
ようやく気づいた。
and also I will say that in this moment, the way the scene is framed right here is almost it's framed in an almost comedic way. Just the words he's saying, the little bits of animation they're doing, normally would be kind of funny, but the lack of music already puts you on edge. And instead of finding this funny, although I will say some people do find it funny, which kind of annoys me, but Rudy is kind of like, he's freaking out, and that, I feel, is the emotional resonance the audience is supposed to have as well. It's like, oh shit, this is just not right.
今まで何度も感じていた違和感の正体に。
Yeah, and then, yeah, that's the one reference to him feeling like something is off, where, as in the light novels, it would have been a regular recurring thing.
さらには何の問題もなかった。素晴らしい体だった。そう、彼女には問題がない。
And it's also another example of both of them being kind of immature in ways where this is the kind of moment where they needed to have, if they had some actual communication here, I think they could have talked things out and, come to an understanding. Like I think, if Rudy had, both of them, I think, failed in that regard here, where Rudy needed to explain that he was just going through stuff and that it was having an effect on him physically. And Sarah just needed to not completely close herself off. If either one of them had not done that, I think they could have, not been as awkward as it is and have it, and, it snowballs into the explosive blow up between the two of them. Although, then it wouldn't have the same kind of dramatic irony like I was talking about earlier. That's just kind of how this is designed. Because even in the with the Aerys thing, where a little bit of communication there would have prevented a lot of heartache.
問題があったのは俺の方だった。俺の体が異常を訴えていた。
Although I will say that's a great face right there.
いいな。何も訴えてなどいない。ただ沈黙していたのだ。
あれ？
なんでだ？どうしてだ？
And again, he's having another panic attack as this is happening. Like, they're starting to show these things. God damn it. Excuse me for 1 second. I will say I've been catching some of the bots lately, but sorry about that. Yeah, I've been catching some of them. Haven't gotten all of them, but yeah. The bots are an issue on Kick, unfortunately. I'm annoyed that one happened during my during the intro, and for some reason it didn't get caught by my filter, even though it used a banned term, which I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want people to be able to get around it. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, bots are on Twitch and Kick. They definitely are an issue. Although my filters have pretty effectively filtered out the ones on Twitch so far.
いつからこうなった？おかしいだろ。
And I will say, I do wish I could no. Yeah, I'll say I do wish there was just an easy way for me to actually just, let me see. I'm really trying to see if I could yeah, no. I guess there's no way to just delete messages in this thing, which is kind of dumb. Okay. At some point I'm going to have to figure out a better way to do combined chat, because this works, but it has some problems.
そんな今まであん
Especially since, you know, I don't want this guy's
なに機関
information
棒だった
on
のに
screen.
いきなりこんな俺の体はどうなってしまったのだろうか。
あのさ、私別にあんたのこと好きとかじゃないから。
Yeah, hey, I mean, I'm not against that. Having some chat activity is never a negative thing. But it could be potentially spam. I don't really know how YouTube considers all that, but I mean, it wouldn't be spam from my perspective, because usually when it comes to, you know, excessive message spam, that's usually the streamer that ends up taking action. But yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not complaining. A little bit of extra activity does actually help the stream, so I'm not complaining. But yeah, that's a lot of things that are traditionally viewed as negative from streamers' perspectives. A lot of times, if they're not directly involved in it, it can actually be a positive. Like, you know, chat spam is one of those things where, as long as it's not disrupting the actual conversations, that can actually be a positive, because more chat activity is just good for the algorithm. Even, you know, one thing a lot of people don't know is that a lot of big streamers actually also view bot on Twitch, especially. So, like, it's just, yeah, and a lot of them don't really care. But yeah. Yeah, and there's also, yeah, and I get what you're saying about how Sarah's attitude might annoy you, but yeah, exactly. That's the idea is that Rudy is once again being rejected. That's why he feels the way he does. But also, you got to consider things from Sarah's perspective, where she is also, this is the most vulnerable she's ever been with somebody. She's opening herself up to Rudy, and from her perspective, she's the one being rejected because, you know, she's still a teenager. Why else would something and that's even in the modern day, where I would say societally we understand these things a lot better than we used to. Even now, there's like, if somebody's having an issue like that where, you know, they can't get it up for any reason, a lot of people view that as a choice, where it's not always a choice. And even in the reverse can happen when somebody is being a little too pushy to the point of, you know, maybe it being a little bit of a crime. They're saying, oh, you're hard, so that must mean you want it. So these misconceptions even exist in our modern world. Think of you know, as a medieval teenager, can only really interpret that as he doesn't desire her. And that's why, you know, she's opened up and she immediately closes herself off again, goes back to her old defense mechanisms. You know, and does that whole, oh, it's not like I like you or anything, Baka.
俺、そう、あんたに対する借りを返したかっただけだから。だから勘違いしないでよ。あくまでこれは義務みたいなもんだし。
And Rudy, of course, is also kind of the same way, where he doesn't recognize that she's basically doing that as a defense mechanism, that she's huffing copium, essentially. And it's not until somebody actually corrects him later on that, I think it was Soldat that corrects him, where he realizes, no, she's actually, like, just hiding her true feelings because she's embarrassed.
それじゃ、最悪。
So yeah, both of them end up feeling rejected in this moment, and you know, that's just a sore spot for both of them. Yeah, and that's the thing where Sylphie is also a very she has her own self-esteem issues, where I think a big part of Sylphie's whole emotional situation is that, you know, she still kind of clings on to some of the trauma she had as a child of being bullied and how nobody accepted her except for Rudy. So she doesn't really see her own qualities. And then you got to consider the fact that she was traveling with Ariel's crew, who the other main friend to Ariel, even though they don't have quite the same friendship relationship, but the other person in their group, their core group, is Luke, who, as a typical member of the Grey Rats, he likes big tits, and it even expresses that he's not attracted to Sylphie because she's flat-chested. Or not even flat-chested, just modestly chested. So that's also probably, she probably had a bit of internal idea of, oh, smaller breasts are not attractive. Yeah, exactly. That's that's true that the phrasing is a little different in the light novel. I also kind of view this as her kind of muttering to herself. So I'm not even 100% sure Rudy heard that last little comment in this moment, but he definitely got the he got the feeling from it. He understood that she was upset. Yeah, and of course, again, he's just completely fucked up by it. It's great storytelling.
おっさもう一本だ。
おい、そんな飲み方やめとけよ。
うっせえな、さっさとしろよ。
Oh yeah.
And I will say, like some of you were saying in the chat earlier, this is a good way of showcasing how his personality can develop when bad things happen. How it's not always just a depressive internal shutdown. Sometimes it can build into just bitterness and resentment as well, which will become very relevant later on in the series, round about turning point 4. I will not say any more to avoid spoiling the anime onlys, but if you know, you know.
泥沼じゃねえか。珍しいな、おい。俺らのよくいる酒場で飲んでるなんてよ。
And of course, this is also the moment where Soledad finally kind of pushes the line with Rudy, where Rudy doesn't have any backup here. And Soledad is also not completely hammered, so his companions aren't as willing to kind of pull him away at this point. So everything kind of is at the right moment for Rudy to blow up. Which, again, like I was saying earlier, I do kind of think I do wish that the anime had shown how long this series of events was, because it still only feels like a couple weeks, just as an anime viewer, despite the fact that it was months, or even, like, it was a very long time that he spent doing this. So this is just constantly getting his buttons pushed by Soledad until it eventually just kind of blows up when he's at a particularly weak moment. And also just, it's going to also highlight the little bit of a Paul connection there, where Rudy is, kicks his ass the same way he kicked Paul's ass.
なんだてめえ、しけた面しやがって。なんか嫌なことでもあったのか？あったんだろうな。嫌なことがあるたびに逃げてヘラヘラ笑って周りに慰めてもらうのを待ってんだろ。そんな。てめえ。
何怒ってんだよ。いつも喧嘩売ってきやがって。これが望みだったんだろうが。
お前。
ヘラヘラしてて何がおかしいんだよ。お前みたいに他人をけなしてバカにして。
Yeah, that's true. He didn't really kick Soledad's ass. Not exactly, yeah, because again, he definitely more won the fight with Paul. In this moment, he's just kind of, yeah, he is letting him have it, but getting punched in the face numerous times, even if you're letting it happen, I'd still consider that an ass kicking, because that's kind of how things tend to work. But yeah, and this definitely does mirror the Paul moment too, where again that's a moment where Rudy just is pushed a little bit too far, and all the anger and frustration he's had building up inside him, he finally lets it out, and that's kind of the catalyst towards being able to really work through the things. And I also do like the little stylistic decision of having the table leg blocking Soledad's face at the moment. And I will also bring up that it's funny how Soldat earlier talked about how Timothy pissed him off because he just took a punch and didn't even try to fight back. Now he's doing exactly that same thing here.
自分の成果を自慢してそんで恨まれて嫉妬して嫌われてみんなが離れていってそれでも同じ態度でいられるなら俺だってそうしてる嫌われたくねえんだよ嫌われないために笑ってるんだよ
And I will say he's Rudy is being a little bit on the nose with a lot of the things he's saying. He's being very explanatory about his emotional state, how he's smiling to hide the pain and to be accepted by the people around him. It definitely feels like it's kind of the writer telling the viewer what's going on explicitly, although I do think it works in this scenario because he's just basically just dumping all of his emotions out, and it could in other circumstances feel kind of fake, but I think it does toe that line pretty well in this scene.
それの何が気に食わねえんだよなんでいなくなるんだよいてくれよ嘘でもいいから笑ってくれよあんなやり方されると辛いんだよ
Yeah, and that line is almost a little bit too on the nose for me, where, I mean, I get the idea that the words he's saying are not really directed at Soldat at the moment. He's talking about, he's really kind of letting out his feelings about Aerys, because he doesn't really have anything holding them back at the moment, and he's just kind of, Soldat is the convenient punching bag at the moment. I don't know, it almost feels, the fact that he said that out loud, I almost feel like that should have been something that happened in his head. Just the fact that he's actually talking to somebody else at the moment. I don't know, I'm a little conflicted as to what I think about that.
おい、ダメだ。俺はもう終わりだ。くしょ。かかってこいよ。殴れよ。好きなだけよ。それで床に倒れた俺を見下して笑えよ。どうせお前の方が強いんだろ。
That's interesting, because I actually do think Rudy might be able to take him in a fight. Yeah, that is true. It's not, this is not the way to express yourself. This is kind of just, he let things build until, just letting things explode at an inopportune moment. He's not, and that's the thing with Rudy, he doesn't tend to process negative emotions very well. That's kind of what caused his problems in the first place. But it's one of those things where the fact that he has opened up is kind of the catalyst for Soldat to be like, okay, I kind of get what this guy's going through. And from here on, we can kind of approach things in a slightly better way. Even though I will say Soldat is not exactly the best role model in this situation. He doesn't really know how to help Rudy. And it's more the fact that he's trying, and that the fact that he is extending a hand out to Rudy when he's once again feeling alone. Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm still thinking of how Rudy really got the upper hand on Paul by just being able to utilize his eye and his magic to, and granted, Paul was also drunk at that time, but yeah, it's hard to say. In terms of just raw physicality, yeah, obviously Soldat would absolutely crush him, but I don't know, in a pitched fight, I think Rudy could probably hold his own. Again, if he was not in this mental state, because when he's in control of himself, again, that's when he can utilize his magic and his eye to its greatest effect. And we don't know if Soldat is good enough to overcome the advantage that his eye has, because we've seen that it can be overcome, but it isn't. It takes a very skilled fighter to do that. Yeah, that is also true, where Paul was not at his peak at that point, but he was still he still had skills at that point.
おいゾル、あんまりガキをいじめてやんなよ。
悪かったよ。俺が悪かった。お前はこの世で一番不幸かもしれないな。
And that's a nice little moment for Soldat where we see, he likes to push buttons, but he doesn't like to actually hurt people. Like, he doesn't enjoy the fact that this kid is actually genuinely upset. Like, he knows he kind of crossed a line there where, and even though he is arrogant, he is a dick, he's immediately able to kind of recognize that and give, granted, a pretty shitty apology, but an apology nonetheless. Although I do find it amusing just how uncomfortable he is at the moment, because honestly, yeah, if somebody is just kind of broken down and crying into you, especially somebody you don't really know very well, that's not going to be a very comfortable situation.
まあ飲めって。そんで話してみろよ。それで何かわかるかもしれねえし、ちょっと吐き出そうぜ。
And I will say that despite the fact that Soldat is not the best person for dealing with these kind of issues with Rudy, who he doesn't really know what to do, that's actually a pretty solid starting point to just say, hey, let it out and let me hear your problems. That alone can oftentimes actually be helpful to people.
つまりあれが立たなくて女に振られたってことか。
だよ、バカにすんなよ。
バカにしてるつもりはねえ。ただな、落ち込んでる時には落ち込んでる原因をはっきりさせとかねえといけねえんだ。
I like this scene here quite a lot because of just how helpful and hurtful Soldat is in this moment, where he's actually giving some good advice, but also framing certain things very negatively. Kind of reinforcing Rudy's idea that when Aerys left him, that it was because he did something wrong, when actually that's not true at all. That's just a misconception Rudy has, and that's something he's, beating himself up over. But he's also doing things like this. You got to identify what's messing with your head. Know what your problem is so that you can face it. That is very good advice. So I like this notion of Soldat being, a bit of a dick, but a good guy deep down who's trying his best, but doesn't always really know what he's doing. So sometimes he misses the mark. I do like that a lot. And this scene showcases that really well.
でも、僕が落ち込んでたのは。
俺でいい。お前さっき俺って言ってたろ。一人称とかで仮面を被るもんじゃねえ。
And another thing is with Rudy, a lot of times when he's at his lowest, as much as he does need somebody to reach out, which granted, Soldat is doing that right now. He is reaching out to him, trying to help him. Rudy also sometimes needs somebody to not let him get away with his shit, where he needs somebody to both lift him up and give him a push. Like that's something that Roxy did, where she would constantly encourage him, and then when he was scared to leave the home, she just grabs him and throws him on the horse and says, "We're going." So a lot of people try to do either one or the other with Rudy, and it never seems to work. Rudy needs somebody to have his back, but also not give him any slack where it matters. And as much as Soldat is a very flawed character himself, he is exactly the kind of figure Rudy needs in this particular moment.
敬語はいいから俺で話せ。
So, and the reason I mentioned that specifically is because Soldat saw him using flowery language as a defense mechanism and says, "Cut that shit out, just talk."
俺が落ち込んでたのはもっと前のことでさ、好きな子がいたんだよ。
ほう？
いろいろあってさ、なんていうかしたんだよ。お互い初めてで。
まあ誰にだって初めてはあるわな。
でもさ、目が覚めたらさ、相手はいなくて、もうとっくに旅立ってて。
捨てられたってわけか。
And this is the first time Rudy's really actually put these things into words. he's thought about it a lot, but actually saying it like makes it real in a sense. And I will also note that this is the first time, like with Soldat of all people, this is the first time that Rudy cries and somebody else is there to, give him some support. In the past, the 2 times we've seen him cry so far were right after Aerys left and he was all alone, and when he first started to heal, but he's in his room alone. Those are the times he cried. It was a very solitary thing. So the fact that he's now able to have somebody by his side when he really needs it, it's a big deal. I actually, the more I think about it, the more I really like that this person that's exactly what Rudy needs right now, that's really able to help him, is somebody who is as imperfect as Soldat is. And even imperfect as a supporting figure, where he doesn't say the right things all the time. He doesn't always do the right things all the time. He doesn't do everything that Rudy needs, but he is the figure that Rudy needs in this moment. I really do like that they decided to make this Soldat's job as opposed to some of the other things Rudy deals with, like when he fully gets over his trauma with Sylphie, who Sylphie is that pure, loving, supporting character who Rudy needed at that point. But yeah, the fact that Rudy's able to be helped by somebody who is so imperfect is great. And yes, they're really hammering the Paul comparisons too. That's a big thing where Soldat does have a lot of Paul in him. Not like that, but yeah, they have a lot of the same flaws and strengths. But I do really like that Rudy is essentially being helped by such a fuck up. An emotional fuck up, I should say.
泣くなって。でも涙が出るってことはそれが原因だ。なんでエリスはなんでいなくなった？
And yeah, that right there. Why did she leave me? That is the very core of everything he's going through right now. Where he, everything that's fucked up about him. And then this is actually also just a nice setup for much later on. That moment I was talking about earlier in the stream, where Aerys gets really upset when she learns how badly she hurt Rudy. It's because, Soldat remembers Rudy like this. And seeing him doing a lot better makes him happy. He's able to reminisce about the bad times because, the bad times were the bad times. We can, reminisce and laugh about them now. And he doesn't realize that Aerys wasn't really familiar with how badly Rudy was going through it. And also, he may or may not have realized that she was the one who made him like that. So, that was kind of a bombshell for Aerys. But, it's nice that this is the moments that Soldat's going to remember of him first bonding with Rudy.
ああ、俺の経験で言えば直前の行動が悪かったのかもな。
Yeah, and then and that is an example of how Soldat doesn't necessarily always say the right thing. Where for all of Rudy's flaws, the issue he had with Aerys, it's not on him. Like, he didn't actually do anything wrong in that moment. It was Aerys who initiated things, Aerys who felt like she needed to go off on her own to grow to be what she views as worthy of him, but also the person who didn't really communicate what she was trying to do. So, Rudy's actually, for once, blameless here. So, him feeding into his notions that he fucked up is not the most helpful.
直前の行動やっぱり下手くそだったのか。今のままじゃつれえよな。直そうぜ。でもどうやって？わからねえ。でもよ、原因がそれならそれで上書きするしかねえんじゃねえか。つまりプロに任せてみようぜ。
And I also do like how he's not entirely wrong here about how to fix Rudy. He just, he doesn't have the full answer yet. Where he kind of understands the physical side of things, and Elise, that we'll meet soon, understands the emotional side of things. She's able to kind of nail hit the nail on the head with Rudy. She doesn't nail Rudy, but she manages to hit the nail on the head with Rudy, and realizes that he needs somebody who he trusts completely and will not leave him. But Soldat's also correct that Rudy needs to address the symptom to get at the root cause here. Because as what will happen with Sylphie much later, not much later, but later on, is the way he kind of gets over his impotence is he realizes that, Sylphie is that person who will stay by his side and won't leave him. I'm glad I was able to. That one was. I pretty much peaked with that. I'll be real there. That I peaked with the nailing joke. But yeah, but with Sylphie, she's the emotional side of things that he needs, where he knows that Sylphie will be there for him no matter what. And the fact that she wakes up next to him after they have sex is like the thing that makes him get better. But also, it needs to kind of be kicked off by a powerful aphrodisiac that Sylphie has. Or at least that she has access to. And that is what kind of brute forces the physical side of things so that he can really have that emotional healing that he needed. So, Soldat doesn't quite have the right idea, but he does also kind of have the right idea. Yeah, that is true. His impotence did ultimately work out for him. Like he was able to have that healing that he ultimately needed, and things ended up for the best. But at the same time, it's it's who knows how things could have happened. There are a lot of instances of what could have been in this series. Like, for example, what if Aerys had actually just communicated properly with Rudy, saying, I feel like I need to work on myself. I need to grow stronger so that I can actually be by your side as an equal. And then he went on his journey, sad that she's gone, but knows that she didn't abandon him. That would have made everything play out completely different as well. And there are a lot of little moments like that where things could have been so much different in a way that also would have made him happy. So there are questions like that, and but I mean, I'll leave that to the theory YouTubers. I'm more into analysis than speculation. Okay, excuse me once again. I do need to use the bathroom once more, and I'd rather do that before this scene kicks off. All right, be back shortly. Okay, I am back. Let's get going. I like how uncomfortable this scene feels as well, because the whole idea is that Rudy, he's got his ED going on. He's not comfortable in this environment largely because of that, but he's also it's just the music just feels slightly off. And granted, it's using a lot. I think it's using more of the kind of microtonality that you see in certain regions of music, which is just not common in music that I'm familiar with. So it feels wrong to me. But I think it does a lot to add the emotion of this scene.
お邪魔します。
エリーゼです。よろしくお願いします。ご主人様のお名前を伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
あ、ルーデウスです。ルーデウス・グレイロット。
それでは、ルーデウス様、よろしくお願いします。
And I like that moment right there as well, because you can see when he says his name, she immediately flips from, professional playing her character to, oh, this is the guy, and she's actually happy that he's there for her, to get her services in more ways than one.
お名前は以前より聞き及んでおります。
まあ、はい。やっぱり他の冒険者の方から聞いた感じですか？
いいえ、妹より以前無償で治癒魔術をしていただいたと。
Yeah, that is true, where Aerys and Aerys in Japanese is going to be pronounced almost identically, because it's the same three characters. Erisu.
冬、雪かきの仕事をした際のことだと聞いております。そんな素晴らしいお方に抱かれてしまったら、他の娼婦に妬まれてしまいますね。
いや、もう一杯いいですか？
Yeah, I will also say just the fact that Aerys is so grateful to Rudy just from how he helped her sister. That's another reason I think I would have liked if the anime showed more of how just significant it was that Rudy helped her. Like, he didn't just she didn't just scuff her knee and he healed a few scrapes. Like, she was actually having real problems that he fixed for her out of the kindness of his heart. Because, honestly, the way it feels now from an anime only would be that she's really grateful to somebody who basically gave her sister a band-aid, which is it's normal to be grateful for that, but not to this extent.
どうぞ。夜は長いのですから、私の方もお楽しみになって。
いや、もちろんです。はい。そろそろいいですかね。
はい。
Yeah, exactly. He healed her to the point where he likely saved her life.
それではルーデウス様、ベッドへ。精一杯ご奉仕させていただきます。
それで俺は言ってやったのよ。正面の魔物は全て俺が一撃で倒す。
Yeah. And I will also say I preferred the light novel depiction of that, where Rudy is more hesitant, just because it really does. I mean, he is eager in one sense because he wants to try to fix his issue, but he's also just very emotionally in a bad space, especially when it comes to sex. So he seemed a little almost too eager in this scene. And it also, I think, does a lot for in the light novel, where Elise and mentions, I don't remember her doing it in the anime, but she mentions that she tried everything she could to fix him, and she even did certain services that would have normally incurred an extra charge, but she did it for just for his benefit out of gratitude. And yeah, well, when it comes to the frostbite, it wouldn't be life-saving in a typical sense. It's not like the frostbite itself would have killed her, but the fact that she was poor and was going to have a hard life regardless, to the point where, you know, they mentioned that she was probably going to end up in the brothels when she grew up regardless. You know, that quality of life, that little bit of extra mobility and normalcy could have been something that you know, could have spiraled into something, you know, deadly if it wasn't fixed like that. Like, it could have really fucked her life up.
お前たちは、泥沼か、どうだった？
いろいろ試してはもらいましたが、ダメでした。
ああ、そっか、ダメか。
お役に立てず申し訳ありません。
いえ、エリーゼさんは頑張ってくれたかと。
Oh, okay, so I was wrong earlier when I said it was the same three characters. It's not Erisu, it's Erise, which I in English that's still very close, but it's still different. But it's still I do still think it's meant to be close to Aerys, even though, you know, Erise and Erisu are definitely two different names.
いや、いいんだろうな。そっちのあんたはどう思う？
ルーデウス様はその女性を恐れてるように見えました。もしかするとルーデウス様が恐れないで済むような、絶対に嫌われないと思えるような相手がいれば、あるいは。
いるか？
And like I was saying earlier, Elise gets it exactly right. That is 100% the thing that Rudy needs right now, is not even somebody he can trust 100%. The idea is that the thing that really helps him ultimately is when he gets with Sylphie and her waking up next to him. That's the thing that, because his trauma was he slept with Aerys and then woke up and she was gone. Then he slept with somebody else he loved, woke up and she was still by his side, smiling.
一瞬ロキシーの顔が思い浮かんだが。
Yeah, that's also true. The fact that they do share similarities.
多分ダメだろ。
そんなにすぐできるものではないと思います。少しずつ育んでいかないと。
だよな。とりあえず今日は飲め。死ぬほど飲んじまえ。
はい。
I will say the one thing I do also like about Soldat is that even after their reconciliation, he's still kind of willing to poke fun at Rudy. He's willing to, you know, banter with him, make fun of him. But the one thing he never touches on Rudy's ED. He that is not something he makes fun of, because he knows that's something that he is actually self-conscious about. That's something he's actually going to get hurt by if he makes fun of it. So I like how he's tempering his banter to just the things that are not going to be sore spots.
お客様、そろそろ閉店のお時間です。
おお、もうそんな時間か。
And I know one of you was saying this earlier, but the fact that Elise isn't with him when he has this next blow up, I do think it loses a lot by her not being there.
なあ、泥沼よ。
On multiple levels.
俺はよ、迷宮に潜るときはよ、焦らねえようにしてるんだ。迷宮ってのは下に降りていけば行くほど強い魔物が出てくる。時に魔物同士で連携もしてくる。そんな時に焦って闇雲に突っ込んでも被害が大きくなるだけだ。
And this is also another good moment for Rudy, where he is definitely in a bad situation just because he tried to fix his problem, and it didn't work. Now he's drunk and bitter and angry and upset, and that's kind of what leads him to lashing out, which he then hurts Sarah with because she ends up overhearing him. And as we all know by now, a big part of Rudy's emotional journey is that he hurts somebody, feels bad about that, and addresses the thing that hurts him. Exactly. That's as I mentioned, it changes. Elise's presence changes the scene in multiple levels. And also, if I'm remembering correctly, there was a moment in the light novels where Elise ends up actually confronting Sarah and like berating her, and that's kind of one thing that makes her kind of understand where Rudy's coming from, saying, "Oh, this isn't just some prostitute that." It's not just a prostitute that he's paying to sleep with. It's somebody who actually gives a shit about him, thinks highly of him, and is upset that he's upset, and that completely changes things. So at least not being there, it just everything is different. I say berate, but like berate by Elise's standards, where Elise is not like an aggressive person. She's actually like a big softie, but she did confront Sarah very, very much. She confronted her.
非常に有効だな。うん。
おお、有効だ。
サラだっけか。あいつとはよ早すぎたんじゃねえか。
早いって何がだ。確かに俺は早いけど、サラとは早いも遅いもねえぞ。
Okay, I do find that amusing where, Rudy is drunk, bitter, angry, but he still makes a dick joke.
ちっけえよ。向こうの方は覚悟も準備もできてたけど、お前の方はさ、もっと時間をかけて心の準備ってやつをしなきゃいけなかったんじゃねえか。
いや、覚悟とか準備とか言ったじゃねえか。向こうは義務で。
いや、俺が見るにちゃんとあの女はお前に熱を上げてたように見えたぜ。
And I will also say, in Sarah's defense, hearing what Rudy said, it's understandable she had the reaction she did in both the light novel and in the anime. So, Sarah was in the wrong in a sense, but more, it's less that she was the one in the wrong and more that there was nobody in the right.
まあ時間はあるんだろう。ならもう一度会って話してみればいいんじゃねえか。
わかりました。じゃあ今日の夕方か明日にでもそうしてみます。
本当分かってんのか。俺は実は今日で。
分かってるってな。たくしつけやな。まあそれでダメでもいいや。あんなガキみたいな女、こっちから願い下げだってんだ。やっぱ女ならエリーゼみたいなバインバインじゃなきゃダメだ。なあゾルダート、お前もそう思うだろ。お買い物してご飯食べてバカじゃねえのって思うよな。
And then it's also kind of funny that Rudy is essentially being a little tsundere here. And then that makes Sarah very upset. She's had the tables turned on her.
おままごとかよってな。
いや、泥沼、それ以上は。
何がそれ以上だよ。それ以上も以下もありません。ん？
Oh, and that face right there, you've seen the whole spectrum of emotions with Sarah up to this point, but you never saw her really hurt.
サラ、違う、今のは。
Yeah. And for all the connections they're trying to make between Sarah and Aerys, it should be notable that this is the only time she actually gets physical with him. Aerys would kick the crap out of him regularly. It's this time when Rudy really does cross a line. She slaps him, and that's designed to be a turning point here where, you know, things are different now. And, you know, Rudy said stuff he can't really take back, at least not in this moment.
最低。二度と顔見せないで。
Yeah. And then this line from Suzanne, I feel is everything that she's been doing so far has built up to this moment with Suzanne specifically, where she said, she has been nothing but kind and supportive. And then...
あんた、それはないよ。
And I think that's kind of what makes it really real, where it's like, again, Suzanne has been the most supportive person up to this point, where she consistently, you know, reached out to Rudy when he was at his lowest and pushing people away. She was a big part in helping him get that initial stage of recovery to where he could start to open up to people again. She is somebody he probably has a lot of gratitude towards and a lot of respect for. And now she just says, no, you really fucked up there. That probably hits him really hard. Yeah, and the slap got the alcohol. And again, it's so... I was actually a little bit surprised at how explicit they made Rudy's suicidality here, where like he's like actually just like immediately about to kill himself. Like holy shit. And like it really brings into perspective that moment from later on with Aerys, after Aerys' return, where Soldat mentions that Rudy was about to kill himself. And like it's not that he was just that down, he like actually stopped him from doing that.
バカ、早まるな。とにかく今からすぐに追っかけて弁明しろ。だからおい、立て、走れ。
Yeah, and
そんなのどうでもいい。
and again, once again, things are really bad for Rudy, and it's his fault this time. He fucked up here, and he's shutting down again. That's just how Rudy tends to be. He had a little bit of healing, and then he got knocked right back down. Just really sets the scene for how he's going to be in the next arc moving forward.
俺もういい。何もしたくない。
じゃあもうお前さ、一度家に帰ったらどうだ。親父はどこにいるんだ。アスラ王国か。
イリス。
さすがに遠すぎるな。じゃあ俺たちと来るか。
And again, as much as Rudy is in a very bad spot right now, he once again has somebody reaching out to him who's willing to support him in a sense, where, you know, they might have been enemies just a couple days ago, but, you know, he's saying, come on, join with us. We got your back. And that's one thing that Rudy does very much need at the moment. He needs somebody who can be by his side. Because if there's one thing we've learned about Rudy is that he does not thrive alone.
ネリス公国の方に大規模な迷宮が見つかってな。俺たちは今日中に立とうと考えてる。お前もついてくるか。
なんでそこまでしてくれるんだ。俺が嫌いだったんだろ。
はあ、気持ち悪い笑みを浮かべてさも善人みてえな敬語を話しやがるやつは気に食わなかった。でもお前に関しちゃもう腹の底は知れた。
Yeah, and I know I said this before, but with Soldat, you know, one thing is it is helpful when Rudy has people who will be just loving and supportive towards him. But sometimes, especially in moments like this, when he's at his lowest and like not going to continue functioning, that's when he needs somebody who just won't baby him, who will expect him to act in a functioning way and will not let him get away with not doing that. And that's what Soldat is at this moment. his true healing does come later with Sylphie, where she does he opens up to her, she opens up to him, and she doesn't leave him, and that's, you know, just what he needed. So, but right now he just needs somebody to pick him up and push him forward, and then, you know, give him a little kick in the ass if he falters.
そうするに足る理由があって納得した。ならもう嫌う理由がねえ。
俺はゾルダートを大きく誤解していた気がする。第一印象で全てを決めつけて遠ざけて逃げていた。けど意外とこいつはいいやつなのかもしれない。
で、どうすんだ？
行きます。連れて行ってください。
よし。じゃあ行くか。
Yeah, and of course, you know, I like how that ends with a nice little glimmer of hope after, even though everything kind of got fucked up. And as a light novel reader, I do know that eventually things do kind of work out where, you know, Sarah and he never end up together, but they make their peace, they understand each other, and they become even not necessarily even friends, but allies. And yeah, and that's a nice little bit of closure when they come back later. So that was the end of the episodes we're going to watch today. But like I said earlier, I do want to make the video essay watching a regular thing. So I'm going to have another one. So we got a few options today. Oh, was there a post-credit scene? I didn't actually... This was actually like a recording I did, so I didn't actually see the post-credit moment. So, and the source I got it from had a watermark on it, and I feel like I'd be treading a pretty thin line if I actually showed pirate websites on stream. Like if I actually just showed the course. You can see this little box right up here. That's actually me covering up the watermark. But yeah, I'll do that. I'll make sure to do the post-credit scene next week. I'll correct that. But so we're done with this for now, though. But so, as I mentioned earlier, I do want to watch a video essay after each series of episodes because I enjoyed doing it last week. So I have a number of them, but the two I'm kind of leaning towards are either the one that we actually there's kind of three that I'm considering. There's the one that was recommended to me last week, which was the Mother's Basement video, because I'm not a big Mother's Basement fan, but I was told that his Mushoku Tensei video is very good. There's the Mushoku Tensei effect, which is a character analysis of Sarah. And I also saw one that was called Reviewers Are Horribly Wrong About Mushoku Tensei, which might be rage bait, and that could be a lot of fun. So does anyone have any preferences? Those are the three that I'm leaning towards. I have others kind of in the queue as well, but is there any that people are particularly burning over? I'm leaning towards those three. I'm thinking the one on Sarah is probably the best since we just had her arc. But if anyone has any thoughts, I am open to them. And the one on Sarah will be kind of the default if there are no people who want something else. Yeah, let me just grab the link for it. Sarah, okay, sounds good. Let me pull it up. Let me just first do that. Let me make sure I got the link right. There we go. Okay, so there's the link. What? Yeah. Okay, let me pull this up here.
Season 2, Part 1 of
Excuse me. Okay, and let me just quickly put the link in chat so that you can all go check out the original video, as always, here. So let me, since this is probably going to I'm thinking of cutting these things up and putting them on YouTube. So I think I'm going to do a bit of an intro. Let me just get a recording going. All right. Okay, so for everyone... Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry, I think I fucked something up there for the Kick viewers. My bad. Okay, so... welcome to everyone who just came in, and to anyone watching either in the VOD or in the edited video that I'll be putting out eventually. Today we're going to be watching the Mushoku Tensei Effect, a character analysis on Sarah from Mushoku Tensei, Season 2. Important context is we just got finished looking over Sarah's arc in the anime, and I'm excited to get into this because I watched this while I was at work, and I thought it was pretty good. So... the link is in chat for those watching right now, and the link will be in the description when we are watching on... the link will be in the description for anybody watching later on. So please do go support the original creator. The original creator is Charisma with Aerys in the middle. We always got to appreciate the creators who help to make our content possible. So please do support the original creator, and... of course, I think I'm going to agree with most of this, but even if I don't, be nice.
Season 2 Part 1 of Mushoku Tensei was quite the roller coaster of emotions. Nothing could beat the hype I had for it when the first PV trailer of Season 2 was released on July the 3rd, 2022, especially after the long interval between the PV and the last episode of Season 1. In retrospect, Studio Bind gave almost no new information for 6 months straight and released whatever this was instead. But finally, Season 2 was upon us.
I will say that this style of editing, I don't know if I love it or hate it, but I am impressed by it because it's just like, oh, that is a lot of extra work to go into making this presentation here. And as much as I like to put effort into my scripted and edited content, I don't do this much editing.
But with a new season of Mushoku Tensei comes a new plot point in the story we follow after the events of Season 1. And no, I am not talking about Rudius and his sad boy hours or pee-pee dysfunction. The plot I am talking about is Sarah, who comes...
yeah, like I said last week with the other video, I do get a little irritated when people brush off the impotence angle just because of how I think it's so important emotionally, but I understand it here. He's just mentioning it as a one-off because it's not about that, it's about Sarah.
Across as a Chinese ripoff of Aerys. But is that really all her character has to offer? Let's take a closer look. Quick disclaimer, I'm giving my insight on Sarah as a person who has read volumes 1 through 7 of the light novels and everything the anime has released so far. I will be pulling details from the light novels, so anime onlys beware.
Yeah, that's important context, and I'm glad he mentioned that, where he's read this part of the light novels, but he has not read the entire light novel series just yet. So that is important context here, because things do change when you have more context, and of course he doesn't know about their reunion later on.
There's a concept that I believe applies to all the characters in this rich world, something I call the Mushoku Tensei effect. By this, I mean Rifujin Namaganote. I'm sorry if I butchered your name again.
That pronunciation was actually pretty good.
The author of Mushoku Tensei's brilliant way of writing that manifested itself into a concept that applies to the world and its characters. Not just the main characters, but the side characters and background characters as well. Not a single one of them feels out of place or unnecessary, as each of them has motivations and stories of their own to tell. So how does the Mushoku Tensei...
and I do agree with what he's saying here. I think it actually goes deeper than what he's saying, where it's more that they have their own motivations and their own desires, which they absolutely do. But one thing, and to be fair, he wouldn't have really noticed this at this point because the anime even now hasn't gotten past this point where Rudy is really not the main character. He's the main character from our perspective because we're seeing things from his perspective. But realistically, in the grand scheme of things, Rudy is a side character. He is an important side character, a game-changing side character, but a side character nonetheless. The plot keeps going for probably 100 years or so after he ends up living his natural life. The main goal is still uncompleted. His goal is, I'm not going to say what really happens with Rudy's personal goals, but his conflict comes to a resolution. The core conflict of the world does not. And there is another character who is the protagonist. I'm not going to spoil anything for the anime onlys, but the other character still has to do their job in the world. So it's more than just things exist outside of Rudy's perspective. It's that Rudy isn't even the central focal point of this story in a more meta sense.
Effect applied to this snarky blonde-haired girl here? Well, to start, what defines a tsundere? This was something I explained in my Aerys analysis video, but I broke it down into 3 simple tropes. Number 1, the tsundere treats the protagonist poorly for seemingly no reason, even if it is their first time meeting. Number 2, the tsundere treats everyone around them relatively well.
Not necessarily. This one's not necessarily true. I agree with the first point. Second point is common, but not universal.
Despite their haughty personality to the protagonist. And number 3, the tsundere will eventually fall hard for the protagonist after they do 1 or 2 basic things, but will still stubbornly refuse their feelings. These 3 general things combine to create the tsundere appeal. Sarah fits the bill for nearly...
Yeah, I would say that's pretty close to what I'm thinking. Again, I'm not a person who really likes tsunderes, but yeah, that's a pretty accurate depiction of their appeal for the most part. I think there's more nuance here, but I don't think you have to get into ton of detail every time you want to bring up a topic. That's just me.
All these points, especially the first one. I get that no one likes a gloomy mood killer like Rudius was on that carriage, but the way she treated him was almost like he killed her family or something. She kept up this attitude despite learning that Rudius was here to search for his mother, and shut him out at every chance she had when Rudius was getting a little too close to her safe space. Her safe space being the B-ranked party Counter Arrow. Sarah's second tsundere trope applies here in that she treats the members of the Counter Arrow party like family, especially her mentor and metaphorical mother figure, Suzanne. But despite her demeanor towards Rudius, she too slowly falls into the third trope all tsunderes find themselves in, falling madly in love with the protagonist.
I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think she definitely was falling for him. She had a very strong crush on him. I don't think that what they had at this point was love. I think it's under different circumstances, it could have developed into love. But at this moment, I don't think so. I think it was just an infatuation. So I disagree with that, but I get what he's saying.
But did she really? It's true that she slowly started warming up to him after Rudius repeatedly proved that he is not as bad as she thinks he is, and even going as far as to offer her body to him. But she never explicitly stated that she loved him. In fact, she did something that would make any tsundere fan proud and completely shut down the protagonist during an important moment, giving them the wrong idea, despite that most likely not being her true feelings. It's also
I would say it's even more than most likely. It was definitely not her true feelings.
so obvious that she did feel something as she was visibly hurt by the words Rudy said about her. But it's not like she was swooned by Rudy's strength, as she is fully capable on her own with her proficiency in archery and her independence as an adventurer. But it can't just be me when it felt like something was missing from that last scene in episode 3. There just had to be something more to Sarah than just being your average tsundere/Aerys wannabe. That is where the light novels come in, to fill in the blanks the anime left unsaid.
Yeah, that is a common thing I'm noticing with the Mushoku Tensei anime, is that a lot of times context is stripped down. And I will also agree that Aerys is not a typical tsundere. I think she's meant to play off a lot of the tsundere tropes, where I do feel like early Mushoku Tensei really does lean into a lot of the stereotypes about fantasy and about anime, about these kind of ideas, because this is how Rudy interprets the world. But Aerys, while not being a tsundere, does embody some of the common tsundere stereotypes. And so she's played off early on as a tsundere before she starts to really develop into the Aerys that we all know and love at this point in the story. And even in the story itself, Rudy describes her as a tsundere a couple of times. When they're first getting together in the scene after the party, he mentions, oh, my first time is going to be with a haughty lolly tsundere. So you are right that it's not that she is a tsundere, but you know, she hits a lot of the same notes. And like I was saying, the light novels do a lot of times strip out context. Sometimes it's for the sake of runtime, sometimes it's just a creative decision, but there have been multiple times up to this point where something doesn't make a whole lot of sense in the anime that is explained in the light novels.
See, her hateful attitude towards Rudius was not fully directed at him, but instead towards his noble origins. She was born in a village at the western edge of the Milbots region, near the middle of the Asura kingdom. She was born to parents who were hunters and grew up helping them from a young age. Due to her father being a hunter, she had been practicing with the bow ever since she was little. However, one day when she was about 10, a massive monster started attacking the village from a nearby forest, to which both of her parents were killed in the process. It was from that fateful day when her hatred for nobility grew. The region...
Yeah, that backstory would have made a lot of things more clear in the anime. I'm not sure why they completely stripped it out. And I'm not even saying that Sarah's personality doesn't work in the anime. I think you don't necessarily need to know why she is so averse to Rudy early on, just that she's suspicious of him, and she gets over it over time after getting to know him. I think that's the important bits, but I do agree that the light novel handled this significantly better.
She was born from was overseen by a certain rodent-ish name that would immediately raise flags for Sarah when she heard it, the Nodos Grey Rat family. Sarah also saw the lord of the Nodos Grey Rat family himself when she was very young, as he came to her village alongside a group of soldiers to hunt down some monsters nearby. His crafty-looking face, still vivid in her mind, bore a lot of resemblance to Rudius. In her eyes, her hometown was destroyed by their arrogance, as they never sent knights to help when the monsters attacked her village. They simply left them to die.
Yeah, well, with Aerys, I do think that she wasn't a tsundere in the definitional sense, but she played on a lot of the tsundere tropes. She wasn't a tsundere, but she was wearing a tsundere's skin.
Matters worse, the nobles came up with all kinds of excuses for why they didn't send any knights to protect the village. All of this provides insight into why she despises nobility, and as an extension, Rudius as well. Simply hearing the fact that Rudius has a last name, and that last name is tied directly to the cause of her despair, was enough for her to instantly have prejudice against him.
That is another thing that the anime doesn't really go into. The fact that, much like medieval Europe, which clearly has some inspiration from medieval Europe, with people, last names are usually reserved for the aristocracy. The peasants don't have last names. They don't have family lineages that matter, in a sense. So the fact that Rudy has a last name immediately pinpoints him as somebody with important heritage. And that's just not something we see a lot in the anime. And it's not something we normally think about, because here in the modern day, just about everyone has a last name.
After all, nobles are generally distinguishable from the rest with the fact that they have surnames. The name Sarah was all her parents could offer her, as they also had single names as well. Orphaned due to the loss of her home, she was taken in by Suzanne and Timothy, who were sent from a nearby town to deal with the onslaught of monsters. At the time, Suzanne and Timothy were in the same party, but with other completely different members. The task of exterminating the plague of monsters that attacked Sarah's village proved to be difficult due to their sheer amount of numbers, resulting in a wipeout of all the parties that were sent to exterminate the monsters. Save for Suzanne and Timothy, the rest of their party members were wiped out.
That is also important context that would have been useful for the anime to show, just because Sarah is somebody who has experienced loss, and so she knows what it feels like when somebody in her party dies, and she doesn't want to hurt that way again, and which is one of the reasons she ends up closing herself off so often, which is the tsundere stereotype of hiding your emotions with aggression, and that to her is a defense mechanism. Like, the people viewing the VOD or the edited version of this won't have seen this, but when we were watching the anime, we mentioned how Sarah would have these little moments of opening up just a little bit, perceiving a rejection, and then shutting the door behind her. And it's not until much later, after Rudy rescues her, that she's willing to open that door entirely, only to get hurt again, where she perceives a rejection and she closes herself off once again. That's just how Sarah tends to do things.
Coincidentally, Mimir and Patrice were in a similar situation, and thus, Counter Arrow was formed from the people who survived after the horde of monsters had been dealt with. At this time, Counter Arrow was only a D-ranked party, but as Sarah became an adventurer, she significantly helped them raise their rank. As she eventually became an official member, her progression in the skill with the bow rapidly developed, as she presumably had talent for the bow since she was young.
Yeah, I don't remember if this video mentioned it, because I did happen to listen to it while I was at work, but I was talking about this earlier in the stream, but the light novels really go into it a lot more about how unique it is that she's a ranger, she's an archer, that she uses a bow rather than anything else, because swordplay is obvious utility. You have a sword, you can stab people with it, you slash around, it's useful in combat. However, when ranged is an issue, something you want to be able to do, you usually go with magic because it has a lot more versatility. It has a lot more sustainability because you don't need to keep making and producing new arrows, and you don't run out of magic as quickly as you necessarily can run out of arrows, although that will obviously depend on your mana capacity. But I mean, you can see right here that Sarah has what, like, that looks like she has like 6 to 8 arrows in her quiver right now. That's 6 to 8 dead monsters tops. So the fact that she is an archer in a successful adventuring party is a testament to just how good she is with it. And that's also true. Mana regenerates naturally just by existing, whereas archery, if your arrows are damaged at all and you can't recover them, you got to make more or buy more. So there are so many disadvantages in this world to using arrows and bows as opposed to swords or magic, which don't exist in our real world. So that's why it's so significant that Sarah uses a bow successfully. She's just that good.
Her proficiency with the bow was practically prodigious, as despite being in a group of seasoned veterans, she stood out with her battlefield awareness, agility, and god-tier aim. Her eyes were unsurprisingly sharper than your average adventurer.
I watched this.
Battlefield awareness, agility, and god.
Jesus fucking Christ! This is actually such a funny screen right there. That giving Sarah the fucking gaming headset. Again, I mentioned I watched this while I was at work, so I didn't see most of these edits. It actually, oh my god, the more I look at this, the more I'm actually noticing the little details he's adding. Is that they got counter arrow up here in the team name. Yeah, obviously they've got Sarah here and her name here, and they've got Suzanne, Patrice, Timothy, and Mimir on the side. I was just listening audio only when I was at work. Listen to this. This is actually annoying me how much I like this.
Her eyes were unsurprisingly sharper than your average adventurer, as shown here when she was tasked with reporting on the number of luster grizzlies in the darkness. In terms of combat, she was already on the level of an A-ranked adventurer. Archers were an uncommon sight in this world, as mages held an advantage with their long reach and more potent spells. Moreover, archers grappled with the constraint of finite arrows and the burden of carrying them, in contrast to a magician who could regain their mana after a good night's sleep. Unlike in video games where you could stockpile thousands in your backpack, reality was different.
Yeah, and we were talking about that. I do think even this YouTuber here is underselling just how disadvantageous the bow typically is in the Mushoku Tensei world. Where, again, there's just so many disadvantages. There's a reason that Sarah is the only one we ever see using the bow to any significant degree.
Most, learning magic far outweighed the bow.
I mean, it's kind of like how later on in the series, Rudy meets... I'm not going to say who it is because that would be a spoiler, but Rudy meets somebody who decides to challenge themselves by using a staff as their weapon. Where, while staffs have been, pretty utilized in the real world, in the Mushoku Tensei world, it's pointed out that, you can't really guarantee a kill shot with a staff. And because healing magic exists, if you don't kill them, they can always come back and kill you. So the fact that he was using a staff was very uncommon in this world, even though it was somewhat common in the real world. It's the same kind of thing with Sarah and her bow. So I do think, as much as he is giving credit to how good Sarah is with the bow, he's really underselling just how much credit she deserves.
Those limitations. Nonetheless, exceptional skill rendered those drawbacks inconsequential. If a true talent could shoot 5 arrows in the time it took a magician to cast 1 spell, or consistently achieve critical hits, it would make archery a viable option as an adventurer.
To a degree. It's just the skill floor that's necessary to be a competent adventurer with a bow is so much higher than for anything else. And that is true. That's the one advantage that bows do have, is the fact that the quick firing is, because again, the way it's explained is with Rudy being an exception, most of the mages have to use an incantation to cast. Even Roxy, who we've seen as a gifted mage, is able to shorten her incantations, but can't get rid of them entirely. So it takes a few seconds at minimum to cast any spell, and you'll know what spell is coming if you know the incantation. That's like the one advantage that bows have. Although I wouldn't say that the scoring critical hits, as he put it, is an advantage of the bow. That's just something that puts it on par with magic or swordplay in that one aspect.
Sarah was very skilled for her age, and that her raw talent was probably comparable to that of Aerys. As bows weren't so popular in that world, she had to craft her own bows and arrows, using whenever free time she had to whittle down wood with her knife. She also had to take advantage of her environment and created bows and arrows out of tree and branches, or even using the abundance of wood sold in Rosenberg, proving just how resourceful and independent she is. Additionally, the earring she wears is actually a magic item that will catch an opponent in an illusion for a short time if the user manages to stab the opponent with the end of a feather.
Like one of the chatters was saying earlier when we were watching that part in the anime of her being rescued by Rudy, mentioned that she did use that to essentially fake her death so that she didn't get killed. And I will say that's another issue I do have with the anime. I do wish they showed more magical implements up to this point. Yeah, that was you. I had a feeling it was you. I just couldn't remember for sure because, I don't trust my memory. But magical implements become very important to the story later on, so I do wish the few times they pop up beforehand in the light novels were shown in the anime as well, because, it's just nice to be able to establish elements of the world before they become relevant. And the Rifujin, I think, did that masterfully, where he would introduce ideas, concepts, people, and then have them become relevant 5, 6, 7, 10 books later. And that's one of the reasons I think Mushoku Tensei's world building is so strong, is the fact that these elements are established and we view them as a part of the world, so that when they become relevant to the plot, we are like, oh yeah, that's that thing we saw 10 books ago. And magical implements are one part of that, where it's established that, they're a thing that can be created or can have an innate characteristic about them. And we encounter a couple of them, like Sarah's earring, or at one point they find a sword that is exactly as sharp as it needs to be to cut things. But later on, once all that is well and truly established, that's when Rudy starts to create his gun, his stone cannon gun, or his magical armor, or any other number of things that he's made. So as you're saying, the Chekhov's guns were done in a way that makes them not obviously Chekhov's gun. And I do wish the anime kind of brought that over, because I feel like it wouldn't have been that difficult to do so.
Way, her continuous progression in her skills separates her from other tsunderes, and that she was definitely no pushover. Despite lacking in general experience, however, her skills as an archer made her a capable adventurer and individual. However, her various experiences as an adventurer led her to encounter people who would further deepen her hatred for nobility. It was typical for children of nobility to run away from their schools or homes after learning a bit more about the outside world and try their hand at adventuring. Sarah simply couldn't fathom how, despite being born into such luxurious lives, rich kids would still try to become adventurers while simultaneously dragging those around them into danger.
That's actually really does fit very well with a lot of the characters we've seen up to this point. Even Aerys, before actually becoming an adventurer out of necessity, she had that fascination with adventuring, and she had that enamorment with wanting to be an adventurer, so it just seems like a common fantasy. I think with Cliff, I think it's just a case of how many nobles had the anime shown at that point who kind of wanted to have their adventuring moment. I just think he had a limited amount of footage he could have shown in this moment, and Cliff was just a good example of somebody who had the arrogant attitude that he was trying to explain.
Sarah has experienced being on guard duty for rich kids like these a few times, with the majority of them only lasting for a job or two before they got scared and headed home. After all, they're never ready to risk their lives like actual adventurers do every day because they know that they have somewhere to run back to if things get too ugly for them. They never once consider the fact that most adventurers do not have that option, and often are forced to spend the rest of their lives as adventurers. To put it simply, Sarah hated them kids.
Fuck them kids, bro.
And she assumed that Rudy's was also another one of those useless brats. Aside from his trauma-inducing last name, she immediately assumed that Rudy's was a rich kid and thus related to nobility based on the expensive-looking staff he carried with him. But
yeah, we went over this on stream earlier, so I'm not gonna go too much into it just for the sake of the stream viewers right now. But yeah, that is Sarah's impression of him. It's not really portrayed in the anime, and also Rudy's staff is extraordinarily expensive. Like, that was a gift that Aerys leveraged all of her connections as a noble to get. And she specifically did it to make Rudy's 10th birthday special to him. So it's a big, expensive, powerful staff that even most nobility don't have.
even so, why would the son of some Asura noble leave his country and head out to a dangerous region like the Northern Territories of all places? To Sarah, the answer was written all over his face, in that despite his polite tone, he always looked forlorn and gloomy. She quickly chalked it up as another rich kid who had some trouble in his rich boarding school or gone into a fight with his parents. She figured that he would run away if things got even slightly dicey, which is why during their first coalition hunting the Luster Grizzlies, she made an effort to keep his role in the party to a minimum, in an attempt to prevent him from sabotaging the party. This fact proves that she really cares for her party and wouldn't.
I think there's a little bit there's truth to what he's saying right there, where she doesn't want him to be a liability, but I also think it's true that in a party like this of people who are not necessarily exceptional on an individual basis, but who become more than the sum of their parts when they are put together and work as a unit, where each person has their role, because it's not just Rudy as a support. There was they had the tank, the DPS, the healer, the mage DPS. It is a little video gamey, but that's just kind of the flair of Mushoku Tensei. Each of them had their role in the party, and they were not supposed to deviate from that role because that's how they're the most effective. So it's not just that she was not trusting of Rudy, it's also just this is how they do things. This is how most people do things. Not everyone has main character energy like Rudy, Aerys, and Ruiger did, where they're three protagonists fighting side by side, as opposed to parts of a larger whole.
Risk having someone she presumes is another one of those spoiled rich kids put their lives in jeopardy. This notion of Sarah being conscientious of her actions and always thinking about her party members is a bit more pronounced in the light novel. One example is during their preparation for the Snowdrake Scale Collection quest, she is seen to be worried because her arrows might not be able to pierce their skin, which means that it's hard to tell if she could deal much damage. She was still young, so she hadn't had many serious setbacks yet, and as a result, she looked more concerned about what would happen to the other members of the party if she couldn't play her part.
One thing I am wondering that I don't remember has ever been too much explained in the light novels, and I don't know if it ever will be in the anime. I wonder what effect the battle aura has on Sarah's ability to fire arrows at people and monsters. Like, what effect does that have on her combat capability? Because it's obvious with swords, because that enhances their physical capabilities and the durability of their weapons. And, you know, with magic, obviously, that their mana just goes into magic. So I don't know what effect they have on bows and arrows. Because I would not be surprised if her arrows hit a little bit harder and penetrated a little bit further than they would normally. So yeah, I don't know.
The possibility that she herself was in danger didn't seem to register. The more I read into Volume 7, the more Sarah's behavior in the anime began to make sense.
And yeah, you guys are right that there are physical elements that go into firing bows. Like, one thing people don't realize is that it takes a lot of strength to fire like a real combat bow. Like I know in video games, bows and arrows tend to be like a dexterity weapon, but in real life they're a strength weapon. So her battle aura probably does help in that regard. And also, I will agree with you, Rish, that she probably thinks that his skills that he is saying are exaggerated just because, let's be real, the noble brats tend to puff themselves up. Like if we look at the OVA from earlier that we watched last week with Cliff puffing himself up to Aerys. And don't realize that Rudy is actually, because of his low self-esteem, downplaying his abilities when he's actually way better than he's presenting himself as. It's a nice little bit of contrast there.
Her hatred for nobility was justifiable, and even though Rudy's didn't really act like a noble, he was still one by birth. And to Sarah, that was bad enough. She hated rich kids who pretended they were adventurers, and she believed that even children of the nobles would eventually grow up to be as corrupted as their parents. But she hated nobility in general. It was due to their arrogance that her hometown was destroyed. It was their fault
You can't really blame her. Let's be... most of the nobles you meet throughout the course of Mushoku Tensei they kind of suck. So the ones that don't are the exception, not the rule.
Parents were dead.
And honestly, even some of the ones that don't suck started out sucking, where they got better after a while.
And that her village was gone. She hadn't forgotten the despair she felt back then, but despite all of her prejudices, and whether Rudy has realized it or not, he gradually contradicted all of her preconceptions about him. Instead of running for his life as the majority of other kids of nobility would, he wiped out an entire pack of Luster Grizzlies single-handedly, proving that he was a lot stronger than he says he was. And through that first job with him, she realized that he wasn't really a bad person. The story about his missing mother shocked her at first, but she eventually started thinking that it was most likely a lie.
Yeah, that's another thing is Sarah with Rudy, a lot of her preconceptions and the little things she would notice about him, it's just she was battling cognitive dissonance for the entire time, right up until she finally loses all inhibitions and completely breaks down those walls after he rescues her. So that you could see that in both the light novel and the anime, but the anime especially just showed her face whenever she would have that little bit of conflict.
She deemed his somber story as a shoddy attempt at proving how different and special he was at being an adventurer in the Northern Territories instead of Asura. But deep down, she knew that Rudius wasn't lying. If he was, he wouldn't have stood his ground against the Luster Grizzlies with them, and he wouldn't have broken down in the middle of the Adventurers Guild. But her general impression of him didn't change. In her eyes, he was still a cowardly noble boy, despite the immense power he had. This impression of him only changed when she saw him stay back without saying a word to buy them time against the Snowdrakes. Rudius was definitely strong enough to save himself, but he prioritized getting Counter Arrow out alive.
I don't know that I agree with that specifically. I don't think there was a single turning point that made her say, oh, he's actually not what I thought of him as. I think it was more just a combination of the slow accumulation of a bunch of little moments, such as the event he just mentioned there, or how he healed the girl who had hurt her leg, or how he cleared out snow for everybody. It's just all these little things added up to eventually completely change her mind on him.
At that moment, she realized that not only was he not a bad person, he was the kind who would sacrifice himself to save others. Seeing such a selfless act from him, she was the first to run back to save him. And if nothing else, Rudy has always treated Timothy and the others with genuine respect.
And I will say, I also don't necessarily agree that Sarah jumping back to rescue him was a result of her saying, oh, he's somebody who has noble qualities I can respect. I think that's just Sarah's personality. I feel like even people she doesn't like, she'll do everything in her power to save them. Leaving people to die just is not in her nature. And I also think that at that point, she did have some respect for him just because of that slow accumulation of events that contradicted her viewpoint. So, I mean, there was a lot of things leading into that, but I don't think it was as significant as this YouTuber is saying.
Like a certain someone. He was an incredible magician, but he never acted like he was too good for them. It's true that Rudius could be an eyesore because he never stood up for himself and always wore an unsettling fake smile. It's also true that Sarah didn't want to admit that he was any different from other rich kids. But the more she looked at Rudius, the more her foundation about what she really hated seemed unclear to her. From then on, her feelings from him started to change. Sarah began to pay attention to what he was saying and doing. She tried to ignore her developing emotions, telling herself that she detested nobles in general, and adventurers born into nobility in particular. However, the denial failed, and
I will say it's also notable that we're talking all of this stuff about Sarah and Rudy, obviously, because that's the point of the story at this point in Mushoku Tensei, but also the point of the video that we're currently discussing. But we also have to remember that Paul also kind of sort of bucked that trend, where he was a noble who ran away to go become an adventurer, except he was actually really successful at it. And granted, he was kind of a spoiled rich asshole for his youth and didn't really get his shit together until he got Zenith pregnant.
Eventually came to the realization that Rudius was not like the aristocrats she despised after all. Grappling with these confusing feelings, the final straw for her to admit her true feelings was when Rudius came to save her by himself.
I will also mention it's probably a relevant factor that not only is Rudy just not like the nobles she knows, let's also not forget that he is estranged, or was estranged from the rest of the Grey Rat noble line. While Paul is a Notos Grey Rat by name, he ran away, became an adventurer, and he only really had tangential connections to them after that point, where he used those connections to get a stable job in a rural area, and then to later get Rudy a job at the Boreas Grey Rat household. But as much as Paul is a Notos Grey Rat, he's not really the noble that she views him at. And I agree, this is a pretty amazing point to pause the video at. It's a gift.
Sarah finally acknowledged that what she had in her heart was not hatred, but rather affection. Knowing this, she decided to act upon these feelings. I'll take this opportunity to describe a bit more about Sarah, how she compares to Aerys, and how in many ways she is different from her. Petite, with a crop of smooth, short blonde hair, and a sharp expression to tie everything together, her facial features were classically Asuran. In the light novels, Rudius points this out and mentions that she resembles Aerys. However, other than the unsurprising fact that Sarah's open hostility reminded him of Aerys, Sarah was different from Aerys in a number of ways. For one, Sarah was pretty particular when it came to paying debts. This could be due to her time as an adventurer, and that typically being in debt with someone in that line of work is not the best idea, but
I will also say that while there were a few similarities between Sarah and Aerys, one thing we were talking about on stream earlier is that most likely a lot of those similarities were perceptions by Rudy, just because Aerys was so on his mind that when he sees a few superficial similarities, he can make those connections and say, oh, she's like Aerys, even though they have a few little bits in common, but are mostly their own people with their own motivations and their own way of doing things. Yes, I 100% agree. He projected Aerys onto her, which it's hard to really blame him for that, just because, you know, he was still deeply traumatized by how they had left things.
the point stands that she is a responsible person. Anytime Rudy's would try to treat her to a meal, she would insist on repaying it back right away. Although Aerys was most likely a lot more conscious about the value of money now, she certainly wasn't back in her youth years. Sarah also enjoyed minor things like shopping trips and even small talk, albeit most likely only because she was doing it with the person she cared about. Aerys, on the other hand, whether she was doing it with the person she likes or not, wasn't too enthused with shopping trips or small talk. Not that she was good with words in the first place. But if there's one thing that Aerys and Sarah really share in common, is the fact that both of them are very assertive when it comes to getting what they want. In Sarah's case, she wasted no time closing the distance between herself and Rudius.
I will also say that, in addition to what he's saying about how they're both very assertive, which that is something I mentioned earlier in the stream, they're also both uncomfortable with emotion, where they do take what they want, but they are sometimes have difficulty really coming to terms with what it is that they want, which is, you know, why they have the classical tsundere stereotypes, or at least some of them, not all of them, where, you know, it took Sarah a while to realize that she actually did kind of like Rudy, and it wasn't until she was kind of forced to dispel her notions of him when he rescued her that she really embraced that, at which point she then started pursuing him more aggressively. And then with Aerys, she had a very similar way of doing things, although it was a more gradual process just because they spent so long together, where eventually she realized just how much she cared about him, and when it really came down to it, when she knew she was leaving, that's when she really stood her ground and said, I'm gonna take what I want.
She started inviting him to her party's hangouts and actively engaged in conversation with him. The more they talked, the more her love for him grew. As she got an idea of how Rudius felt about her, she deduced that he was starting to reciprocate her feelings back to her.
Although I will also say, I've said it earlier, but I don't agree that this was actually love at this point. I think it was a strong infatuation that could have maybe developed into love had circumstances been different, but I don't think she actually loved him, at least in the way we think of it. Because I know in Japanese culture and Japanese media, love has a slightly different connotation, where it can sometimes mean an extreme infatuation, where, you know, they'll the stereotypical confession in an anime is somebody saying, "Oh, I love you," when no, you like her. You haven't fallen in love yet, but you can get there. So it's not the biggest deal, but I still maintain that what they had was not love, but could have been love under the right circumstances.
This is why she invited him out on a date, resolving herself to make a move and see it through to the end. Sarah intended to use her life debt to him as a way to sleep with him since she was too ashamed to express her feelings to him directly. She then made the decision.
If you didn't see that little edit he did, he mentioned that embarrassed is a better term than ashamed. Then I completely agree with that. As somebody who often just says one word and then realizes after the fact that another word would have been better, completely relate to his thought process here.
To tell him how she really felt after they had slept together. This is where the slew of misunderstandings began, and unresolved feelings were left hanging. When Sarah learned that Rudy's body didn't react to hers, it felt like a harsh slap in the face. If she wasn't so flustered, she might have been able to notice that Rudy's hadn't intended this to happen. Unfortunately, this was Sarah's first time, and she...
Yeah, and I do think the anime did a very good job of showing that the signs were all there, especially since Rudy had another panic attack, which is... something he is not even his first one since Aerys left him. So, he was having an active panic attack, and she didn't pick up on that. But again, she's young too. She doesn't really know what's going on, and she has her own insecurities, as I mentioned earlier, where she opens up a little, then shuts the door behind her as soon as she sees the slightest possibility of getting hurt. So this is just a more extreme version of that.
didn't have the composure for that, so all she could do was save face by spitting those words at him and getting out of there. She spent the entire night in tears, but somehow managed to put on a positive front the next day. However, Rudy's didn't show up at their party's usual meeting spot. After asking around, they learned that Soldat had taken him off to some place. She knew that Rudy's did not get along with Soldat, so she worried that he would be in some sort of trouble. But as she and Suzanne traced him down, that was when she saw him. At the entrance to the red light district, hammered.
Yeah, that is important context. Yeah, in the light novel, Elise escorted them until this point. That we were talking about that earlier in stream, how that completely changes the entire dynamic of this scene on multiple levels. And I do think it was a bit of a fumble by the anime, which, yeah, it is what it is. I'm not going to continue harping on that.
Kissing a red-haired escort and dishing out complaints about her. From what Sarah understood at that moment, Rudy spent the night in the red light district with Soldat, betting a prostitute because Sarah wasn't able to satisfy him, and laughed as he dished out insults about her. The affection she had for Rudy is immediately turned into hatred, despite all the indicative hints that would suggest that what she concluded might be wrong.
I also disagree that it's really hatred. I think it's just hurt. The fact that she felt this way is indicative of how much she actually did still like him, where she lashed out because she was hurt by somebody she cared about. If it was somebody she didn't really like, even in that moment, I don't think she would have reacted as explosively. So, yeah, and thing is, like doesn't turn to dislike just like that. It takes time for feelings to develop, and a shock to the system can definitely leave you reeling. But I wouldn't say she hated him at this point. I would say she was just deeply hurt by him.
She also certainly had no idea she had a bad habit of lying to herself and ignoring the truth, as we know of her initial struggles in trying to not hate Rudy's in the first place. As Sarah was wallowing and shrieking in her fierce resentment for Rudy's, Suzanne and Timothy were there to try and help comfort her and resolve the situation.
And yeah, I will say that's also another thing that I would like to see, because we do know that Suzanne and Timothy acted as a bit of parental figures to him. She was the mother, he was the father. And the backstory does explain that a little bit better, and it shows that a little bit more, but you still see that dynamic at play in the anime. As far as drunken words or sober thoughts, there is truth to that, but I don't think it's as determinative as people make it out to be. Because while alcohol can reduce your inhibitions, it can also make certain emotions bubble to the surface. And in Rudy's case, it's not that that's what he was really thinking. It's that he had his internal defense mechanisms going on. It's his coping strategy. It's why he was trying to process his hurt. And he could only really do that by lashing out. And the alcohol reduced his inhibitions to the point where he just didn't have his brain working hard enough to notice that that was probably not a great way to do things. So I don't think he actually meant the things that he said. And even in the anime, we saw he mentioned that, no, she has an amazing body. So when he's insulting her body, he clearly doesn't mean it. So sometimes drunken words are sober thoughts, but not universally.
Timothy pointed out that although Soldat did have a bad attitude and talk trash, there were rumors that Soldat was good at looking after people. It was possible that he was trying to help Rudius. After a bit of convincing, Sarah agreed that she had been too caught up in her sadness to really observe her surroundings that night, and decided to ask him himself. However, after not being able to find him, she asked around until she ended up finding herself in the pleasure district. It was at this moment that Sarah learned the truth of the situation. Here, Sarah met the woman she saw Rudius with. Elise, who only knew about Rudius' struggles, and the fact that Sarah was one of the main causes of his sorrow, started telling Sarah what she knew about Rudius' circumstances, fully.
And it's also some of the context that the anime had stripped away is just how important it was that Rudy had healed the little girl who happened to be Elise's sister. Because in the anime, it just looks like he healed a few scrapes on her knee, when in reality she had pretty bad frostbite, and it was going to end pretty badly if she wasn't healed. And Rudy not only healed her, he did it without asking for anything in return, and his reputation spread throughout the red light district as just a kind person who helped the family of one of their own. So that it was something that she wasn't just somebody who liked Rudy as a customer she tried to help. It was somebody who deeply respected him because of how he helped somebody close to her. Although I will say, I swear I'm going to have to go through this video, like, bit by bit, because these little edits are so funny when you notice them. Like, the little angry eyebrows that he gave her. It's like, there's so much effort that went into this video. Like, I do appreciate it. It's just, it's a shame that so many of these are going to be missed by most people watching this.
Intending to put the blame on her, Sarah learned of Rudius' impotence and just how depressed and frustrated he was about the situation.
I will say I do like how he was concerned about butchering Rifiji Namagonote's name, but he got it like pretty good, and then he completely mispronounces impotence. He put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Situation. Now, she was not only weighed down by her own pain, but also by the knowledge that Rudius had been hurt as well. Despite how sorry she was too scared to go after him. She feared he wouldn't listen. She feared he would push her away. Furthermore, Rudius leaving town without saying anything to her was a sign of rejection. That night, all she could do was curl up in her bed and lay there. But when the morning came, she was keenly aware of two things. Her love had ended and Rudius rejected her. She looked up to the rising sun and thought to herself, but if it comes to pass that we meet again, I'd like to apologize and be sincere about it.
Yeah, and that is a very important line that I remember from the light novels, that it is a shame that we don't see this context, because I think knowing that she feels bad about how things ended just like he feels bad is important and provides a closure to the audience, even if the characters themselves don't have any closure. And it also sets up for the moments that they do meet again much later on in the story, where they kind of do have a reconciliation, where they don't end up together. They don't even end up being particularly good friends by the end of it, but they make their peace, they understand where the other's coming from, and they're good. And I think, this line is an important way to set all that up. And, when that scene eventually happens in the anime, it's gonna miss out a bit.
This harsh realization that Sarah came to is something that I believe encapsulates what the Mushoku Tensei effect does for its characters. Through her time spent with the one known as Rudius Grey Rat, Sarah, a person who has always loathed nobility, found herself wrestling with those feelings. Rudius could have easily been one of the many foolish and egotistical nobles she had seen countless times before. Throughout her life, she stuck to her guns and held on to her understandable hatred for nobles, and a part of her always wanted to hold on to that hatred for Rudius. But Sarah couldn't deny herself, or the fact that Rudius was truly different. Realizing this, Sarah slowly started to open up her heart, but by the time she fell for him, her love had ended before it even started. But even so, she not only admitted her missteps, but also reflected on them. And
well, we also have to not forget that aside from Sarah having all these things that she needed to learn, which is, I'm not trying to downplay that in the slightest, we also need to remember that Rudy is in a place where he is probably at his emotional low point in this in a sense, he's done a lot of growing up ever since he reincarnated, to the point where, again, he was able to find some sort of purpose that got him out of bed, which is something his old life he was never able to do. But he was probably hurt more than he had ever been hurt, including in his past life. So he was very much dealing with all sorts of shit, including another instance of sexual trauma. He was not in a position where anything could have really happened with somebody he didn't already know. So while she did have her own difficulties that reared their head in this little mini arc of hers, we can't forget that she was fighting an uphill battle anyway, and Rudy just wasn't in the place where he could have really built a healthy romantic relationship.
Promised to one day make it right. This alone was enough for me to feel how genuine Sarah was as a character, and just how the Mushoku Tensei effect impacts his characters. They aren't simply cheap characters that are unoriginal or copied off others. The motivations and reasons they act the way they do feel multidimensional and comprehensible, but that doesn't mean they aren't capable of change and introspection, just like Sarah. She isn't a wannabe Aerys or your average tsundere. She is her own person.
Yeah, and that is true. Every character in this show and light novel, whatever version of it you consume, all the characters have their own things going on, even the ones who only show up a little bit. There's always something going on, and I wouldn't even call this the Mushoku Tensei effect. I get that that's kind of how he is branding this series of videos, which is understandable, but when it comes to these characters, it's not like a Mushoku Tensei effect. They're just well-written characters that are fully developed before pen is put to paper. Like, this is a thing that stories can do. It's just a lot of work, so they usually don't. It especially with a cast that is like such a large ensemble like Mushoku Tensei. Both the main cast is a large ensemble, and a large ensemble of side characters who show up for small periods of time, kind of like Sarah here, where she, isn't a super important part of the story long term, but she still has her own stuff going on. So yeah, I think that's just more of a testament to the fact that Rudy just did the work to make all the characters actual characters, as opposed to being plot devices. So it's not a thing that's exclusive to Mushoku Tensei. He just did that particularly well.
Thank you for watching. I am so glad I managed to make a video on Sarah, as I felt it had to be done due to the context that was cut from the anime. Despite putting quite a lot of details in this video, I highly recommend that you read Volume 7 yourself, as there are a lot of small details and dialogue that I couldn't fit into this review.
I would go even a little bit further than that. I would say read all of the books. They are very good. I think even the anime onlys should... I know it's a common thing for some anime onlys to read up to where the anime is in the light novels. Honestly, I say just go through the whole thing. I do not feel like I have lost anything from reading the light novels before watching the anime. And in fact, I think quite the opposite. I'm appreciating a lot of the little details that are going on in the anime, because I have the context of what this means from the light novel. Oh, this is a nice little nod to things that the anime onlys won't understand at this point. Oh, it's interesting how they approached this from a different angle, like with the key example being Sylphie, how the reveal that Fitz is Sylphie happens much later in the light novels than it does in the anime, because you can't really hide her appearance in a visual medium like anime. So I feel like my experience was enhanced by reading the light novels first. So I would say, beyond just reading Volume 7 for more on Sarah, read the whole series. It's genuinely fantastic.
My upload schedule has honestly been inconsistent.
Okay, I feel personally attacked here. My upload schedule is much less consistent than this, and I know that is 100% my fault. And no, I don't count my streams as part of my upload schedule, even though I've been consistent with those. No, I need to lock in more when it comes to my edited content, my scripted content, because hearing him say that this is inconsistent for him when it's looking like, yeah, he's looking like more like a video a week. And if it's as edited as this, that's a lot of work. Shit. I got hit by a stray here. God damn.
But such is life, and I can't be thankful enough for all the support I've been getting from you guys. I'm not sure what I'll make next, but I have some ideas that could be interesting for a video. Look forward to it.
Okay, so yeah, that was a great ending right there. But yeah, overall, great video. I really like the focus we had on Sarah here. We were talking about it a lot on stream, as just again for context for the people watching this later, because this is probably going to go out on as edited version probably a few weeks after it's being recorded today. So we just watched the Sarah arc in Mushoku Tensei and discussed it at length. So this is touched on a lot of the ideas that we were discussing on stream. And yeah, that you are right, Alan. So as I said, I appeared to have a gift for pausing. But yeah, this touches on a lot of the stuff we were talking about. Does a great job of concisely getting all the important details there, and the editing was honestly very, very, very good. I loved all the little details he put into the different frames and the different, like, just stuff you wouldn't notice unless you paid attention to it. Like, it really shows an attention to detail. So once again, I'm going to put the link in the chat for those watching along. Please do support the original creator. Of course, we like this video, but support them even if we didn't like it. A lot of work went into this video. They deserve all the credit in the world. And I mean, the video is clearly popping off. It did very well. That's actually more views than my biggest video, which is it is what it is. But it was a great video overall. I really enjoyed it. So for those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for joining in. I'll see you later. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that. I definitely think I did not make a mistake in going for the watching video essay, and I think that is going to be something I'm going to do regularly. And then what I'll do is I'll cut these up and do a little bit of editing just to fix some pacing issues, add context when I need it, and also to just highlight the comments that I'm responding to in the moment. So that's something I'm going to do. So hopefully I'll actually be able to start uploading stuff alongside my scripted content. But yeah, I definitely really enjoyed this. I don't think I enjoyed this as much as I did our conversation last week, but it was still very good. And here, let me actually just pull up the stuff that I have set up for maybe the future. So what I've been doing is whenever I've been seeing a video that looks interesting to me, that would fit for the stream, I just kind of throw it onto a private playlist, and that we're just gonna kind of go over it and figure it out at the moment. So I didn't add the Mother's Basement video, but I will at some point. Most of these are just stuff that popped up. So I think this one could be interesting. It would be interesting to talk more about the world building as opposed to the actual writing and character work. I didn't watch this video. It looked like it might be... I'm trying to find a different... a blend of stuff that might be agreeable versus disagreeable, because I think both can be fun. If it's something I agree with, I can expand, give more details on stuff that we're talking about. If it's stuff that I disagree with, it can just be fun to roast it, although I, of course, will want to be doing it in a way that won't have people go be assholes. This one is one that I watched... I watched part of it, and I kind of stopped. I was like, oh, this is going to be good fodder for a stream. So I didn't want to watch the whole thing the whole way through. This one I think might be rage bait, because it's very aggressive, and the comments are very stupid. So I should have a lot of fun with that. I have not watched these two videos, which I think could be interesting. I have not watched this video. So yeah, I'm trying not to watch too many of them. I did watch this one ahead of time, but I don't know, I'm curious to see how this goes. And I watched a little bit of this video where I think I actually had some disagreements with it, but again, it'll be interesting to talk about some disagreements that are not born out of the character work, but out of, details about, world building and power scaling and all that. And, oh yeah, and there was also another one. There was a video on by explanation point, I think is what they called it. Who that was? I saw Natalie Hunter's response to that one, and I think that would be a really fun one to tear apart. Which, but again, I want to do it in a way where I'm actually being like not sending people there to be assholes. So that's something I'm gonna have to add to my intros in the future, where just encouraging people to be nice. Because I do want to make fun of like bad takes, but I also don't want to like get into beef. That's not how I do things. So yeah, these are options. And if any of you watching the VOD or who are live on stream right now, do feel free to send me anything you want me to watch. I'll now add a little edit in the edited version of this because I'm not recording anymore. I'm just streaming. Yeah, in the edited version, I'll add a little note that anyone who wants to send me something to potentially look over on stream, please do. I really enjoy this. I do want to keep doing it, and I think it's just a win all around. So if you have any videos or articles, do let me know. Don't post links in the comments because those will be auto-filtered, but just tell me, a title and where I can find it. So if you were gonna recommend me this video, just the Mushoku Tensei effect by this. I don't know how to pronounce her name. It's Charisma. So yeah, that's how you can. That's the most effective way to do it. If you want to leave it in the comments or reach me on any of the other socials that exist, that's cool as well. So, but yeah, feel free to send me stuff. I'm enjoying this. I'm kind of hating that I'm slowly becoming a reaction streamer, but because like I have just a visceral dislike of the reaction culture on Twitch. So, but it is what it is. I think I'm doing it in a positive way. Well, all that being said, we had a good stream today. I really enjoyed talking with all you. Appreciate everyone who showed up. I am excited to continue this next week. As always, I will be doing the next 3 episodes of Mushoku Tensei next week at Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. So do the math for whatever that is in your local time zones. It'll probably last about this long as well, where we'll be watching 3 episodes of the anime plus a video essay or article or something. Appreciate you guys for showing up. And I will see you